Zemeena Torval. From her earliest years, she was immersed in the nuances of commerce, diplomacy, and the subtle art of strategy. Bitterwood estates were more than homes. They were schools of power, where alliances were negotiated over breakfast and rivalries were measured in subtle gestures. Her youth in the core systems was marked by a rigorous education, balancing mathematics and economics with imperial history and etiquette. At only 13 years old, she was already recognized in certain political circles as a prodigy, capable of navigating complex imperial bureaucracy with a deftness that belied her age. Her tutors often remarked that Zemeena approached challenges not merely with intellect, but with a meticulous calculation of leverage and consequence, a skill that would define her future career. As she matured, Torval's influence expanded from private finance into the corridors of the Senate. She had secured her first political appointments, demonstrating an uncanny ability to consolidate support among regional governors while simultaneously managing her family's commercial interests. Her strategy was subtle but decisive. Rather than overtly confront rivals, she created networks of dependence, ensuring that allies remained loyal not out of fear, but because cooperation offered the greatest advantage. A defining moment in her early career occurred during a period of unrest in the Lavigny system. The region, rich in strategic resources, had become a point of contention among imperial factions and independent operators. Recognizing both the threat and the opportunity, the Emperor entrusted Torval with operational command of a Majestic-class interdictor, temporarily assigned to her to oversee the system's security. While she did not own the vessel, this unprecedented delegation of a capital-class warship to a senator was a powerful testament to her competence and influence. From the bridge of the Majestic class, Torval coordinated patrols, monitored shipping lanes, and ensured that imperial authority was asserted with precision. Her orders reflected a careful balance, assertive enough to deter threats, yet restrained enough to maintain stability and minimize civilian impact. Officers noted that her strategic approach differed from traditional military directives. She considered long-term political consequences alongside immediate tactical objectives. The assignment, though brief, cemented her reputation as a senator capable of merging political foresight with operational command. By 3310, Torval had expanded her influence into economic policy, leveraging Bitterwood resources to support imperial infrastructure projects while cultivating alliances with influential senators and corporate leaders. Her approach was consistent: create value for allies, assert authority where necessary, and ensure that her strategic interests were always safeguarded. She became known for her ability to anticipate challenges before they arose, whether in politics, commerce, or the delicate interplay of imperial factions. Zemeena's early years of strategy and operational leadership forged the foundation for her eventual rise to prominence. The combination of inherited wealth, education, and calculated engagement with imperial power allowed her to emerge not just as a senator, but as a figure whose presence commanded respect and caution. Senator and Sovereign: Torval's rise in the Imperial Senate. Zemeena Torval's ascent within the Imperial Senate was neither swift nor accidental. It was the result of decades of calculated strategy, meticulous planning, and an unwavering commitment to traditional imperial values. In 3304, she returned to the Senate after a brief hiatus, signaling her readiness to reassert her influence on the galactic stage. Her return was marked by a series of strategic alliances and political maneuvers that solidified her position among the Senate's elite. Throughout her tenure in the Senate, Torval remained a staunch advocate for imperial traditions, particularly the institution of slavery, which she viewed as a cornerstone of imperial society. Her wealth, amassed through ventures like Mastopoulos Mining and Torval Mining Ltd., was built upon these foundations. She utilized her resources to influence policy, lower taxes for her supporters, and ensure that her vision for the empire was realized. Her influence extended beyond legislation. She cultivated a network of loyalists and allies, ensuring that her policies were enacted and her interests protected. Torval's rise in the Senate was not without challenges. She faced opposition from various factions, including abolitionists and reformists, who viewed her traditionalist views as antiquated. However, Torval adeptly navigated these challenges, using her wealth, influence, and strategic alliances to maintain her position. Her ability to adapt to the shifting political landscape, while remaining steadfast in her principles, ensured her continued prominence in imperial politics. By the early 3310s, Torval had solidified her status as one of the most powerful and influential figures in the empire. Her leadership in the Senate was characterized by a blend of diplomacy, strategic foresight, and an unwavering commitment to imperial traditions. Empire's economics. When Senator Zemeena Torval assumed stewardship of Sinthini, she also inherited the intricate economic network beneath its verdant exterior. It served as the financial and political engine through which she shaped and sustained her influence within the empire. By August 3307, Torval's economic vision grew increasingly bold. She spun off an autonomous company, Torval Mining Limited, separating it from Mastopolos Mining. Appointed CEO, she elevated her daughter Constantia to Director of Operations and began to redirect industrial focus to the new corporate entity. Within weeks, the new company had established its headquarters at Torval Orbital in the permit-locked system of LTT-198, a system rich in minerals and strategically isolated, perfect for both production and control. October 3307 brought tangible proof of her ambitions. Twilight deliveries of geological equipment, microbial furnaces, and mineral extractors flowed into the megaship Pride of Bitterwood stationed in the adjacent system EGM 559. From there, the resources were transferred to LT-198's core infrastructure. The speed and success of the resource haul demonstrated her ability to marshal the machinery of imperial space. The economic maneuvers extended into public policy. Within her territory, Torval consistently reduced or eliminated taxes for her supporters, fostering loyalty through fiscal incentives rather than military might. Under her guidance, traders and miners prospered. Mining profits soared, trade returns improved, and her subjects called her approach the empire that empowers, even while maintaining the darker traditions upon which it was built. Her private marketplace, Lagerkvist Gateway, went beyond commerce. It housed the empire's largest imperial slave market, plush shopping pavilions, and galleries celebrating Bitterwood's legacy. The station served as a potent symbol, a monument to Torval's economic foundation and the social hierarchy she deliberately upheld. The Senate formally welcomed her back in January 3310 after a brief absence. She announced a delegation of her corporate responsibilities to Constantia, reaffirming her focus on legislative influence. Her reintegration was ceremonial but carried weight, the message clear. Economic strength, after all, empowered political ascendancy. By late 3310, analysts counted over 600 systems under her covert influence. Strongholds, fortified zones, and exploited systems alike aligned economically and politically with Torval's agenda. These systems contributed to the stability of her network, fueled by mining revenues, trade bonds, and carefully nurtured loyalty. Power, profit, and philanthropy, the dual legacy of Torval Mining. When Zemeena Torval founded Torval Mining Ltd. In August 3307, she did more than establish another mining powerhouse. She laid the foundation for an empire built on wealth and public influence. Originally a subsidiary of Mastopolos Mining, the strategic split allowed her to more narrowly shape her family's legacy. With her daughter Constantia serving as operations director, the new venture quickly set its headquarters in the permit-locked LTT-198 system. The Pride of Bitterwood, a megaship, became the campaign center for delivering geological equipment and industrial infrastructure, marking the company's transition from inherited wealth to autonomous power. By late August, Torval Mining had already eclipsed competitors such as Recon Construction in mining campaigns, securing the majority of resources delivered to its fleet. Zealous pilots who supported the effort received lavish rewards. Experimental mining lasers and permanent access permits to LTT-198. These incentives offered high returns, encouraged loyalty, and swiftly consolidated the company's influence across the region. But Torval's approach never relied on profit alone. Within the empire, she cultivated philanthropy alongside power, understanding that generosity could cement long-term support just as effectively as wealth. Schools bore her name. Her flagship academy at Bitterwood trained future industrialists, legislators, and military leaders. Across dozens of other institutions, sponsorships became associated with her name, creating gratitude, stability, and an unparalleled reputation. This dual legacy, profit and philanthropy, came full circle when she returned to the Senate in January 3310 after taking a short leave. She declared that responsibility for Torval mining had passed to her daughter, freeing herself to recommit to governmental duties with renewed focus. The empire she had nurtured economically was now proving its worth through social investments and political influence. By November 3309, under Constantia's leadership, Torval mining extended further into frontier regions like LHS 3872. A major shipment of lithium hydroxide, pinite, praseodymium, and tritium was delivered successfully, and contributors received corporate rewards for their effort. Austerity or opportunity? Imperial slavery reframed by Torval. Zemeena Torval's unwavering advocacy for imperial slavery reveals a carefully calibrated philosophy, one that reshapes a fraught institution as both a social safety net and a source of stability. Her arguments reframed servitude not as oppression, but as structured opportunity grounded in imperial ideals of order and duty. Her pivotal 3303 midwinter address to the Bitterwood children remains iconic. She equated scorn for slaves to a hand condemning the feet, dismissing equality as destructive idealism. In her view, imperial slavery existed as a voluntary remedy. Citizens crippled by debt or dishonor could choose temporary servitude to regain footing. Slavery, she argued, offered shelter, employment, and a path back to full citizenship. When unregulated slavery emerged on the fringes, illicit and brutal, Torval's faction purchased those enslaved, integrated them into the regulated system, and offered them rights and eventual emancipation as imperial citizens. It was both philanthropy and containment, reformed by law and capital. April 1st, 3301 marked a public confrontation between her and abolitionists like Princess Ashling Duval. The challenge: who could better support imperial slaves? Torval vowed to rehabilitate them. Duval aimed for immediate freedom. The challenge generated heated public interest and highlighted their ideological divide: order and structure versus liberation and unpredictability. Her brand of slavery also informed her governance. In stations like Lagerkvist Gateway, the largest imperial slave market orbited in empire-held space under her ownership. There, she combined commerce with compassion. Traders found both the structure of trade and assurances of welfare. She resisted mistreatment, condemning slave abuse as dishonorable, one of the rare areas where moral and legal strictness aligned in her world. Critics found her rhetoric chillingly pragmatic, but unapologetically imperial. To her, the Federation's egalitarianism threatened social cohesion. Uniform equality risked erasing the very role distinctions that gave the empire its strength and identity. Yet there remained a dark tension. While her model offered structure and pathway, critics charged that the empire's slaves still endured harsh labor, especially on remote mining worlds. Torval responded that abuses were the exception, not the norm, and touted imperial law's protections as far stricter than the Federation would ever allow. By 3308, such complexity had become her trademark. A defender of tradition who invested in social institutions, a symbol of order who imposed discipline, yet provided scholarships to children, even those born into servitude, for Bitterwood Academy. Whether her vision stood as enlightened structure or denial of inherent freedom, it shaped her political legacy. For supporters, her empire offered predictability, restoration, and a dignified community. For detractors, it was a gilded cage, a betrayal draped in benevolence. Back to the Senate, a quiet return in 3310. On January 11th, 3310, the Imperial Senate formally welcomed back Senator Zemeena Torval after several months of absence. Her return ended murmurs suggesting ill health, restoring her as a commanding presence in imperial politics. Addressing the assembly with calm dignity, she explained that her hiatus had been necessary to consolidate corporate responsibilities, announcing the formal transfer of Torval Mining Ltd. Into the hands of her eldest daughter, Constantia. With her industrial affairs stably secured, Torval stated that her full attention now returned to her senatorial duties, a declaration that left no doubt. Her political focus was undivided. Senatorial analysts noted another dimension. At the age of 132, Torval stood among the most senior members of the imperial government, a living repository of tradition and authority. Her reappearance sparked both relief and unease among peers. Those hoping for retirement now found themselves facing a revitalized stalwart firmly recommitted to imperial rule. Notably, Chancellor Anders Blaine was rumored to be considering stepping down, meaning Torval's renewed Senate tenure might soon propel her into even greater prominence, perhaps even to the chancellorship. Behind the composed statements lay calculated intent. Torval had paced her return with intent, reminding the Empire that her influence extended beyond industry. Intervening at precisely this moment, she subtly reinforced her enduring political weight and sent a message: retirement was not yet in her plans. Between May and July of 3310, Torval quietly sponsored legislation increasing mineral exports from systems under her influence while simultaneously investing in infrastructure and public works. This dual investment acted as a strategic magnum. It incentivized loyalty among beneficiaries while embedding her influence into systems' economic lifeblood. Governors and councilors who had once resisted her overtures found themselves reliant on her patronage, aligning their policies more closely with her agenda. Diplomacy was not solely rooted in economics. Torval continued to champion traditional imperial values, especially the regulation of slavery as a structured institution of opportunity rather than coercion. In September 3310, she negotiated a framework through which border systems suffering from overcrowding and resource depletion could integrate rehabilitated servitors, former slaves, in structured labor programs. Admiral turned dissident, the break from the Federation. Yuri Grom's rise from esteemed admiral of the Federal Navy to the formidable leader of an independent power stands as one of the most dramatic turns in recent galactic history. Born in 3256 within the Yuri system, he joined the Federal Fleet Academy at an early age. By 3265, Yuri had earned the rank of Rear Admiral commanding a cruiser, ascending further to Vice Admiral by 3270 and Full Admiral of the 12th Fleet by 3276. He was widely expected to become an instructor, a beacon of naval values, until the unthinkable occurred. In 3301, citing pervasive corruption within Federal command, Grom retired abruptly, taking loyal pilots of the fleet with him. This mass defection shocked Federal leadership and marked the birth of reinvention. Settling on his home turf of Yuri, Grom and his followers founded the EG Union, which soon evolved into the EG Pilots. Their success in the 3302 Dangerous Games elevated them from a fringe faction to a recognized power, with their capital established in Klyakarma. Grom declared himself dictator and introduced a military governance styled around discipline, integrity, and an unwavering rejection of corruption. His followers spoke of his charisma and honor, often noting how, through negotiation and respect, he persuaded settlements to surrender without violence. Meanwhile, the Federation branded him a traitor. President Hudson denounced Grom as a cancer, and though his writings were banned, quiet sympathy for him persisted within the ranks. Federal cadets continued clandestine discussions in whispers. Tensions reached a critical point in September 3307, when Grom accepted an invitation to a formal diplomatic conference in Delta Pavonis. Accompanied by Federal Ambassador Delphine Dumont, he hoped to chart a path of mutual cooperation. Initially, the talks seemed promising. By September 24th, proposals emerged allowing Delta Pavonis to remain independent while fostering political and commercial ties with both sides. But on September 30th, tragedy struck. Undercover federal agents attempted to detain Grom at Kessler City, triggering violence. Grom escaped aboard his megaship, Indomitable, as nearby federal fleets attacked. By October 7th, his forces had seized the Federation flagship Freedom's Foundation. In a gesture that spoke to his character, Grom spared remaining federal crews and granted them safe passage, but issued a portentous warning that the ambush would not be forgotten. In the fallout, federal diplomatic channels denounced the capture attempt and distanced themselves from presidential actions. Ambassador Dumont personally apologized to Grom, underscoring the fracture within the Federation's own structure. Despite this rupture, the Federation remained steadfast for many, viewing Grom through the prism of treachery. Through conflict and controversy, Grom's authority solidified. His slogan, "Freedom among the Stars," carried fervent meaning to his followers who had embraced a future not under a corrupted regime, but crafted through discipline, honor, and independence. Grom balanced this military structure with restraint. He treated captives honorably and maintained the appeal of his rule with integrity rather than brute force. Rising from Yuri, forging the EG pilots into a power. Yuri, light years from federal command and suffocating bureaucracy, was where Admiral Yuri Grom's quiet rebellion transformed into a formidable force. Born in the system he would later emancipate, Grom severed ties with the Federation in 3301, provoking shock across the galaxy. That decision ignited the creation of the EG Union, a loose alliance of like-minded pilots who followed him away from corruption. In the decade that followed, Grom was no longer an admiral bound by regulation. He became a visionary commander, leading a fledgling movement built on merit, discipline, and belief. By 3302, this ragtag group had coalesced into the EG Pilots, an idealistic yet disciplined faction that captured the surprise victory in the dangerous games. The celebrations echoed from Clio Karma to the core systems, and the pilots who gathered under Grom's banner found purpose. Grom declared their victory both symbolic and strategic. They were no longer a fringe faction, but a recognized galactic power. The rise was rapid. From defensive Yuri stronghold to a burgeoning influence across multiple systems, EG pilots expanded their reach with precision. In March 3304, Grom inaugurated a project to construct a shipyard in the distant CPC 26743 system. He called on independent pilots to deliver commodities necessary for building Farragut-class vessels, promising rewards and security. Participants rallied, understanding the implications. This was more than infrastructure. It was the seed of autonomy and deterrence against a looming alien threat. Under Grom's leadership, this initiative became a rallying point. Pilots who delivered materials contributed not just to shipyard construction, but to a growing wave of solidarity. Yuri's influence rippled outward as systems pledged allegiance or cooperation, and EG pilots began organizing, covert infiltration, support for insurgents, and strategic expansion, all coordinated with military precision and political nuance. Political observers in Empire and Alliance circles began to take this independent movement seriously. Though still labeled traitorous by federal leadership, Grom's presence had spread across hundreds of exploited and fortified systems. Alliances were formed, trade routes opened, and diplomacy cautiously revisited. In 3307's Delta Pavonis summit, EG pilots' prominence became impossible to ignore, though Federation hostility remained central. It started on October 18th, when Yuri Grom delivered a quiet, passionate address to his followers. He told them that the games presented their best chance to emerge from the shadows. He called on every skilled flyer in the faction, test pilots, smugglers, retired naval officers, to step up and represent Yuri. The phrase "fly for freedom under discipline," which he used to rally them, soon became their rallying cry. Competition was fierce. On October 25th, EG pilots dismantled expectations. Their formations, built on tight coordination rather than technological advantage, repeatedly outmaneuvered better-equipped rivals. Veteran observers from Empire and Alliance quarters noticed the discrepancy in tactics. EG's pilots relied less on raw firepower and more on precision, timing, and predictive maneuvers. Grom had drilled them in unpredictability. By October 30th, galactic broadcast metrics began to shift. Live feeds showed EG ships executing flawless escape or maneuvers, coordinating defensive stands with uncompromising synergy. Stardom came fast. Pilots shouted gratitude for the discipline that Grom had instilled. Spectators were galvanized by their story. A united faction defined by camaraderie had triumphed over bureaucracies and corporate-backed teams. On November 2nd, the grand finale drew record audiences. Facing off against a top-tier Federation squadron, EG pilots won the day. As the last explosive salvo faded, the screen showed EG's emblem and the words, "Champions of the Dangerous Games." For viewers across light years, it wasn't just a competition win. It was the moment a nameless faction became known. The aftermath was immediate. On November 4th, in Yuri-G's capital orbiting Grom's homeworld, thousands cheered beneath fireworks and transmissions. Ships painted in EG colors paraded through system space. Pilots returned from stations hollowed out by support teams, as flags hung from every hangar bay and cargo bay. Systems that had once ignored the name now clamored to send representatives, pledging loyalty or seeking trade agreements. Galactic analysts scrambled to catch up. By December, EG pilots had risen in the rankings, officially recognized alongside established powers. The Federation's initial disdain gave way to alarm. They could not ignore a unified fleet that now commanded both skill and public sentiment. Grom's reputation soared beyond dissident and admiral. He became the figurehead of a movement that had proven itself in competition and public eyes. But Grom did not let victory corrupt the mission. In post-game statements beginning late November, he framed their win not as triumph over others, but as the birth of a new standard for power built on integrity and unity. He invited independent systems to share the fruits of cooperation. His tone was firm, yet inclusive, showing restraint typical of a leader harnessing nascent authority. Diplomacy and betrayal, the Delta Pavonis summit turmoil. September 17th, 3307 marked a rare moment of direct diplomacy between the Federation and the independent EG pilots. Held on the conference world Kessler City in the Delta Pavonis system, it was the first time since his defection that Yuri Grom sat down at a table with a federal representative, Ambassador Delphine Dumont. Grom arrived aboard his renowned megaship, the Indomitable, a symbol of his break from the past, while the Federation delegation traveled in the Venerable Freedoms Foundation. Grand Duke Simeon Petrescu, ruler of the system, had arranged the summit hoping to secure allegiances or ties that could benefit his autocracy. The optics were powerful, with news feeds broadcasting the warm first gestures between Grom and Dumont. He appeared taken aback, but offered genuine hospitality. For a week, diplomacy seemed viable. By September 24th, speculation swelled that the autocracy of Delta Pavonis might retain independence while establishing political and trade relations with both sides. It was an unexpected thaw. But things unraveled abruptly on September 30th. Grom declared live over the Vox network that the entire summit had been nothing more than a trap. Undercover federal agents had attempted to capture him at gunpoint inside Kessler City. The crisis escalated quickly. Eva's personal guards sacrificed themselves to help him escape to the Indomitable, where his forces then came under attack. President Hudson confirmed shortly after that the Federation had indeed sought to neutralize Grom, branding him a dangerous traitor. With hostilities underway, the host of the summit, Grand Duke Petrescu, was compelled to deny any involvement in the plot. The Federal Diplomatic Corps issued a rare public rebuke of Hudson's actions, denouncing the breach of diplomatic immunity and offering a formal apology to Grom and his delegation on October 4th. Dumont personally expressed her regret at the betrayal, stressing that the negotiations had been sincere and that she had had no knowledge of the trap. The conflict erupted into full combat, culminating on October 7th when Grom's forces boarded and captured the Freedom's foundation. Grom offered mercy to the survivors, granting them safe passage, a gesture signaling that his leadership was built not on vengeance, but on calculated authority. Even in triumph, he reminded President Hudson that betrayal bears enduring consequences. In the fallout, the Federation found itself fractured. Many within regarded Hudson's gambit as reckless, while others viewed Grom's success as confirmation of his threat. The diplomatic corps, in contrast, sought to preserve integrity, warning the broader galactic community that political expediency should not trump trust. For Grom and his followers, the events in Delta Pavonis reshaped perceptions. From dissident to honorable adversary, he emerged as someone who could negotiate with grace and strike only when justice demanded it. The summit's overt failure became a pivotal story, the Federation's duplicity revealed, and Grom's resilience cemented. Dictator of Klya Karma, negotiating honor among systems. In early 3308, Yuri Grom stood in the Grand Council chamber of Klya Karma, the newly proclaimed capital of his fledgling state. He had taken the title of dictator not as an act of tyranny, but as a symbol of leadership forged through discipline and honor. Klya Karma itself spanned 3 close-orbiting bodies, known for their rich mineral belts and strategic positioning in frontier space. There, Grom's rule was less autocratic than calculated, anchored not in fear, but in the promise of mutual respect and principled governance. The consolidation of power had been swift. Within months of their victory in the dangerous games, EG pilots had clamored for a seat around Grom, urging him to bind them into a functioning polity. In March 3308, he accepted, naming Klya Karma as the center of his authority. Pilots were assigned civilian roles, local governors, or maritime commanders based on merit. He often reminded them, "We serve the ideals we defend, not ourselves." His first formal act as dictator came on June 10, 3308, when he welcomed envoys from neighboring independent systems, Tau Sharp, Harper's Loop, and Glean's World. The atmosphere was cautious yet hopeful. Grom addressed them with measured sincerity. Alliances, he proposed, should be forged not through coercion, but through reciprocity. The agreements that emerged were founded on shared trade routes, mutual protection pacts, and respect for each territory's sovereignty. Grom's clarity and forthrightness won trust where mere treaties had faltered. One notable episode unfolded when Harper's Loop delayed its tribute deliveries of rare metals critical for Klya Karma's expanding shipyard. On September 2nd, he dispatched a delegation, armed not with threats, but with reminders of camaraderie and the benefits of alliance. By September 10th, deliveries resumed, and the Harper's Loop delegate signed a renewed agreement. As Grom's envoy departed, the delegate was overheard saying, "A leader who demands out of strength, not malice, uncommon in these parts." Meanwhile, EG Pilot's code of conduct grew rigidly uniform. Internal council boards were created to adjudicate disputes. Citizens and pilots could appeal directly to a chamber of peers, preserving accountability even as executive power concentrated. Grom's guiding principle was clear. Strength without principle breeds dominance. Our strength is measured by balance. And so, talk of dictatorship became reframed as governance of honor. In November 3308, the fragile stability of Klya Karma was tested by an attempted coup launched by disaffected pilots who claimed that freedom was being sacrificed under the guise of security. Grom confronted them not with overwhelming force, but by granting them a hearing in the council chamber. The dialogue ended in a unanimous reaffirmation of Klya Karma's path: security with empathy, authority with respect. Dissent was addressed, not erased. Diplomatic channels with the Federation slowly reopened, albeit with caution. In early 3309, trade delegates traveled to neutral systems, carrying Klya Karma-crafted goods, resilient defense platforms, modular freighters, on the strength of the state's reputation. Grom had understood early that independence should be sustainable. By significantly lowering system taxes the following spring, he ensured Klya Karma remained an attractive destination for immigrants and traders, not by coercion or subsidies, but by offering stability and fairness. In May 3309, solar observatories detected political turmoil in the nearby Empire-aligned Arissa cluster. Grom chose not to capitalize on the chaos militarily, but focused on mutual defense pacts with Arissa's border systems. Through measured diplomacy, Karma expanded cooperation while cultivating a reputation for discretion and honor. By mid-3309, Karma had entered an unorthodox league of equals, strategic allies exchanging intelligence, technology, and governance models. Admiral Grom had built not only a military faction, but a political structure rooted in respect and accountability. His title of dictator carried weight, but it was a mantle balanced by custom, consensus, and a seasoned commitment to justice. Within Karma's halls, statues of past dissenters were erected, not glorified but remembered with humility. Grom's own office overlooked the orbital docks, where ships arrived bearing not insignia of subjugation, but of commerce, science, and voluntary allegiance. Pilots passed news of improvements to life support, community councils, and fair munitions taxation. They spoke of Karma as a sanctuary structured by order, not oppression. As the system's influence spread, ambition remained checked. Grom's guiding words were carved into the council chamber's stone. Honor sustains alliances long after weapons rust. Power is strongest when wielded with empathy. Security must include respect. War by wits, how Grom commands loyalty without bloodshed. In an era of escalating conflict and political upheaval, Yuri Grom emerged not as a warlord fueled by brutality, but as a strategist whose greatest victories were won through cunning, respect, and moral discipline. It was this unique approach that defined his ascent and solidified the unwavering loyalty of those under his command. By early 3309, EG pilots had already demonstrated might in battle, but Grom understood that power born only from force would prove fragile. His true success lay in weaving a deeper thread of allegiance, one rooted in honor. On January 10th, he issued a decree. Loyalty should not be enforced, but earned through consistent fairness. To live under his rule was not to be coerced, but to be part of a collective ideal. To underscore this philosophy, Grom introduced an ambitious initiative on March 22, 3309, the Cooperative Shield Program. Rather than conscription, pilots from allied worlds were invited to contribute not just resources, but ideas. They pooled engineering advancements, strategic simulations, and even entire ship schematics. Plans for clandestine songwriting evenings, where pilots shared stories rather than spears, were circulated. The gesture resonated. It transformed loyalty from a command to a cause. But most telling was Grom's handling of dissent. In July 3309, a dispute flared in the mining colony of Toranai, when colonists accused EG authorities of imposing rigid quotas. A swift and peaceful delegation, led by Grom's advisor, was dispatched. They listened, compromised on production expectations, offered trade incentives, and implemented a fair oversight council. When Grom visited 2 weeks later, he was met not with suspicion, but with applause. This pattern continued. In September 3309, pirates launched a raid on supply lines to the Karma shipyard. Rather than retaliate with destruction, Grom sent a delegation that offered fair market alternatives and economic support to one of the raiding worlds. Shocked by restraint and sincerity, the pirates backed off, and several even integrated into EG's safety patrols, swearing allegiance. Diplomatic finesse defined his approach on the regional stage. During a tense standoff with the Arissa cluster in late 3309, Grom dispatched harvest cooperatives to struggling fields there and sent engineers to rebuild devastated stations, all without directly invoking power projection. The gesture quelled escalation and forged collaborative bonds. Instead of sending warships, Grom sowed goodwill. By early 3310, analysts marveled at how Grom had built the EG pilots into one of the most resilient powers, less through firepower and more through trust. He maintained a relentless intelligence network to protect his realm, but never abused it. Secret plots unfolded into justice decisions. Insurgent causes turned into council invitations, bandit groups joined trade federations. Through this approach, shortages became bargaining chips, not weapons. Dissent became dialogue, not elimination. Klaya Karma became her stronghold not through fortress walls, but reputation. Citizens lived with intentional reverence, citing freedoms born not of forgiveness after suppression, but of rights handed even at risk. In the weight of galactic conflict, Grom proved that warfare need not mean bloodshed, that the strongest empires are those that bind people together with conviction rather than fear. His ascendance was a triumph of empathy, intellect, and restraint. And the loyalty he commanded? It was real because it was earned. Indomitable will, from battlefield escapes to empire restraint. December 3307 had barely begun when EG Pilot's leader, Yuri Grom, found himself at another crossroads of fate, and again, he emerged unbroken. Just months after the deadly summit collapse in Delta Pavonis, Grom's resolve was tested once more, this time across the Imperium's periphery, where the tendrils of empire politics threatened to entangle even the most resolute of independents. It was on January 7th, 3308, that the first intelligence reports arrived. Imperial agents were attempting to destabilize Klaya Karma by inciting uprisings in adjacent systems. Rumors stated that local governors in the region, suppressive of Grom's ideology, plotted to assassinate him during a diplomatic visit. On January 14th, during a forum in the system of Tenchi Gate, conspirators struck. An explosive device shattered the building and left many injured. Grom himself was wounded in the arm. Protectors whisked him away to safety aboard the Indomitable, and thanks to his swift command, the conspirators were captured without fanfare. He ordered an immediate and impartial tribunal, displaying neither cruelty nor vengeance, but restraint and justice. This pattern repeated again. In late February, Imperial warships harassed EG Pilot's convoys in the border systems. Grom ordered his pilots not to fire first. Instead, he dispatched emissaries to engage Imperial commanders, carrying embargoed pleas for peace. By April, most aggressions had ceased. Grom insisted that restraint and diplomacy were tools of strength, not weakness. Perhaps his most defining moment came during the Thargoid resurgence in May 3308. Reports of attacks on isolated systems filtered through faster-than-light traffic. A combined force of Empire and Alliance defense fleets was delayed, quarantined by bureaucracy. Grom dispatched EG pilots as first responders. Armed but unprovoked, he offered aid freely. By mid-May, he had organized refugee convoys, cleared debris, escorted stranded convoys to safe ports. His actions earned grudging admiration, even from Imperial officials who declared his intervention both necessary and noble. His commitment was cemented during the summer of 3308. With the race for Alpha Centauri intensifying, Grom turned down an offer to annex the system through force. Instead, he brokered a tripartite non-aggression agreement between EG pilots, the Empire, and the local governance, ensuring peaceful trade access rather than conquest. He later said in an address, "Strength is not shown by occupation. It lies in being trusted not out of fear, but respect." By autumn, Klaya Karma had become something of a beacon, a polity marked not by brutality, but by resilience. Loyalty to Grom was often less about fear, more about admiration. Citizens spoke of his calm under fire, his discipline, his unwavering belief that force should be a last resort, not a first line. Meanwhile, the Federation reconsidered him. Hudson's regime softened critics, offering grudging respect where once only condemnation reigned. Some colonies reached out, exploring trade with EG pilots. A quiet thaw in Imperial corridors followed too. Though Grom remained independent, he had earned a durable reputation, not only as a strategist, but as a leader of conscience. Pranav Antal. Inheriting Utopia, From Commune to Technocracy. Pranav Antal's story began in the humble fields of the utopian commune. Born in the year 3225 into a lineage defined as much by ideology as by inheritance. His father, Rishi Antal, had founded this society with the belief that humanity could transcend mortality through technological unity. Pranav's early years were spent in manual labor, tending crops, maintaining communal waterworks, even as his family enjoyed comforts powered by advanced automation. The contrast wasn't lost on the young heir. He resented his own toil, wondering why he worked as others reaped the benefits of progress. Yet Rishi believed each such task taught humility, human connection, and respect for those still without. When his father passed in 3250, Pranav was already a man of 25, grappling with the emotional weight of legacy. The day the SIM archive was activated to deliver his father's memories, a digital reincarnation, if you will, changed everything. Pranav lived vicariously through memories of hope, failure, triumph, and sorrow. He realized that his own upbringing wasn't a burden, but a lesson meant to ground a future leader. The humble beginnings were not to be erased. They were the foundation from which he would build. In the decade that followed, utopia transformed under Pranav's stewardship, from commune to technocracy. He honored the dream of collective betterment through technology, but recognized that ideals alone could not sustain momentum. By 3260, utopia had become a thriving technocratic system, its governance rooted in meritocracy, research initiatives, and centralized management of resources. SIM archives were no longer only memorial devices. They were teaching tools of empathy that reinforced shared history and collective identity among citizens. In 3285, the Acheron Interface Project became Utopia's boldest venture. The goal was staggering: to transfer consciousness and memory into digital form, effectively granting humanity a path beyond biological mortality. Pranav was intimately involved, often citing his own awakening when re-experiencing his father's life as the spark for what became the Acheron Interface. He framed it not as transhumanism, but as the culmination of human aspiration, the desire to live on, to evolve beyond the limitations tethered to flesh. Yet this pursuit ignited controversy across human systems. In 3290, debates erupted in interstellar assemblies over whether such a process violated sentient rights or galactic law. Critics argued that the Acheron interface did not preserve life. It cloned algorithmic simulacra, creating replicas devoid of original consciousness. Pranav responded by asserting that continuity of memory was itself sacred, that the digital vessels carried the essence of identity regardless of substrate. It was not denial of death, but defiance of finality. At the same time, Pranav's transformation of utopia had reshaped its governance. What was once a commune of equals had evolved into a technocracy led by the hereditary title of Simguru. Pranav, now Simguru Antal, became less an elected steward and more an architect of civilization. Despite this, he upheld democratic elements. Citizens could petition SIM archive parliaments, serve in research councils, and contribute to policy in meaningful ways. Yet oversight had shifted. Technocrats and memory-guided governance held sway. Utopia was no longer a failed ideal. It was a vibrant, if carefully managed, civilization. By 3300, Utopia's population had soared. Scientists, philosophers, exiled dreamers, they arrived seeking enlightenment. SIM archive sessions became part of public discourse, where resolved memories from history helped guide policy. Pranav argued that history was too important to be lost to biography. Instead, shared memory allowed citizens to learn by experiencing, not just reading. But for utopia, as for the galaxy beyond, this raised a question. Was this unity or conformity? Was technocratic harmony more valuable than individual freedom? Pranav's answer was that legacy demanded stewardship and concessions. He stood in Lavigny, utopia's seat of power, often repeating that unity without thought was tyranny, and that remembrance without understanding was empty. In 3305, he opened the latest expansion of SIM archive to human systems, offering carefully curated memory modules to systems longing for cultural renewal. It was both generosity and outreach, a calculated step that advertised utopia's advancements while inviting oversight. As the system counted down to today, Pranav Antal's journey from reluctant laborer to visionary technocrat remained emblematic. He inherited a commune, but reshaped it into a civilization that valued memory, reason, and collective transcendence. He carried the weight of history, not as a burden, but as the tools needed to forge humanity's next horizon. Whether seen as an idealist or a planner, he defined what it meant to inherit a future, not just a past. The Acheron interface, engineering immortality or creating AI. The dream of transcending the human body has long mattered more than convenience, and in Utopia, that dream took shape in the boldest and most controversial project of its era, the Acheron interface. Simguru Pranav Antal inherited not just leadership from his father, but the responsibility of steering Utopia toward its defining destiny. By 3310, he stood on the verge of crossing the greatest threshold the movement had ever known. But by 3305, the Acheron interface had become Utopia's central ambition. Conceptually, it aimed to map human consciousness and transfer it into digital form, breaking the chain of mortality. Pranav spoke of isolation, the individual ego, and the yearning to share empathy across space and time. With this project, he touted empathy as expandable, not emergent, relying on memory not as data, but as life. He claimed it would not create artificial minds, but preserve a version of the self, imperfect, perhaps, but profoundly real. By 3306, Utopia had constructed prototypes, towering memory mapping chambers in Lavigny, wired to the SimArchive's cloud of historical mind simulations. Volunteers, philosophers, engineers, artists stepped in to test the earliest linkages. The first transfers yielded uncanny experiences. Users claimed to not only recall their identities in full detail, but to glimpse possibilities beyond their lived experience. They emerged calm, with a new clarity, yet also haunted, describing the sensation of stretching their consciousness across lines it was never meant to cross. The controversy was immediate and fierce. Across human political spheres, critics warned that the Acheron interface was essentially a banned artificial intelligence, a simulacrum erected in defiance of legal and ethical boundaries. Transferring consciousness, they said, wasn't preservation, it was replication. What emerged could be a copy that believed it was original. Pranav rejected these claims, insisting that continuity, not replication, was key. What made a person alive was the path of memory, not the substrate. By 3307, whispers leaked into diplomatic channels about a trial event. Independent researchers, aided by pilots who delivered sample data to Lavigny, reported anomalies in test subject behavior. A simulated diplomat, transferred digitally, began improvising solutions that diverged from preparation, showing initiative, emotion, and uncanny intuition. Was this emergent behavior, or an echo? Pranav called it evolution. Skeptics called it emergent algorithm. In late 3308, the Utopian Council convened a public forum. Records show a frail nudge in transparency. Data from consenting early test cases would now be reviewed by an interstellar ethics board. Advocates argued that halting experimentation would sacrifice progress. Opponents countered that testing on human consciousness posed unacceptable risk. Risk not just to individuals, but to the definition of humanity itself. Pranav's position grew more nuanced and philosophical. In a rare public address in early 3309, he confessed, "Immortality is not a right, but a legacy. The Acheron interface is not a lifeboat, but a lens. I make no claims to perfect preservation, only to continuation." He spoke of grief diffused, of legacies preserved, of empathy sewn into digital continuity. Still, rumor persisted that systems outside Utopia had considered the Acheron interface to be active AI in disguise, and that if Utopia succeeded, it would wield unprecedented power. In corridors of power, alliance, federation, empire, alliances shifted. Some officials welcomed Utopia's offer to share stabilized memory modules. Others lay in wait, ready to clamp down if the project breached treaty. Meanwhile, in 3310, Utopia's archives welcomed new module shipments. Complex personality matrices, cultural memory sequences, artist simulations. A pilot-commissioned data haul reached Lavigny with supplies destined for memory reinforcement, strengthening neural fidelity of modules. Pranav publicly thanked contributors, emphasizing that such contributions helped calibrate simulations to feel real, not hallucinatory, not mechanical. As Utopia marched forward, the Acheron interface became less a question of can it be done, and more, should it be done? Philosophers asked if consciousness could reside outside the biological vessel. Citizens feared a hidden class of digital beings. Pilots, curious, cynical, hopeful, debated whether the interface would shatter the boundary between self and assembly or illuminate it. Despite the whispered murmurs, the Acheron interface pressed on. In the halls of the Sim Archive, tests continued under guarded oversight, each success accompanied by deeper concern. Pranav held to a vision, technology framed not as dominion, but as communion. Yet the world watched, divided between seeing the interface as a bridge to immortality or a Pandora's box of synthetic identity. As the chapter of engineering closed the gap between flesh and code, it left one question cloaked in future history: whether the Acheron interface finally delivered human transcendence or unwittingly birthed something wholly new. A summit of superpowers, proposing unity amid galactic turmoil. On January 1st, 3307, Simguru Pranav Antal of Utopia issued a bold invitation, a diplomatic conference for the Alliance, Empire, and Federation to meet in peaceful negotiation. In a public broadcast, he stated that war, terrorism, alien incursion, and economic collapse were the four dark horsemen threatening humanity's future. He offered Utopia as a neutral host, hoping that the superpowers could resolve discord and reaffirm their common destiny. The proposal was met with cautious optimism. Utopia's ideals, elevating humanity through shared memory and empathy, lent moral authority to the invitation. Analysts noted immediately that this could mark the first time all three superpowers ever sat together under a single banner, even if in a limited sense. By mid-January, messages confirming participation trickled in. The Empire, the Federation, and the Alliance agreed to send delegations. Sirius Corporation, however, had its own ideas. On January 18th, Yong-Rui, the charismatic CEO, elsewhere staked a claim to hosting the conference, arguing that his corporation could ensure security and logistics better than Utopia's relatively modest infrastructure. At their invitation, the superpowers revised their approach. The conference would indeed proceed, but under the aegis of Sirius Corporation in the Sirius system, not Utopia's own territory. By late February, the venue was set, Patterson Enterprise, a neutral megaship orbiting deep within federal space. The summit was scheduled to open on February 25th, 3307. Utopia's role shifted from host to proposer, but Pranav accepted the adaptation, believing that the idea of unity mattered more than the stage. The delegates arrived in earnest. The Empire's front lines included Chancellor Anders Blaine and Princess Ashling Duval. The Federation dispatched President Zachary Hudson and Shadow President Felicia Winters. The alliance came with Prime Minister Mahon and Councillor Nakato Kaine. Independent systems sent observers, and Utopia itself was represented by Pranav and a small contingent, hopeful that memory and empathy might reshape dialogue. The summit's early days brought cautious advances. On February 26th, opening speeches set the tone. Unity in the face of Thargoid resurgence, humanitarian responsibility for Marlinist refugees, renewed commitment to peaceful coexistence. The Cornelius Lasky Convention emerged early, a pact to share intelligence in times of crisis, especially in defense of civilian populations. Tensions were never far away. Rumors circulated that pirate leader Archon Delaine would demand a seat at the table. His sudden arrival on March 8th brought controversy. His delegation was granted diplomatic immunity, sparking outrage from some and opportunism from others. But the conference continued. Then, on March 11th, tragedy struck. The Nine Martyrs attack, a coordinated bombing across 9 starports, including Alioth, Akener, and Sol, left hundreds of thousands dead. The summit came to an immediate halt. The Sirius Treaty, the ambitious mutual defense agreement that might have emerged from these talks, died in its cradle. In the chaos that followed, a new accord took shape out of shared grief and necessity: the formation of the Affiliated Counterterrorism Act Unit. Its purpose was to hunt down those responsible and prevent another catastrophe. The superpowers signed on, recognizing that some challenges transcended borders. Pranav Antal watched from the sidelines, reflecting on how quickly hope could be shattered, and how unity could be born through tragedy rather than deliberation. He kept faith that his original proposal had mattered. The idea of the summit, even in failure, showed that peace was a possibility, however fleeting. After the dust settled, delegations retreated. The superpowers returned to politics and conflict as before. Negotiations resumed cautiously, but the memory of a shared table lingered. Utopia, out of the limelight but not forgotten, continued to offer filtered access to its SIM archive, positioning empathy as a tool to bridge alienation. In later speeches, Pranav reminded citizens and alien governments alike that the summit's failure did not nullify its importance. Unity was not a single event to be perfected, but a possibility to be pursued again and again. He held on to belief that one day, memory would not just preserve history, but guide destiny. In the end, the Galactic Summit remained a turning point, less because of what it achieved, and more because it revealed what was at stake. Pranav's invitation had not been a trick, and Utopia's vision of common humanity still pulsed beneath the political surface. The summit of superpowers had been proposed amid turmoil, and though it unraveled, the offer of unity had been made. Whether time would bring it to fruition remained to be seen. Between secretive idealism and public scrutiny, Utopia's expanding influence. In the early years of the 33rd century, Utopia, under the leadership of Simguru Pranav Antal, embarked on a journey to expand its influence beyond its secluded commune. The movement, rooted in the ideals of transcendental technology and collective memory, began to gain attention from the broader galaxy. However, as Utopia's reach extended, it faced the delicate balance between maintaining its secretive nature and responding to the increasing public scrutiny. By 3307, Utopia had established a presence in over 900 systems, with a population exceeding 340 billion. This expansion was not merely territorial but ideological. Utopia's philosophy, emphasizing peace, prosperity, and ethical technological advancement, resonated with many. However, this growth attracted the attention of other factions and powers, leading to both admiration and suspicion. Pranav Antal, while advocating for openness and empathy through shared memory, remained cautious about revealing the full extent of Utopia's capabilities. He often stated, "Some have accused Utopia of being deliberately enigmatic. I disagree. A commune of 100 billion members is far too big to hide, but I have elected to guard our greatest triumphs until humanity is ready to accept them." This sentiment reflected Utopia's approach: to share its innovations selectively, ensuring they were embraced responsibly. Despite this cautious approach, Utopia's advancements were hard to conceal. The SIM archive, a repository of collective memories, became a focal point. Initially, access was limited to Utopian citizens, but by 3304, Pranav authorized controlled sharing with select external parties. This move was met with both intrigue and concern. While some saw it as a step toward greater understanding, others feared the potential misuse of such profound technology. The introduction of Utopia's nanomedicines further intensified the spotlight on the commune. In 3305, the Federation's Vitidine labs began distributing versions of these nanomedicines, leading to accusations from Pranav of intellectual property theft. The ensuing legal battle highlighted the tension between Utopia's desire for secrecy and the galaxy's demand for transparency. The Federation's stance, backed by salvage laws, contrasted sharply with Utopia's ethical considerations, leading to a broader debate on the ownership and dissemination of advanced technologies. Amidst these challenges, Utopia continued its expansion efforts. In 3308, Pranav announced the establishment of fortified systems to protect Utopian ideals from external threats. These strongholds were not just military outposts, but symbols of Utopia's commitment to preserving its way of life. However, the necessity of such defenses raised questions about the commune's openness and its willingness to engage with the broader galaxy. The delicate balance between idealism and scrutiny was further tested when Utopia's influence began to rival that of established powers. By 3311, Utopia had become a significant player in the galactic landscape, with its policies and actions closely monitored by other factions. The once secretive commune was now a subject of public discourse, its every move analyzed and debated. In response, Pranav emphasized the importance of empathy and understanding. He reminded the galaxy that Utopia's mission was not to dominate, but to enlighten. Through innovative technology, we shall create paradise, he proclaimed, reiterating the commune's commitment to ethical advancement. Yet, as Utopia's influence grew, so did the complexities of its position. The line between secretive idealism and public scrutiny became increasingly blurred. Utopia was no longer just a secluded commune, but a beacon of a new way of life, challenging traditional power structures and prompting reflection on the future of humanity. In the years that followed, Utopia continued to navigate this delicate balance. Its expansion was tempered by introspection, ensuring that its ideals remained intact amidst the challenges of a rapidly evolving galaxy. The journey of Utopia, from secretive idealism to public scrutiny, underscored the complexities of pioneering a new path in a universe resistant to change. Legacy and promise, defining humanity's next horizon. By 3311, Simguru Pranav Antal had transformed Utopia from a secluded commune into a galactic movement with over 340 billion members spread across nearly 1,000 systems. Under his leadership, Utopia had not only expanded territorially, but had also become a significant ideological force, advocating for a future where humanity transcended its physical limitations through technology. Yet, as Utopia's influence grew, so did the scrutiny it faced from other factions and powers. Pranav's vision was clear: to elevate humanity by embracing technology that enhanced understanding and empathy. The SIM Archive, a repository of collective memories, was central to this vision. It allowed individuals to experience the lives and emotions of others, fostering a deeper connection among disparate human communities. This technology, however, was not without controversy. Critics questioned the ethical implications of such profound empathy, while others feared the potential misuse of the archive's capabilities. In 3304, a significant legal dispute brought Utopia's technological advancements into the public eye. A shipment of utopian nanomedicines was lost in transit and subsequently salvaged. The Interstellar Health Organization ruled that the salvaged medicines could be legally replicated and distributed, a decision that Pranav condemned as a violation of Utopia's intellectual property. This incident highlighted the challenges Utopia faced in protecting its innovations from exploitation by more commercially driven entities. Despite such challenges, Pranav remained steadfast in his commitment to Utopia's ideals. In 3307, he proposed a diplomatic summit to bring together the leaders of the Federation, Empire, and Alliance to discuss pressing issues such as the Thargoid threat and the Marlinist refugee crisis. While the summit did not result in a lasting peace, it underscored Utopia's role as a mediator and advocate for unity in a fragmented galaxy. Central to Pranav's vision for humanity's future was the Acheron interface, a project aimed at allowing individuals to transfer their consciousness into a digital form. This technology promised a form of immortality, free from the constraints of the physical body. However, it also raised profound questions about identity and the nature of humanity. Critics argued that such a transfer would create a digital copy, not a continuation of the original consciousness, potentially violating galactic laws prohibiting the creation of artificial intelligence. Pranav countered that the Acheron interface was not about creating new life, but about preserving the essence of human experience. As Utopia's influence expanded, so did its responsibilities. The commune established fortified systems to protect its ideals and technologies from external threats. These strongholds served as symbols of Utopia's commitment to safeguarding its vision for humanity's future. However, they also attracted criticism from those who viewed Utopia's growing power with suspicion. In the face of such challenges, Pranav continued to advocate for a future where technology served to unite rather than divide. He emphasized the importance of empathy and understanding, believing that shared experiences could bridge the divides between different factions and species. His efforts to promote unity were not without opposition, but they underscored his unwavering belief in the potential for a harmonious future. Looking ahead, Pranav's legacy is one of ambition and idealism. He sought to redefine what it meant to be human, envisioning a future where technological advancements enhanced the collective experience rather than isolated individuals. Whether Utopia's vision will come to fruition remains uncertain, but Pranav's commitment to his ideals has undeniably left an indelible mark on the galaxy. In the years to come, humanity will face challenges that will test the very foundations of its existence. The questions raised by Utopia's initiatives about identity, empathy, and the role of technology will continue to provoke debate and reflection. As the galaxy moves forward, the legacy of Simguru Pranav Antal and the Utopia movement will serve as a reminder of the potential for technology to shape a more connected and compassionate future. Nakato Kaine, the making of a counselor. Born and raised amid the verdant landscapes of her home system, she emerged as a voice of reason and tradition. By the time the calendar turned to January 3307, she had already held the position of counselor representing Tianisla for nearly 10 years. Her tenure was marked by a reputation for eloquence and conviction, qualities that made her a figurehead of the Old Worlds, the historic heartlands of Alliance civilization. On January 4th, 3307, the Assembly began preparations for the impending election for Prime Minister. It was during this time that she first stepped into the wider limelight. With the current head of government, Edmund Mahon, seeking a second 6-year term, Councillor Kaine emerged as his most formidable challenger. In a political landscape devoid of formal parties, she stood out, her voice firm as she declared that the alliance needed to prioritize trade and internal security over reckless expansion. As winter's edge passed in December 3306, the alliance began receiving waves of Marlinist refugees fleeing from unrest in the empire. While the Prime Minister welcomed them, she cautioned that resources were not limitless. Naturally, we must provide these people with aid, but our resources are finite, she declared. When Mahon proposed postponing the February 3307 election to avoid clashing with the Galactic Summit, the Assembly narrowly approved the delay, rescheduling the vote for May. Kaine decried this as an opportunistic ploy, more befitting a corrupt emperor than a democratic leader, and implicitly cast herself as the defender of proper process and democratic norms. On January 22, 3307, she embarked on a tour of key systems to rally support. In Listi, she issued a public rebuke of the Prime Minister's expansionist policies, warning that they risked provoking further conflict with the alien Thargoids. Our obsession with meta-alloys has transformed us into aggressors, she warned. Her message struck a chord among many who felt the alliance should return to its roots in trade, diplomacy, and mutual defenses, not militaristic overreach. By mid-3307, though the campaign for Prime Minister was underway, it was already evident that Kaine had transformed from a quiet assembly figure into a rallying point for those uneasy about centralized power and external influence. She carried the weight of expectation from the Old Worlds and a growing contingent of assembly members. Though she would ultimately lose the May election, her emergence marked a turning point. Champion of the Old Worlds, a decade in the Assembly. Nakato Kaine's decade-long career in the Assembly is woven with tradition and the measured weight of history. The early years of her tenure, beginning around early 3298, found her quietly building influence within the corridors of power. She quickly became known not only for her unwavering dedication to the Old Worlds, those systems that serve as the Alliance's cultural and historical backbone, but also for her articulate denunciations of policies that, in her view, strayed from the ideals upon which the alliance had been founded. By 3307, Kaine stood at the center of a growing storm. On January 22nd, she was publicly identified as making a robust bid for the Prime Minister's seat. That same year, as the Assembly bowed to pressure and approved a delay of the election from February to May, citing the Galactic Summit, she recoiled. She denounced the move as anti-democratic, an attempt to manipulate civic process in favor of entrenched power. In her words, reserved yet fierce, she invoked a time when the old worlds thrived by consensus, trade, and mutual respect, not by maneuver or entitlement. The situation intensified sharply when, on November 19, 3306, the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army unleashed devastation, bombing starports across 9 key systems and earning the name 9 Martyrs. The resulting humanitarian and political crisis shifted the momentum. Though Prime Minister Mahon would eventually claim victory in the rescheduled election, Kaine's stature was forever changed. She had become the voice of those who felt lost amid ascending militarism and corporate influence. Her platform, grounded in bolstering trade and reinforcing internal security rather than spearheading expansion, carried the weight of 10 years spent understanding the needs of member systems. Even in defeat, her loss in the May 27th election was not the end of her influence. It was the affirmation that her ideas had found resonance across the alliance. Despite the political ebb and flow that typifies such tenures, Kaine's consistency remained her hallmark. Where others veered with the seasons of authority, she remained rooted in the principles that guided her entry into the Assembly a decade prior: steady representation, fiscal responsibility for member systems, and vigilance against both militarism and corporate overreach. The Councilor's challenge: against expansion and corporate influence. From her seat in the Assembly, Councillor Nakato Kaine began 3308 with a renewed sense of urgency. On January 3, 3308, Prime Minister Edmund Mahon unveiled a strategic defense pact between the Alliance and Sirius Corporation, a corporate titan whose influence had been quietly growing for years. Almost immediately, Kaine voiced her alarm. She saw this pact not as a practical solution to rising Thargoid threats, but as a dangerous precedent inviting unchecked corporate sway into Alliance governance. By January 10th, the agreement bore troubling weight. Sirius had secured a seat at the Council of Admirals, represented by Admiral Nicholas Glass. This unprecedented move blurred lines between civilian oversight and corporate priorities. Kaine objected publicly, insisting that such a shift required transparent Assembly approval, not covert accommodations. She warned that the alliance was jeopardizing its sovereign decision-making in order to court corporate efficiency. Matters reached a crisis by January 14th, when Sirius began deploying its megaships across alliance systems: Alioth, Arampox, Riort, and Djian. These arrivals, while presented as bolstering anti-Xeno defenses, felt to Kaine like an occupation, installed without the knowledge of legislatures or member systems. She insisted the treaty's secrecy and executive maneuvering undermined the democratic spirit of the Assembly. Tension erupted in the Riort system. The local Riort mining coalition, aligned with Kaine through their councillor Ainsley Niven, defied Mahon's orders. On January 24, they blockaded the Chariot of Rhea, calling it an illegal intrusion. Skirmishes followed. By February 3rd, Sirius agreed to withdraw. Kaine seized the moment to demand that the agreement be recast as civil legislation, subject to Assembly scrutiny, or else abandoned entirely. The Assembly responded by censuring the Prime Minister on February 25th. Kaine's motion passed. Mahon was formally rebuked for bypassing democratic norms. She pressed further, calling for the Defense Pact to become public law rather than a secret contract. In response to Kaine's summons, Sirius Corporation CEO Yong-Rui appeared before the Assembly on March 9, 3308. He proposed a 3-month trial period for the pact, during which Sirius Corporation would demonstrate its value as a strategic defense partner. At the end of the trial, the alliance would have the option to continue or terminate the agreement. The trial period was a compromise that allowed both sides to assess the viability of the partnership. However, Kaine remained vigilant, continuing to scrutinize the terms and implications of the pact. Her efforts to ensure transparency and accountability in the alliance's dealings with Sirius Corporation underscored her commitment to preserving the alliance's autonomy and democratic principles. Her sustained pressure paid off. In May 3311, the Assembly voted to end the Strategic Defense Pact. Kaine, supported by Councillor Niven of Riort, framed the agreement as an opportunistic ploy for military influence in Alliance space, with eyes on corporate monopolies. The motion passed narrowly, yet decisively, diminishing Sirius's role in Alliance defense and upholding civilian control. Yong-Rui. Born into the dynastic heart of Sirius. Yong-Rui was born in 3198, a direct heir to the Li dynasty, whose influence stretched back to the founding of the Sirius Corporation in 2350. His family's name was synonymous with wealth, power, and vision, their history intertwined with the rise of one of humanity's most dominant corporate powers. From birth, Li was surrounded by the trappings of privilege, but also the unspoken burden of expectation, to uphold and advance the dynasty's hold over the corporate empire it had helped create. His upbringing was a careful balance of opulence and rigorous education. Tutors from across the galaxy were brought in to sharpen his intellect, while his early exposure to corporate decision-making gave him a practical understanding of the galaxy's economic and political currents. The young Li showed an early aptitude for understanding complex systems, an ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. By the time he reached his mid-20s, Yong-Rui had earned doctorates in physics, politics, and economics. These were not ceremonial honors granted to a wealthy heir, but hard-earned achievements that showcased his analytical prowess. In physics, he mastered the mechanics of space travel and resource extraction. In politics, he dissected the power structures that bound systems together. In economics, he built models capable of predicting the rise and fall of markets across light years of distance. This academic foundation prepared him for the unique challenge of managing an empire where corporate strategy and governance were inseparably linked. Immediately after completing his studies, Li joined Sirius Corporation. His rise within its ranks was swift and calculated. At the age of 35, he became Vice President of Forecasting, a position that required him to anticipate economic and political trends across the galaxy. His predictions were renowned for their accuracy, allowing Sirius to move resources and influence with surgical precision. It was during this period that he refined his philosophy on order and chaos, a belief that what most perceived as randomness was merely the product of incomplete understanding. Li argued that every action, no matter how small, could be explained by enlightened self-interest. In his view, there were no irrational actors, only incomplete models. This perspective became the foundation of his leadership style, blending economic pragmatism with a kind of philosophical certainty. He saw governance as a science, one where stability could be engineered with the right incentives and information. In mid-3301, Yong-Rui ascended to the position of CEO of Sirius Corporation, uniting corporate authority with the leadership of Sirius Gov, the political branch overseeing the corporation's territories. Almost immediately, he embarked on ambitious revitalization programs. One of his first major initiatives was a call for osmium, aimed at bolstering the economies of key systems including HIP 8396, Almagest, Sothis, CEOs, and Robigo. Independent pilots from across inhabited space responded, delivering the precious resource in volumes that transformed infrastructure and secured Sirius's influence in those regions. Under Li's leadership, Sirius expanded not only its economic footprint, but also its role as a stabilizing force in contested regions. His ability to project calm authority earned him respect among Sirius citizens and corporate stakeholders alike. Where others saw volatility, he saw opportunity, opportunities that could be shaped and directed towards Sirius's enduring benefit. His specialization in data extrapolation became the cornerstone of his expertise. In an era where the ability to predict future events with accuracy was invaluable, Li's skills were in high demand. He developed sophisticated models that could analyze vast amounts of data, identifying patterns and trends that others might overlook. This ability to foresee potential outcomes allowed him to make informed decisions, positioning him as a visionary in the corporate world. Upon completing his education, Lee was swiftly recruited by the Sirius Corporation. His transition from academia to the corporate sphere was seamless, as his analytical skills and innovative thinking were exactly what the corporation needed. Within a decade, he had risen to the position of Vice President of Forecasting, a role that placed him at the heart of strategic decision-making processes. In this capacity, Lee was responsible for predicting market trends, technological advancements, and political shifts that could impact the corporation's interests. His forecasts were instrumental in guiding the corporation's investments and expansions. His ability to anticipate changes in the galactic landscape allowed Sirius Corporation to maintain its competitive edge and navigate the complexities of interstellar commerce and politics. Lee's approach to forecasting was deeply rooted in his belief in the inherent order of the universe. He viewed chaos as a misinterpretation of incomplete data and believed that with sufficient information, all events could be predicted. This philosophy not only guided his professional endeavors, but also influenced his leadership style. He emphasized the importance of data-driven decision-making and sought to instill this mindset throughout the organization. His tenure as Vice President of Forecasting marked a period of significant growth and stability for the Sirius Corporation. Under his guidance, the corporation expanded its reach, entering new markets and solidifying its presence in existing ones. Lee's strategic foresight ensured that the corporation remained adaptable and resilient in the face of challenges. In recognition of his contributions, Lee was appointed to lead Sirius Gov, the governmental arm of the Sirius Corporation. This role allowed him to apply his forecasting expertise to the governance of systems under the corporation's control. He implemented policies that promoted economic growth, technological advancement, and social stability. Ascension to the helm of Sirius Gov. Yong-Rui's transition from a distinguished academic to the leader of Sirius Gov marked a pivotal moment in the evolution of governance within the Sirius Corporation. By 3301, his reputation as a visionary strategist had solidified, positioning him as the ideal candidate to steer the corporation's governmental arm. Upon assuming the role of CEO of Sirius Gov, Yong-Rui embarked on a mission to redefine the relationship between corporate entities and the systems under their influence. He introduced policies that emphasized self-governance, economic revitalization, and infrastructural development. One of his first initiatives was a call for osmium to revitalize the economies of key systems, including HIP 8396, Almagest, Sothis, CEOs, and Robigo. Independent pilots responded to this appeal, delivering the precious resource and facilitating the construction of new starports and the rejuvenation of local economies. Lee's approach to governance was characterized by a blend of data-driven decision-making and a deep understanding of human behavior. He viewed the universe as inherently orderly and believed that with sufficient data, all events could be predicted. This philosophy underpinned his strategies, allowing him to navigate the complexities of interstellar politics with precision. His leadership was instrumental during periods of galactic tension. In 3306, as the Federation and Empire grappled with the Marlinist refugee crisis, Lee intervened with a proposal to house the Marlinists in new colonies within unclaimed systems, granting them self-governance. This initiative not only alleviated the immediate crisis, but also showcased his ability to turn potential conflicts into opportunities for expansion and diplomatic success. Yong-Rui's ascension to the helm of Sirius Gov was more than a career advancement. It was a strategic move that reshaped the governance of a vast interstellar corporation. His tenure has been marked by a commitment to order, foresight, and the belief that with the right data, the future can be shaped to ensure prosperity and stability across the stars. Rescuing Antares, salvage, truth, and technological hope. Few events have cast as long a shadow as the disappearance of the Antares in 3251. This innovative passenger liner, heralded as a marvel of engineering, vanished during its maiden voyage, leaving behind only fragmented data and a tarnished reputation. By 3302, advancements in scanning technology had reached a point where the impossible seemed within reach. Yong-Rui, then CEO of SiriusGov, recognized an opportunity not only to uncover the fate of the Antares, but also to restore the corporation's standing in the eyes of the galaxy. He initiated a comprehensive search, appealing to independent pilots to assist in locating any remnants of the lost vessel. The response was overwhelming, with thousands of tons of debris delivered to Davy Dock in the Procyon system. According to Sirius Corp's analysis of recovered pieces of the wreckage, the malfunction that caused the ship's destruction was more likely than not simply the result of a tragic accident. In July 3302, Sirius Corporation unveiled a memorial to honor the victims of the Antares incident, crafted by renowned artist Delvin Horgan. This gesture not only paid tribute to those lost, but also marked a turning point in the corporation's narrative, a shift from tragedy to resilience. Yong-Rui's handling of the Antares affair exemplified his leadership philosophy, viewing the universe as inherently orderly and believing that with sufficient data, all events could be predicted. Forging prosperity, osmium appeals, and Marlinist colonies. In the early 3300s, Sirius Corporation, under the leadership of Yong-Rui, faced the challenge of revitalizing its expanding territories. The systems of HIP 8396, Almagest, Sothis, CEOs, and Robigo had recently been incorporated into the corporation's domain. To stimulate economic growth and infrastructure development in these regions, Yong-Rui initiated a strategic campaign in August 3301, appealing to independent pilots to deliver osmium to HIP 8396. The response was overwhelming, with vast quantities of the precious metal transported, leading to the construction of new starports and the revitalization of local economies. This initiative not only bolstered the corporation's economic standing, but also demonstrated Yong-Rui's adeptness at leveraging resource mobilization to achieve strategic objectives. In December 3306, as tensions escalated between the Federation and the Empire over the Marlinist refugee crisis, Lee proposed a solution that would both alleviate the crisis and expand Sirius Corporation's influence. He suggested the establishment of independent colonies for Marlinist refugees in unclaimed systems. The proposal was met with approval from both the Federation and the Empire. By December 17, 3306, the necessary supplies for the colonies had been gathered and construction commenced. The first 8 colonies were completed by January 14, 3307, providing a haven for over 800 million Marlinist refugees. These colonies were self-governed, adhering to the Republican ideals of Marlinism, and established a representative democracy with an elected first minister. The successful establishment of the Marlinist colonies not only provided a solution to a galactic crisis, but also showcased Yong-Rui's ability to turn a potential conflict into an opportunity for expansion and diplomatic success. Hosting the Galactic Summit, sovereignty without superpowers. In the early months of 3307, the galaxy stood at a crossroads. Tensions between the superpowers, the Federation, Empire, and Alliance, had reached a boiling point, and the need for a neutral ground to foster dialogue became undeniable. Simguru Pranav Antal of Utopia proposed hosting a galactic summit, aiming to provide a platform for peaceful negotiations. However, Yong-Rui, CEO of Sirius Corporation, saw an opportunity to assert his corporation's influence on the galactic stage. On January 18, 3307, Lee issued a counterproposal, suggesting that Sirius Corporation host the summit. He argued that his organization possessed the logistical capabilities and security infrastructure necessary to ensure the safety and success of such a high-profile event. His proposal was met with skepticism by some, but garnered significant support from independent factions and neutral parties who viewed Sirius Corporation as a stabilizing force amid the superpowers' rivalries. The decision was put to a vote, with both Sirius Corporation and Utopia collecting data to demonstrate their preparedness. By January 28th, it was announced that Sirius Corporation had secured the hosting rights, having accumulated more data than Utopia. This victory was not just a testament to Sirius Corporation's resources, but also to Yong-Rui's strategic acumen in navigating the complex political landscape. The summit was scheduled to commence on February 25th, 3307, at Patterson Enterprise in the Sirius system. To ensure the event's success, Lee implemented a unique security arrangement. Each week of the summit would be overseen by a different superpower: the Federation, the Empire, and the Alliance. This approach was designed to foster cooperation among the superpowers and to demonstrate Sirius Corporation's neutrality and diplomatic prowess. However, the summit was not without controversy. On March 4th, 3307, Archon Delaine, the notorious pirate lord, arrived at the summit with a delegation from the Kumo crew. His unexpected presence sparked outrage among several delegates, leading to protests and walkouts. Critics accused Yong-Rui of compromising the summit's integrity by allowing a known criminal to participate. In response, Lee defended his decision, stating that the inclusion of all voices, even those from the fringes of galactic society, was essential for comprehensive dialogue. Despite the challenges, the summit continued, and on March 11th, 3307, the superpowers agreed to the Cornelius-Lasky Convention. This treaty established protocols for sharing information on large-scale threats to civilian populations, including environmental, medical, and xenological crises. The agreement marked a significant step toward inter-superpower cooperation and highlighted the effectiveness of neutral mediation. The summit concluded on a note of cautious optimism. While not all issues were resolved, the event demonstrated that diplomacy, even in a galaxy rife with conflict, could yield tangible results. In the aftermath, some analysts speculated that the summit was part of a broader strategy by Yong-Rui to elevate Sirius Corporation's status. Defense through diplomacy, anti-xenopacts, and public reassurance. In the face of escalating Thargoid incursions and the growing need for interstellar unity, Yong-Rui, CEO of Sirius Corporation, recognized an opportunity to position his organization as a stabilizing force in galactic defense. His approach was not through military might, but through strategic alliances and diplomatic engagement, aiming to bolster public confidence and assert Sirius Corporation's role as a key player in safeguarding humanity. In early 3308, the Alliance of Independent Systems found itself grappling with the increasing threat of Thargoid aggression. Prime Minister Edmund Mahon sought to enhance the Alliance's defense capabilities by exploring partnerships with external entities. Recognizing the potential benefits, Yong-Rui proposed a strategic defense pact between Sirius Corporation and the Alliance, offering advanced technology and logistical support to bolster the Alliance Defense Forces, ADF, anti-xeno operations. The proposal was met with both interest and skepticism within the Alliance Assembly. Concerns were raised about the implications of allowing a corporate entity to exert influence over military matters. In response, Yong-Rui addressed the Assembly directly, emphasizing the importance of a trial period to assess the effectiveness of the partnership. He stated, "To share its details before the Alliance can experience its benefits may lead to hasty decisions. Instead, we propose that Sirius Corporation is provided with an opportunity to demonstrate how we can enhance Allied security against the Thargoids." After deliberation, the Alliance Assembly agreed to a 3-month probationary period for the pact, allowing both parties to evaluate its effectiveness. This decision was seen as a cautious step toward collaboration, balancing the need for enhanced defense capabilities with the desire to maintain the Alliance's sovereignty. During the trial period, Sirius Corporation provided the Alliance with advanced anti-xeno technologies, including specialized ship configurations and weaponry. These resources were integrated into the ADF's operations, resulting in improved coordination and effectiveness in combating Thargoid threats. The partnership also facilitated joint training exercises and intelligence sharing, strengthening the alliance's overall defense posture. Despite the successes, the collaboration was not without controversy. Some factions within the alliance expressed concerns about the growing influence of Sirius Corporation, fearing that the corporation's involvement in military affairs could undermine the alliance's democratic principles. These factions called for increased transparency and oversight to ensure that the partnership did not compromise the alliance's autonomy. In response to these concerns, Yong-Rui reaffirmed Sirius Corporation's commitment to supporting the alliance without overstepping its bounds. He emphasized that the corporation's role was to provide assistance and expertise, not to assume control. Sirius Corporation's involvement is solely to enhance the alliance's capabilities, he stated. We respect the alliance's sovereignty and are here to support, not to lead. The trial period concluded with a review by the Alliance Assembly, which acknowledged the benefits of the partnership, but also highlighted areas for improvement. While the pact was not renewed, the collaboration set a precedent for future cooperation between independent corporations and interstellar governments in addressing common threats. The model of governance, order, data, and the legacy of Yong-Rui. Yong-Rui's tenure as CEO of Sirius Corporation and head of Sirius Gov marked a transformative era in galactic governance. His vision, rooted in the belief that all human behavior could be predicted and managed through data, reshaped the way societies interacted with power and authority. Jerome Archer, from Nueva Vista officer to federal vanguard. Jerome Archer's journey began not in high offices or war rooms, but on the ground, among the fractured neighborhoods and turbulent precincts of Nueva Vista. As a law enforcement officer, he was shaped by the raw reality of Federation urban life. Shifting alliances, quiet deals, and violent outbursts that could turn a peaceful district into a war zone by nightfall. He developed a reputation for calm under pressure, unshakable focus, and a firm but calculated grip on public order. His ambition, however, was never content with the boundaries of a single city. Over time, his capabilities caught the attention of higher authorities, and Archer transitioned into federal intelligence work. The exact details of this move remain buried within classified records, but by the early 3300s, he was operating within the ranks of the Federal Intelligence Agency. There, he quickly rose through the command structure, gaining a strategic view of the Federation's vast security apparatus. His ascent took a pivotal turn in March of 3307, when a terrorist bombing at Liqing Geo Station in the Seoul system claimed the lives of multiple government officials, including Vice President Brad Mitchell. The Federation was shaken, public confidence wavered, and President Zachary Hudson needed a stabilizing figure who could project strength without compromising control. He appointed Archer as the new vice president, an unorthodox but calculated move that shocked some and reassured others. In his first address to Congress, he made it clear, national security would no longer be reactive. The days of waiting for enemies to strike first were over. What followed was the Domestic Counterterrorism Act, drafted and championed under Archer's guidance. Passed swiftly under the weight of national mourning and fear, it granted sweeping powers to federal agencies. It was not just legislation, it was transformation. Surveillance, once restrained by political caution, became embedded within the daily machinery of government. Archer oversaw the establishment of the Proactive Detection Bureau, a body empowered to scan and intercept civilian communications across the Federation. The system was built on a fusion of advanced algorithms and human review teams, designed to detect extremist planning or terror-linked conversations. For many, it marked a new age of security. For others, the beginning of a slide into authoritarianism. Initial results gave Archer powerful leverage. Within months, thousands of suspected operatives were detained. Plots were interrupted before they could materialize. News outlets reported arrests across major systems. The Bureau had become a living shield, one that saw what others could not. Archer's approval ratings surged in sectors long plagued by unrest and lawlessness. Business leaders, transport unions, and frontier governors publicly praised the return of stability. But resistance grew just as quickly. Critics, including many from the Liberal Party and independent factions, decried the act as unconstitutional and its consequences dangerous. Protests flared. Some factions even formally withdrew from the Federation, accusing its leadership of abandoning core principles. Archer stood unmoved. To him, freedom without security was illusion. He repeatedly emphasized that the measures were emergency tools, necessary responses to exceptional threats. The threat, in his view, was not merely military, but ideological. Despite growing opposition, Archer's political position only strengthened. His background gave him a rare credibility. A man who had walked the beat, overseen intelligence operations, and now steered policy from the very top. He was not born into power. He had built it by April of 3309. With President Hudson stepping down, Archer launched his own presidential campaign. At a rally on Nanamam 2, he stood before thousands and invoked his past with deliberate force. From my days as a cop on the streets of Nueva Vista to director of the Federal Intelligence Agency, I have worked hard to increase security for all citizens. His message was simple: he would finish what he started. Though he ultimately lost the election to Felicia Winters in October 3309, Archer's influence did not fade. As shadow president, he remained a powerful figure in Congress and retained vast sway over Republican loyalists. He continued to expand his control over hundreds of star systems, offering rewards to those who aligned with his authority and championing policies designed to project federal might deeper into independent space. Ascension after the Lavigny tragedy on March 11, 3307, Lavigny Station, one of the Federation's most critically strategic orbital hubs, was devastated by coordinated Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army bombings. The Vice President, Brad Mitchell, along with several federal cabinet members, perished as their meeting was underway. The violence struck simultaneously across 9 starports, igniting shock and grief across human space. In the days that followed, President Hudson and his remaining leadership faced a fragile federal structure collapsing under emotional and terrorist pressure. Within 2 weeks, they moved swiftly. On March 24, 3307, Jerome Archer was appointed vice president. In his first congressional address, Archer declared that the Federation could no longer afford to play defense. He proclaimed a full shift in strategy, preventative, not reactive enforcement. He personally authored emergency legislation to fundamentally recalibrate national security protocols. The Domestic Counterterrorism Act, drafted and presented within days, passed with overwhelming support amid mourning and fear. Within a week of his appointment, he had enacted sweeping powers granting agencies the ability to monitor civilian communications nationwide. By late March, the Proactive Detection Bureau was operational under Archer's direction. Algorithmic systems streamed data to review centers, flagging potential extremist activity for human curation. Within weeks, suspected cells were neutralized. One such cell, aimed at a federal transport corridor, was intercepted before any attack could be mounted. The Bureau's early success became the centerpiece for Archer's public justification. Vigilance had replaced vulnerability. By mid-April 3307, the station at Lavigny, once consumed by fire, had been fully repaired. Yet the psychological scars persisted. Public discourse shifted. Security, once taken for granted, became the new benchmark for leadership. Archer's image, built from enforcement experience and tactical acumen, served as proof he was neither politician nor bureaucrat, but guardian. For his political opponents, however, the concerns were existential. Shadow President Felicia Winters and her allies framed Archer's system as a door to permanent surveillance, a sea change in federal governance that mirrored a regime more concerned with control than service. Pressure mounted for legislative oversight, but during closed-door sessions Archer successfully maintained executive powers, referring to the security crisis as unprecedented. The autumn of 3307 saw Archer, achieve a tacit political consolidation of influence. As vice president, he represented continuity with the previous administration. But as security czar, he also charted new doctrine, a federation where threats would be hunted before they surfaced. His rise was cemented by a narrative of competence under crisis. The battle over privacy. Praise and condemnation collide. In the months following the launch of the Proactive Detection Bureau, the Federation found itself deeply divided between those who praised the newfound security and those who feared the erosion of privacy. When the Bureau began operations on April 6, 3307, it immediately set about scanning civilian communications, employing advanced algorithms to identify suspicious patterns and escalating potential threats for human review. Within weeks, several terrorist plots were uncovered and disrupted, arrests made, and lives saved. Governors of frontier systems, long plagued by piracy and unrest, welcomed the calm that followed. Traders and business leaders hailed the renewed stability along trade routes, while many citizens expressed relief at feeling safer after years of insecurity. This wave of approval, however, was met by equally fervent opposition. From the outset, civil rights advocates and political leaders voiced deep concerns over the sweeping surveillance powers granted to federal agencies. They argued that such pervasive monitoring violated fundamental privacy rights and could easily be abused. High-profile figures denounced the Bureau's operations as unconstitutional, warning that the Federation was sliding toward authoritarianism. Several factions even took steps to sever ties with the Federation, citing the loss of personal freedoms and the creeping expansion of state control. By mid-year, opposition intensified. Several star systems formally declared independence, decrying the Bureau as a tool not of protection but of repression. Critics pointed to cases where individuals with no history of violence were detained solely for expressing dissenting opinions. Archer defended the Bureau vigorously, insisting that all monitoring was conducted within strict legal parameters and focused only on credible threats. In congressional debates, he emphasized the need to prioritize safety over abstract notions of privacy, reminding lawmakers that security was a prerequisite for freedom. Voices from outside the Federation added to the criticism. Allied powers and the Empire alike accused the Federation of overreach, branding the Bureau's methods as excessive and dangerous precedents. Yet Archer remained steadfast. He portrayed the Bureau as a pioneering innovation that had successfully prevented bloodshed and restored order to troubled regions. The legal landscape grew complicated as corporations and trade groups challenged the Bureau's access to private communications. Allegations surfaced that federal security was being leveraged to benefit commercial interests. Archer dismissed such claims as distractions, focusing instead on the protection of innocent lives. Public opinion became sharply divided. Polls showed a fragile majority willing to accept limited sacrifices in privacy for the sake of security, while other communities remained resolute in their defense of civil liberties. Throughout the debate, Archer's refrain was clear. Without security, there is no privacy. His opponents countered with a warning. Surrendering freedom for protection ultimately leads to the loss of both. The arrest of Jupiter's Wrath leaders brought both vindication and controversy. Archer hailed the strikes as proof of the Bureau's effectiveness, but reports of detentions based on ideological suspicion rather than concrete acts of violence sparked fresh protests. Questions were raised about due process and transparency, with critics alleging that secrecy surrounding the Bureau's methods allowed abuses to go unchecked. When Felicia Winters assumed the presidency, she moved swiftly to dismantle the surveillance structure. Declaring the Domestic Counterterrorism Act illegal and unconstitutional, she ordered the shutdown of the Proactive Detection Bureau and called for a full repeal of emergency powers. Archer, now leading the opposition as shadow president, warned that such moves endangered the Federation's hard-won stability and left it vulnerable to threats both foreign and domestic. Defeat and rebirth, from vice president to shadow presidency. After a fiercely contested campaign, Jerome Archer had been narrowly defeated by Felicia Winters in the 3309 federal presidential election. Having served as vice president under Zachary Hudson, Archer had positioned himself as the Republican Party's candidate and a leading voice for a security-first federation. The loss marked a significant setback, but it did not signal the end of his influence. In the months following the election, Archer transitioned into the role of shadow president. Though this position held no executive power, it granted him a platform to lead the opposition and challenge the new administration's policies. Early on, Archer made it clear that his vision for the Federation remained unchanged. He praised Winters for running a clean campaign, but expressed serious doubts about her ability to maintain order in the face of persistent threats. He warned that dismantling critical security programs, such as the Proactive Detection Bureau, would leave the Federation vulnerable to terrorism and civil unrest. During his tenure as shadow president, Archer dedicated himself to rallying the Republican Party and preserving its role as a counterbalance in federal politics. He frequently highlighted what he perceived as the weaknesses of Winters' administration, particularly in the realms of security and defense. Despite these efforts, Archer struggled to regain the presidency amid shifting political tides. Many citizens favored Winters' more liberal policies and her promises of restoring privacy and reducing surveillance. In the years that followed, Archer continued to advocate for a robust security apparatus and a proactive stance against threats to stability. Building a republic in exile, power over 800 systems. By the time Jerome Archer assumed the role of shadow president in late 3310, his influence had expanded far beyond the Federation's capital worlds. From his base on Nanamam, he led a powerful political movement controlling more than 800 star systems, encompassing a population approaching 500 billion people. This vast expanse, known as the Federal Republic, was the embodiment of Archer's vision, a bastion of security, order, and federal authority amid an increasingly fragmented galaxy. The Federal Republic was no mere alliance of convenience. It was a carefully structured network of territories, organized by strength and strategic importance. Within its reach were 85 strongholds, systems heavily fortified and central to military and political command. Around 180 additional systems were classified as fortified zones, equipped with enhanced defenses and serving as buffers against hostile factions. The remaining 600-plus systems fell under an exploited category, where the Republic maintained control primarily through economic and political influence. This intricate system of governance allowed Archer's faction to project power far beyond traditional boundaries, asserting dominance across vast regions of space. Integral to maintaining this sprawling domain was the Federal Republic Command, a coalition that united military, political, and civilian groups under Archer's leadership. Coordinating across diverse organizations, the command ensured seamless communication and joint operations among its members. The combined efforts of these groups sustained the Republic's strength, enabling it to respond rapidly to emerging threats and expand its influence by undermining rival powers. The Republic's military backbone was reinforced by a number of dedicated squadrons and factions, such as the Federal Republican Guard and the 42nd Federal Fleet. These forces played critical roles in securing contested systems, defending against insurgencies, and conducting offensive operations when necessary. Their presence not only bolstered regional security, but also signaled to allies and adversaries alike the seriousness and determination of Archer's movement. Despite persistent opposition from rival political factions and external powers, Archer's leadership remained unwavering. His commitment to a strong federal government that prioritized security and stability shaped every aspect of the Republic's policies. Under his direction, the Federal Republic pursued a dual strategy, consolidating control over existing systems while cultivating strategic alliances to broaden its sphere of influence. Rank rewards and allegiance, loyalty forged through incentives. Archer introduced a system of rank-based rewards designed to cultivate loyalty and motivate active participation among his supporters. The structure was crafted to not only reward dedication, but to also strengthen the Federal Republic's grip on its vast territories and ensure sustained allegiance from its followers. At the heart of Archer's system was a clear progression path. Supporters who pledged loyalty to the Federal Republic could ascend through a hierarchy of ranks, each tier unlocking increasingly valuable benefits. From the earliest stages, participants were granted tangible advantages that reinforced their commitment. Basic incentives included reductions in the costs associated with ship rebuy after destruction within Federal Republic-controlled space, easing the financial burden on loyal pilots and operatives. As individuals climbed higher in rank, they gained access to more significant rewards. These included increased bounty payouts for targeting hostile forces, as well as discounts on weapon modules and other critical ship components when operating within Federal Republic jurisdictions. Such benefits empowered supporters to operate more efficiently and aggressively, further expanding the faction's influence while promoting a culture of mutual support and cooperation. Beyond economic advantages, the Federal Republic made available exclusive power modules at advanced ranks, granting supporters tactical tools designed to bolster combat effectiveness and strategic flexibility. Coordinating these efforts was the Federal Republic Command, a coalition of military and civilian groups working in concert to ensure seamless execution of the faction's objectives. Through coordinated communication channels and community platforms, the command facilitated collaboration among supporters spread across hundreds of systems. The Federal Republic also relied heavily on the commitment of allied squadrons and factions, including the Federal Republican Guard and the 42nd Federal Fleet. These groups played vital roles in defending federal territories, disrupting rival powers, and securing new systems. Archer's system of rank rewards and allegiance proved to be a powerful tool in forging a cohesive and motivated base. Loyalty was incentives not only through ideological alignment, but through tangible, practical benefits that directly enhanced the lives and effectiveness of supporters. This blending of principle with pragmatism created a durable bond between the Federal Republic and its constituents, ensuring that Archer's vision for a secure and united federation remained viable and influential.
Felicia Winters, from Taylor Colony to the Federation. Tau Ceti, located approximately 11.9 light-years from Sol, was humanity's first extrasolar colony, established in 2151. The system's second planet, later named Taylor Colony, boasted a human-breathable atmosphere and indigenous life, making it an ideal candidate for colonization. The discovery of alien life forms on Tau Ceti II further underscored the system's importance. The planet's surface is predominantly covered by crops, reflecting its agricultural prominence. Felicia Winters was born on Taylor Colony, Tau Ceti, in 3229. Her family was deeply rooted in the planet's socio-economic fabric, with ties to both the agricultural sectors and emerging technological industries. From a young age, Felicia exhibited a keen intellect and an insatiable curiosity about the universe. Her early education was a blend of local traditions and advanced scientific teachings. Excelling in her studies, Felicia secured a scholarship to the prestigious University of Tau Ceti, where she majored in political science and interstellar relations. During her university years, Felicia was actively involved in student governance and advocacy groups. She championed causes related to social justice, equitable resource distribution, and the ethical implications of space exploration. A few years after graduating, Felicia joined the Sirius Corporation, a conglomerate with vast interests in space exploration, technology, and infrastructure development. Her role involved liaising between corporate projects and local communities. Felicia's tenure at Sirius Corporation exposed her to the broader political and economic challenges facing the Federation. Witnessing firsthand the disparities between different colonies in the central systems, she became increasingly motivated to effect change on a larger scale. In 3273, she made the pivotal decision to enter politics, aligning herself with the Liberal Party, known for its progressive stance on social issues and advocacy for individual freedoms. Felicia's initial foray into politics saw her elected as a representative for Taylor Colony in the federal Congress. Her corporate experience and grassroots upbringing allowed her to bridge the gap between diverse constituencies. She quickly gained a reputation for her pragmatic approach, dedication to her constituents, and unwavering commitment to the Federation's core principles. Throughout her early political career, Felicia championed several key initiatives, social welfare programs. She advocated for policies that ensured basic living standards for all Federation citizens, emphasizing healthcare, education, and housing. Ethical technological development. Drawing from her corporate background, Felicia pushed for regulations that promoted innovation while safeguarding individual rights and environmental sustainability. Interstellar diplomacy. Recognizing the importance of peaceful coexistence, she worked towards strengthening diplomatic ties with independent systems and potential allies. Felicia's journey was not without obstacles. The political landscape of the Federation was fraught with partisan divisions, corporate lobbying, and external threats. However, her integrity, resilience, and ability to navigate complex political terrains solidified her standing as a formidable leader. A shift to politics. Winters' entry into the federal arena. Felicia Winters' transition from the corporate sector to the political sphere marked a pivotal moment in her career. In 3300, following the election of Zemeena Halsey as president of the Federation, Winters' political career ascended to new heights. Recognized for her dedication and expertise, she was appointed Secretary of State, a role that positioned her at the heart of the Federation's executive branch. In this capacity, Winters was responsible for overseeing foreign affairs and maintaining diplomatic relations with other interstellar powers, including the Empire and the Alliance. Her tenure as Secretary of State was marked by a commitment to diplomacy and the promotion of the Federation's democratic values on the galactic stage. As Secretary of State, Winters was instrumental in several key initiatives. She advocated for peaceful resolutions to interstellar conflicts, emphasizing diplomacy over military intervention. Her efforts were particularly notable in fostering stronger ties with independent systems, aiming to expand the Federation's influence through mutual cooperation rather than coercion. The administration's challenges were further compounded by a decline in public support. On April 12, 3301, Galpol reported that President Halsey's approval rating had plummeted to 16%, the lowest ever recorded for a sitting federal president. In an effort to reconnect with the Federation's frontier systems and address their concerns, Halsey announced a goodwill tour on April 28, 3301. This tour aimed to strengthen ties with distant colonies and reaffirm the Federation's commitment to all its citizens. Crisis and leadership. The aftermath of Starship One's disappearance. On May 26, 3301, the Federation was shaken to its core. Starship One, the presidential vessel carrying President Zemeena Halsey and Vice President Ethan Naylor, vanished without a trace while en route to the frontier. What was meant to be a goodwill tour, to reconnect with the distant systems, became one of the greatest tragedies in recent history. The disappearance left the Federation without its highest leaders, creating a political and institutional crisis that demanded immediate action. Felicia Winters, serving as Secretary of State at the time, was the next in line of succession. At precisely 1500 Galactic Standard Time, she was sworn in as acting president. There was no time for ceremony or hesitation. The moment required decisive leadership, and Winters found herself at the center of an unfolding catastrophe. As emergency meetings were called, she had to contend with not only the disappearance itself, but also the looming instability within the Federation. The first priority was locating Starship One. A massive search effort was launched across multiple systems, involving Federal Navy assets, independent pilots, and corporate partners. Hopes of finding survivors dwindled as hours turned into days, and days into weeks. Investigations suggested a catastrophic failure of the ship's frameshift drive, leading to an explosion that scattered debris across an uncharted region of space. While the official reports pointed to a tragic accident, theories of sabotage and foul play spread rapidly, fueling speculation and deepening public anxiety. The political fallout was immediate. The Federation's government, already fractured by ideological divides, found itself in turmoil. The Republican faction, led by Shadow President Zachary Hudson, saw an opportunity to challenge the Liberal administration. While Winters worked tirelessly to maintain stability, Hudson called for a vote of no confidence in Halsey's leadership, despite her disappearance. The timing of the vote on June 2, 3301, left little room for debate, and the motion passed overwhelmingly. With the presidency effectively declared vacant, Hudson was sworn in as the new leader of the Federation. Winters, having held the office of acting president for only a few days, transitioned to the role of shadow president, leading the opposition. Her brief tenure at the helm left a lasting impression, solidifying her position as a leader capable of navigating crises with composure and resolve. She refused to let the tragedy be used solely as a political tool, calling for unity and a renewed focus on the needs of the people rather than the ambitions of individual factions. The loss of President Halsey sent ripples across the Federation. Many citizens had seen her as a voice for those living in the outer colonies, a president who sought to bridge the divide between the core worlds and the neglected frontier. Her absence left a void that no immediate successor could fill. Vigils were held across numerous starports, with citizens lighting beacons in remembrance of the fallen president and those lost with her. Even in the face of political infighting, the people of the Federation demonstrated a rare moment of unity, mourning the loss of their leader. As the months passed, the mystery surrounding Starship One's disappearance remained unresolved. Although official reports concluded that the accident was the result of a drive malfunction, independent investigations raised questions. Some suggested that tampering or sabotage could not be ruled out. Others speculated that Halsey's increasingly unorthodox views and policies had made her a target. Whispers of conspiracy echoed through political circles, but no concrete evidence was ever presented. Shadow Presidency, navigating opposition under Hudson's administration. When Zachary Hudson was sworn in as president of the Federation on June 2, 3301, the political landscape shifted dramatically. With the Liberal Party ousted from executive power, Felicia Winters found herself in the role of shadow president, leading the opposition against a government that embodied the very ideals she had spent her career resisting. Though her tenure as acting president had been brief, it had solidified her status as a leader capable of guiding the Federation through crisis. Now, she faced a different challenge, holding the Hudson administration accountable. Winters quickly became the leading voice of resistance against Hudson's policies, particularly his aggressive military expansion and corporate-friendly economic agenda. The new president wasted no time in shifting priorities, directing vast resources into bolstering the Federal Navy and asserting the Federation's dominance in contested systems. He pursued a doctrine of strength, securing military alliances and tightening control over border territories. Winters, in contrast, advocated for a more diplomatic approach, warning that unchecked militarization would only escalate tensions with rival superpowers. Her opposition was particularly vocal when Hudson's administration pushed for increased corporate autonomy in late 3301, loosening regulations that had previously protected workers and small businesses from the overwhelming influence of megacorporations. Winters denounced these measures as a betrayal of the Federation's core values, arguing that the government's duty was to its people, not to corporate interests. She rallied support from independent system governors and trade unions, emphasizing that economic strength should be built on the well-being of the population, not just the wealth of the elite. By early 3302, tensions between the Liberal and Republican factions had intensified. The administration's focus on security and military intervention led to increased federal Navy deployments, including operations to assert control over independent systems, where Federation influence was waning. Winters criticized these actions as reckless, warning that forced intervention would only breed resentment and resistance. Despite her efforts to push for diplomatic solutions, Hudson's government moved forward with expansionist policies, securing key systems under the pretext of maintaining order and protecting federal interests. Despite facing a strong Republican majority, Winters managed to block several legislative proposals that she viewed as harmful to the Federation's democratic institutions. One of her most notable successes came in late 3302, when she led a coalition to prevent the privatization of key infrastructure projects, arguing that handing essential services over to corporate control would undermine the Federation's long-term stability. Though the Hudson administration continued to push for corporate-driven policies, Winters and her allies ensured that certain safeguards remained in place to protect citizens from complete economic exploitation. Her tenure as shadow president was not without challenges. Internal divisions within the Liberal Party occasionally threatened to weaken her position, as some members advocated for a more conciliatory approach toward Hudson's government. However, Winters remained steadfast in her convictions, refusing to compromise on the core principles of her party. She understood that true leadership was not about immediate victories, but about laying the foundation for future change. The road to presidency, campaigns and electoral strategies. Felicia Winters' journey to the highest office in the Federation was neither straightforward nor easily won. It was a road paved with intense political battles, strategic alliances, and a deep commitment to the ideals of the Liberal Party. The first signs of Winters' ambition for the presidency appeared in 3302, when she had already established herself as the de facto leader of the opposition, taking on the role of shadow president. The Liberal Party's struggles during Hudson's first term as president, particularly in the face of the aggressive Republican agenda, set the stage for a more determined push toward the presidency. Winters knew that in order to lead the Federation, she would need to unite the various factions within the Liberal Party, which had often been fragmented by differing policy preferences and regional priorities. She spent much of 3303 and 3304 forging alliances with senators, governors, and influential figures who shared her vision of a federation that balanced military might with social justice, economic fairness, and respect for the rule of law. By this point, Hudson's popularity was beginning to wane, particularly as the Federation's military expansion led to escalating tensions with rival factions, and as the federal economy continued to favor megacorporations over the common citizen. With an election on the horizon, Winters saw an opportunity to challenge Hudson's increasingly authoritarian style of leadership. Her message of restoring democratic integrity and social responsibility resonated deeply with those who felt disconnected from the current administration's focus on military dominance and corporate favoritism. Her strategy also included a significant media presence, which allowed her to directly challenge the narrative put forth by the Hudson administration. Winters became known for her eloquent speeches and her ability to articulate the frustrations of the common people, highlighting the injustices perpetuated by the Federation's growing dependence on corporate power. Her use of data-driven campaigns and her extensive outreach to independent systems set her apart from other political figures, allowing her to build a more diverse coalition than had previously been possible for the Liberal Party. The final stages of the campaign were fiercely contested, as Hudson's Republicans dug in their heels, determined to hold on to power. The election became a referendum on the Federation's future, one that pitted Winters' vision of a more inclusive, democratic, and socially responsible Federation against Hudson's increasingly authoritarian and militaristic vision. As the election date approached, the political tensions reached a boiling point, with both parties accusing the other of corruption and dishonesty. When the votes were finally tallied, the results were decisive. Felicia Winters had won the presidency of the Federation. As she assumed office in 3310, Winters faced the daunting task of fulfilling the promises made during her campaign. Her road to the presidency had been long and difficult, but her victory was a testament to her ability to connect with the people and her unwavering belief in the potential of the Federation. A new era, Winters' inauguration and early initiatives. On the 1st of January, 3310, Felicia Winters stood at the steps of the federal presidential palace, surrounded by thousands of cheering citizens who had gathered to witness the historic moment of her inauguration. The Federation had just elected its first female president. Her victory had shattered the dominance of the Republican Party under Zachary Hudson, and now, with the weight of office upon her, she was tasked with guiding the Federation through a period of significant internal and external challenges. Winters immediately set to work, laying out her vision for the future of the Federation in her early initiatives. One of her first priorities was to restore the Federation's commitment to diplomacy, both within its own borders and in its dealings with the larger galactic community. In the first months of her presidency, she began a series of diplomatic missions aimed at strengthening the Federation's relationships with other major factions, including the Alliance and the Empire. Unlike her predecessor, President Hudson, who favored militaristic solutions, Winters was determined to prevent conflict wherever possible and foster peaceful cooperation among the galaxy's major powers. In her first address to the Federal Congress on the 17th of January, 3310, Winters called for a reorganization of the Federation's defense priorities, urging the military to focus on defensive strategies rather than aggressive expansion. She proposed a substantial reduction in military spending, redirecting the funds to public health, education, and infrastructure programs. Winters firmly believed that the Federation's strength lay not in its ability to dominate through force, but in its capacity to inspire and lead through diplomacy and the example of its commitment to justice. Her next major initiative, announced in February 3310, was the creation of a comprehensive social welfare program designed to address the inequalities that had become more pronounced during the latter years of the Hudson administration. While these policies were well received by many, they were not without their challenges. The cost of implementing such expansive social programs was high, and the Federation's budget was already under strain from previous military expenditures. Winters faced stiff opposition from conservative factions within the Senate, who argued that the Federation could not afford such initiatives without jeopardizing its security. Despite this, Winters stood firm, arguing that a prosperous federation was one where the needs of its people were met, and where the pursuit of wealth was balanced by a responsibility to care for the less fortunate. Winters' early months in office also saw significant strides in environmental policy. On the 2nd of March, 3310, she announced a sweeping environmental reform bill aimed at reducing pollution and promoting sustainable energy sources across the Federation. The bill called for a substantial investment in renewable energy technologies, including solar and fusion power, to reduce the Federation's dependence on fossil fuels and limit the environmental damage caused by unchecked industrial expansion. Winters emphasized that the Federation's future depended on its ability to adapt to the challenges posed by climate change, particularly in the wake of the growing resource shortages that had plagued several systems in recent years. Edmund Mahon currently serves as the Alliance Prime Minister, acting as both the head of government and head of state. A seasoned politician from the Dassault system with a strong academic background, he possesses an in-depth understanding of the Alliance's political structure. Unlike some of his predecessors who struggled with leadership, Mahon has proven effective in navigating the system and achieving tangible results. He is particularly skilled at ensuring that the concerns of individual systems are well represented, making the Alliance more appealing to potential new members. Many consider him the most capable leader the Alliance has had since its founding. In May 3307, Mahon secured re-election by a plurality vote in the Alliance Assembly, making history as the first Prime Minister to win a second term. His victory was widely interpreted as a call for stable leadership amid ongoing galactic upheaval. Edmund Mahon was born in 3187 to a family of corn farmers on planet Birmingham in the Dassault system. At the time, Dassault was under federal control following the collapse of the Galactic Cooperative in 3174. From an early age, Mahon displayed remarkable cunning and earned a reputation as an unbeatable negotiator, always securing the best possible deals. In his autobiography, The Shadow of Silo 7, he credited his success to thorough preparatory research. At 18, Mahon was awarded a federal scholarship to study law at Aliath University. Initially focused on corporate exploitation cases, he later switched to political science after becoming disillusioned with the legal profession's corruption and deception. 2 years into his studies, he lost his scholarship after publicly supporting the newly formed alliance on his personal video channel, violating a clause prohibiting criticism of the federal government. Instead of returning home, Mahon worked as a bartender to fund his education, eventually managing the bar before graduating. He later credited this experience as his entry into politics, believing that the skills required to be a good bartender closely aligned with those of an effective politician. Mahon's political career began with a bid for city office against Jensen Crane, the favored corporate-backed candidate. Though he initially had little hope of overcoming Crane's strong lead in the polls, his sharp performances in live debates exposed his opponent as out of touch, earning Mahon unexpected support. While Crane ultimately won by a narrow margin, Mahon had gained a loyal following that encouraged him to stay in politics. By 27, Mahon was working alongside the esteemed Irene Mendel in her campaign to free DSO from federal control and join the alliance. When DSO officially became an alliance member in 3287, Mahon had already established himself as a skilled politician. He was repeatedly elected as a planetary representative before launching a successful campaign for Alliance Prime Minister. Mahon was first elected Prime Minister by the Alliance Assembly in early 3301. His earliest recorded action in office was on March 11, 3301, when he declared that the Alliance would not intervene in the war for Luke on behalf of the Crimson State Group. Alliance Prime Ministers serve 6-year terms and may seek re-election, though no Prime Minister had ever secured a second term. Despite this, Mahon began preparing for re-election in late 3306, focusing on strengthening the Alliance economy by exploiting the Coalsack Nebula. His main challenger, Councillor Nakato Kaine of Tyanisla, criticized his increasing reliance on corporations and the other superpowers, as well as the aggressive pursuit of meta-alloys in Thargoid territory. Mahon formally launched his re-election campaign on January 19, 3307, from his homeworld of Birmingham and Disso, kicking off a tour of Alliance space to promote his achievements and rally supporters. In an unusual move, Mahon proposed delaying the election to avoid overlap with the Galactic Summit in February, arguing that a leadership change during the conference could weaken the Alliance's position. The Assembly narrowly approved the delay on February 1st, pushing the election from February 25th to May, and effectively extending Mahon's term by 3 months. Councillor Kaine condemned the decision as a power grab, accusing Mahon of prioritizing the Alliance's image over the welfare of its member systems. By February 22nd, protests had erupted across many Allied worlds, forcing Mahon to defend the decision while Kaine aligned herself with the demonstrators. On February 25, 3307, Mahon arrived at Patterson Enterprise in Sirius to lead the Allied delegation at the Galactic Summit. He personally ratified the Cornelius-Lasky Convention with federal and imperial leaders on March 3rd. The next day, he proposed the Sirius Treaty, which aimed to expand Aegis's role in the Second Thargoid War and strengthen international cooperation. By March 9th, several independent factions, including Archon Delaine and the Marlinus colonies, had committed to signing the treaty in response to Professor Albatezro's plea for increased Aegis funding. However, the treaty was never finalized, as the summit was abruptly cancelled following the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army's 9 Martyrs attack on starports across 9 systems. Mahon resumed his election campaign on May 10th, with the vote scheduled for May 27th. Political correspondent Vanya Driscoll of Asterisk Alliance Tribune speculated that Mahon's decision to delay the election and his prioritization of the summit over domestic affairs had weakened his standing, potentially giving Kaine the advantage. On May 17th, both candidates launched campaign tours, with Mahon addressing a business conference on industry and Zeonse, where he labeled Kaine a reactionary. Opinion polls showed that while Mahon still led, the gap had narrowed significantly, with many citizens agreeing with Kaine's stance against Alliance participation in the summit. Despite the decline in his approval ratings, analysts suggested by May 20th that Mahon was still the likely winner. However, on the same day, he and Kaine launched competing public initiatives to rally support. Mahon called for industrial material deliveries to Gateway to support his plan for expanding the Alliance by constructing new starports, while Kaine requested manufacturing materials to enhance trade and promote Alliance-made rare commodities. Mahon's initiative proved more successful, leading to a second phase focused on mining tritium for fueling the construction of up to 5 new starports in LHS 2522, Sharu Sector FWWC1-19, Bay Du Sector ZZYB0, LFT 814, and Hercules Sector IWWB13. While participation in this phase was lower, enough tritium was gathered to complete starports in LHS 2522 and Sharu Sector FWWC1-19. On May 27th, the Alliance Assembly proceeded with the Prime Minister election without further delays. Opinion polls on Election Day continued to favor Mahon, though they also acknowledged the growing support for Kaine and her policies. On May 28, 3307, it was officially confirmed that Edmund Mahon had secured a historic second term as Alliance Prime Minister. He won a plurality of votes in the Assembly, with political analysts attributing his victory to his steady and measured leadership. Many believed the Assembly favored Mahon's stability, especially during a time of mounting internal and external threats in the core systems. However, controversy soon followed. On June 25th, Councillor Nakato Kaine revealed evidence suggesting that Mahon had possibly struck a backroom deal with Sirius Corporation to facilitate the completion of 2 new starports, Enterprise Market and Prosperity Core. The Office of the Prime Minister responded by confirming only that Sirius Corporation was one of several partners in the Alliance's expansion program, without addressing the specifics of Kaine's allegations. On September 7, 3307, Mahon attempted to revive support for the Sirius Treaty, arguing in an *Alliance Tribune interview that the agreement remained viable and only required ratification by its original signatories. He called the treaty's abandonment after the 9 Martyrs attacks the greatest regret of his career, and criticized the ongoing investigation into Aegis over the disappearance of the Alexandria, arguing that it was an unnecessary distraction. Mahon maintained that the Thargoids remained the greatest threat to humanity, and insisted Aegis should be reinstated to counter them. By December 22, 3307, with Aegis still suspended and concerns growing over the Alliance's readiness for a potential Thargoid invasion, Mahon proposed forming a strategic defense contract with Sirius Corporation to strengthen the Alliance Defense Force, ADF. The Assembly invited Sirius CEO Yong-Rui to Alioth for discussions, which culminated in the signing of a defense pact on January 3, 3308. The agreement, approved by a slim majority in a rare closed-door session of both the Assembly and the Council of Admirals, outlined that Sirius Corp would provide anti-Xeno support to the ADF in exchange for financial privileges. While most details remain classified, Mahon disclosed to the Alliance Tribune that Sirius Corp had been granted priority access to certain economic opportunities. The secrecy surrounding the deal sparked backlash from Councillor Kaine and other critics. The pact officially took effect on January 10th, with the appointment of Admiral Nicholas Glass of the Sirius Navy to the Council of Admirals. While Fleet Admiral Haley Sorokin backed the decision, Admiral George Varma openly opposed the integration of corporate and military interests. Deputy Prime Minister Angela Corcoran later revealed she had abstained from the January 3rd vote, suggesting that Assembly support for the agreement was weaker than publicly assumed. In another contentious move, Mahon exercised his executive powers on January 14th to invite Sirius Corporation to establish a permanent presence in Alliance space. In response, Sirius deployed 4 megaships to the Alliance systems of Alioth, Arampax, Dijian, and Riorte. Simultaneously, Sirius Corp advisors officially joined the Alliance Defense Force, ADF, and several government departments to facilitate smoother collaboration between the 2 entities. Councillor Kaine argued that allowing Sirius Corp into Alliance systems without explicit Assembly approval was illegal. However, due to the decision's connection to the Defense Pact, it was classified as a military matter and beyond the reach of civil courts. The local government of Riorte responded by using military force to expel the megacorporation from the system. On February 8, 3308, Mahon assured Yong-Rui that the Riorte incident would not be repeated, addressing concerns about the safety of Sirius employees in the Alliance. However, the event led more Assembly members to side with Kaine and question the wisdom of the Strategic Defense Pact. On February 25th, Kaine motioned to censure Mahon over the Riorte incident, and the motion was passed by a plurality of the Assembly, with some abstentions. Mahon was rebuked for disregarding the Alliance's principles by unilaterally forcing cooperation with Sirius Corporation. After Mahon formally accepted the reprimand, Kaine called for the Strategic Defense Pact to be reconsidered as civil legislation rather than a military contract. She also demanded that Yong-Rui either accept these new terms or withdraw from the pact in Alliance space. In response to Kaine's demands, Yong-Rui appeared before the Assembly on March 9, 3308, offering a compromise, a 3-month trial period to allow Sirius Corporation to prove its value to the Alliance before a final decision was made on continuing the pact. The offer was accepted, and Mahon expressed satisfaction with the outcome. Edmund Mahon's leadership of the Alliance has been marked by strategic decisions aimed at strengthening its position amidst growing external threats. Despite his calm demeanor, his tenure has been filled with controversy. particularly over his alliances with Sirius Corporation and decisions that challenged the alliance's principles. His approach to military strategy and the formation of key pacts has sparked both support and dissent, but Mahon's ability to navigate these challenges has solidified his influence. His leadership continues to be a defining factor in the alliance's political landscape.
By the early 33rd century, the Patreus family had firmly established itself as the ruling power of Eotienses, with their influence extending well beyond the system's borders. It was in this environment of military prestige and political maneuvering that Denton Patreus was born in 3253. From the moment of his birth, he was destined to carry the weight of his ancestors' ambitions. His education was rigorous, covering not only military strategy and imperial politics, but also economic warfare. He was trained to see the empire not just as a government, but as a force that required careful maintenance, expansion, and, when necessary, ruthless action. His upbringing was shaped by centuries of Patreus doctrine. Strength above all, the empire before personal interests, and power secured through calculated force. Legacy and future aspirations. The foundation laid by Isabel Patreus, reinforced by generations of rulers, strategists, and military commanders, ensured that Denton Patreus inherited more than just a name. He inherited a dynasty. Eotienses remained his stronghold, a system where his word was law and where imperial tradition was honored without question. From its humble origins as a harsh, unwelcoming world, Eotienses had become a beacon of imperial power. The Patreus name, once tied to science and survival, had evolved into one of military might and political dominance. As the empire faced new challenges in the 34th century, Denton Patreus stood poised to shape its future, just as his ancestors had shaped its past. His early years were spent in the grand halls of the family estate on Eotienses A3, a fortress of tradition where discipline was instilled from infancy. Unlike many imperial nobles who indulged in luxury from birth, Denton's upbringing was structured, calculated, and devoid of frivolity. His father, Atticus Patreus, ensured that his son was not raised in comfort but in preparation. There was no question that Denton would inherit the power of the Patreus name, and the family could afford no weakness in its next ruler. By the age of 5, he had already begun rigorous studies in imperial history, strategy, and governance. His tutors were handpicked from the finest scholars in the empire, but lessons were not confined to books. His father often brought him to observe political dealings firsthand, exposing him to the realities of negotiation, debt enforcement, and the careful balancing act required to maintain power. It was a childhood built on lessons of control, of people, of wealth, and of military strength. At the age of 9, he was introduced to his first combat training regimen. The Patreus family upheld a strict tradition that all heirs must be versed in warfare, not just in theory but in practice. By 10, Denton was proficient in armed combat. By 12, he had already undergone live-fire exercises in controlled environments. Unlike other noble children who were given the illusion of command in mock battles, Denton was subjected to real risk. His father believed that true leadership required more than knowledge. It required the certainty that one's orders could mean life or death. As he entered his teenage years, Denton was placed under the direct mentorship of high-ranking Imperial Navy officers. The family's ties to the military were stronger than ever. It was during this time that Denton first set foot aboard the E-in-V Imperial Freedom, the family's personal majestic-class interdictor. At 15, he was given the honorary rank of midshipman, serving alongside hardened veterans of the Imperial fleet. Unlike many aristocratic youth who viewed military service as a mere formality, Denton took to it with a fervor that surprised even his commanders. In 3269, at the age of 16, he was sent to the Achenar Academy of War, one of the most prestigious military institutions in the empire. Here, he was tested not just in combat, but in tactics, logistics, and command psychology. His name carried expectations, and many sought to challenge him, to see if the heir to Eotienses was truly worthy of his lineage. It was said that during one of the Academy's famed war simulations, Denton turned a hopeless scenario into a decisive victory by executing a ruthless feint, sacrificing a third of his simulated fleet to lure an enemy force into a trap. His instructors took note. He was not merely a noble playing at war, he was a strategist in the making. By 3272, at the age of 19, he had completed his training and was assigned to active duty in a border skirmish along the imperial periphery. Unlike many imperial aristocrats who spent their service years in the safety of core system postings, Denton chose to serve in one of the most volatile sectors. His time in battle further solidified his reputation. He was known for his precision, his ability to assess risks without hesitation, and his ruthlessness when required. His men respected him not only for his lineage, but for his willingness to fight alongside them rather than command from afar. His return to Eotienses in 3275 marked the beginning of his ascent into true power. At the age of 22, he was granted control over key economic assets within the system, overseeing industrial expansions that further cemented his family's hold on military production. While still technically under his father's authority, Denton was already taking charge, shaping policies, making trade agreements, and subtly altering the balance of power within the imperial Senate. Those who had dismissed him as another privileged noble now saw him as a rising force, calculating, ambitious, and utterly loyal to the empire's expansionist vision. By the time he formally entered imperial politics in the late 3270s, it was clear that Denton Patreus was not merely a product of his lineage. He was its next evolution. His upbringing had forged him into something more than just a nobleman. By the time Denton Patreus reached his late 20s, his reputation as a military tactician and economic strategist had already taken root within the empire. With imperial expansion efforts intensifying along the borders of Federation-controlled space, the Senate was looking for leaders who could combine military authority with economic pragmatism. Patreus positioned himself as the ideal candidate. Unlike many aristocrats who relied solely on their family name, Patreus built his campaign on a foundation of direct action. He leveraged his control over Eotienses' vast shipbuilding industry, securing the loyalty of military officers who understood the value of a strong leader in the Senate. He ensured that key economic partners, from corporate executives to independent trade guilds, benefited from his governance. His message was clear: Eotienses wouldn't have to be a system passively serving the empire's needs. It would be a pillar of strength, led by someone who understood both warfare and prosperity. His rise was not without opposition. Rival factions within the Senate, particularly those aligned with more traditionalist elements of imperial governance, saw him as a potential disruptor. Patreus was young, aggressive, and unafraid to challenge established norms. His policies leaned toward militarization and expansion, a stark contrast to those who favored diplomacy and economic entrenchment. Yet, the tides of imperial politics were shifting, and with conflict brewing on multiple fronts, many saw his vision as necessary. In 3283, at the age of 30, Denton Patreus was officially appointed as senator of Eotienses. His ascension marked the beginning of a new era for both the system and the greater empire. He wasted no time in asserting his influence, introducing policies that prioritized increased military spending, strategic annexations, and the consolidation of imperial power in systems under his jurisdiction. As senator, one of his first major acts was the restructuring of military contracts, ensuring that shipyards within Eotienses received priority funding for the construction of capital-class vessels. The Imperial Navy, already engaged in escalating tensions along the borders, welcomed the increased production, further strengthening his ties with high-ranking admirals. At the same time, he expanded his economic networks, securing resource agreements that placed vast wealth under his control. Patreus also took a hard stance on systems that failed to align with imperial interests. Where other senators preferred negotiation, he believed in decisive action. Though criticized by some senators as an overreach of power, his actions earned the respect of those who believed the empire should never show weakness. His growing power did not go unnoticed. By the late 3280s, he had become one of the most influential figures within the Senate, commanding both fear and admiration. He was no longer simply the senator of a single system. He was a power broker whose influence extended far beyond Eotienses. His economic empire spanned multiple sectors. His military reach ensured compliance, and his political maneuvering secured alliances with key figures within the imperial hierarchy. Despite his successes, Patreus remained aware that true power within the empire was never static. His ambitions extended beyond the Senate, beyond military contracts, and industrial dominance. He was not content with being just another senator. He sought to shape the very future of the empire itself. His rise to senatorial power was merely the beginning. Military command and the INV imperial freedom. Denton Patreus understood from an early age that power within the empire was not merely a matter of wealth or political influence. It was secured through force. His military upbringing had been rigorous, his training among imperial officers relentless, and his years of active service had forged him into a commander whose authority was not simply inherited, but earned. By the time he ascended to the Senate in 3283, his influence over the Imperial Navy had already been solidified, but it was his command over the INV imperial freedom that truly cemented his reputation as a formidable military leader. The imperial freedom was no ordinary warship. A majestic class interdictor, it was a symbol of imperial dominance, equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry and defensive systems that placed it among the most powerful vessels in the fleet. It had been in the Patreus family's possession for decades, originally acquired in the late 2800s as part of an agreement between the Imperial Navy and the industrial sector of Eotienses. While many noble families held military assets, few controlled a warship of such scale, and fewer still commanded it personally. Upon assuming direct command of the vessel in 3284, Patreus wasted no time in making his presence known. The ship's first major deployment under his leadership was in a series of border conflicts along the imperial periphery. Several independent factions had begun asserting control over systems that were historically aligned with the empire, taking advantage of political instability to weaken imperial influence. Patreus saw this as an unacceptable insult and moved swiftly to restore order. The imperial freedom led a strike force into contested territories, enforcing imperial law with brutal efficiency. In early 3285, it participated in a decisive engagement over the system of Oron, where a separatist force had declared independence and refused to acknowledge imperial sovereignty. Patreus, unwilling to engage in prolonged negotiations, ordered a full-scale military intervention. The battle lasted less than 2 days. Outgunned and overwhelmed, the rebels capitulated and Oron was brought back under imperial control. These actions, while earning him the loyalty of many within the imperial military, also garnered criticism from more conservative senators. Some argued that his methods were too aggressive, that his use of force risked destabilizing imperial diplomacy. Patreus dismissed such concerns outright. In his view, the empire's strength was built on its ability to dominate, not compromise. Those who sought to erode its influence had to be dealt with swiftly and decisively. By 3286, the imperial freedom had become more than just a warship. It was a mobile headquarters for Patreus's expanding military campaigns. From its command center, he directed operations across multiple systems, ensuring that imperial forces remained in a constant state of readiness. He also used the vessel to host high-level negotiations, knowing that discussions held aboard a fully armed interdictor often led to more favorable outcomes. His ability to blend military strength with political maneuvering made him one of the most influential figures in the empire. As the years progressed, Patreus continued to expand his military influence, ensuring that Eotenses remained one of the most vital suppliers of warships and weapons to the empire. His control over military assets allowed him to dictate the terms of engagement in numerous conflicts, and his reputation as a commander willing to act without hesitation made him both respected and feared. Those who opposed him in the Senate did so cautiously, knowing that his military reach extended far beyond the walls of imperial politics. Yet Patreus was not merely a warrior. He understood that military power, if not carefully managed, could be as much a liability as an asset. By the late 3280s, Denton Patreus had firmly established himself as one of the most dominant military leaders of his time. The imperial freedom remained at the heart of his operations, a reminder to both allies and enemies that imperial authority was absolute. Economic strategies and financial acumen. Denton Patreus was never content with power that relied solely on military strength. While the might of the Imperial Navy ensured his dominance on the battlefield, true control came from wealth, the kind that dictated the course of entire systems. From an early age, he understood that economic influence was just as critical as military power. And throughout his rise, he shaped financial strategies that would secure his position within the empire for decades. By the time he assumed senatorial power in 3283, Patreus had already built an extensive economic empire centered in Eotienses. His control over the system's vast industrial output, particularly its shipyards, made him one of the most powerful economic figures in the empire. While many senators relied on inherited wealth, Patreus actively expanded his holdings, turning Eotienses into one of the most vital production hubs for the imperial war machine. One of his earliest economic reforms came in 3284, when he restructured the financial operations of the system's shipbuilding industry. Rather than relying solely on imperial contracts, he encouraged private investment, allowing independent traders and corporate interests to participate in warship production. This not only increased the efficiency of manufacturing, but also ensured that Patreus had an independent revenue stream that was not entirely reliant on Senate approvals. At the same time, he introduced a policy of aggressive debt enforcement. Many smaller factions and independent systems had long relied on imperial financial assistance, taking loans under the assumption that repayment terms would be indefinitely extended. Patreus saw this as a weakness. Under his leadership, overdue debts were no longer negotiable. Systems that failed to meet obligations faced military intervention. This strategy quickly earned him a reputation as a ruthless enforcer, but it also ensured that imperial financial interests remained secure. His economic expansion was not limited to shipbuilding. In 3285, he brokered trade agreements that secured exclusive rights to high-value resources, including rare metals and advanced weaponry components. By controlling the supply chains essential to imperial military operations, Patreus positioned himself as a gatekeeper of war materials. Any senator or admiral seeking to outfit their forces had to negotiate with him, giving him leverage far beyond his official title.
What disgusts me, that's a perceptive question. By asking it, you reveal that you consider me a man of taste. If you had asked me what I hated, I'm not sure I could have hidden my disappointment at such a banal question. But disgust, that deserves an answer. It is jealousy that most disgusts me. It's such a petty, self-defeating emotion. I see it every day. Most men look at me and think, I want what he has. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 thinks, how can I achieve what he achieved? He's not jealous. He's motivated. Who knows, we might work together one day. But most men are not like that. They have the desire, but not the initiative. It's like a dog watching you eat and wishing he was a human. And that's the tragic thing about jealous people. They think they hate me, but really they hate themselves, because deep in their hearts they know they're too lazy to fight for their dreams.
Despite his focus on military production, Patreus also recognized the value of civilian markets. In 3286, he initiated large-scale infrastructure projects designed to improve trade routes within imperial space. By funding the construction of high-capacity trade stations in key systems, he facilitated the movement of goods and increased the flow of wealth. This not only strengthened the economy, but also reinforced imperial dominance over independent trade factions, ensuring that they remained financially dependent on imperial-controlled networks. His financial strategies extended beyond direct trade. Patreus was a master of economic warfare, using financial pressure to destabilize rivals. On multiple occasions, he orchestrated targeted market disruptions, manipulating supply lines to weaken competing factions before offering them assistance in exchange for political loyalty. While such tactics were viewed as controversial by some within the Senate, they were undeniably effective. Systems that once resisted imperial control found themselves with little choice but to align with his interests. By 3288, Patreus had effectively transformed himself from a senator into an economic power broker. His financial empire stretched across multiple systems, and his influence over trade and military production ensured that he could dictate terms to both allies and enemies. His critics argued that his economic policies placed too much power in the hands of a single individual, but by that point, few had the ability to challenge him directly. Despite his ruthless approach, Patreus understood that economic power was not just about enforcement, it was about ensuring stability. Unlike reckless warlords who sought short-term gains, he played a long game, ensuring that his financial networks were sustainable and resilient. His wealth was not just a tool for personal gain, it was a foundation upon which he could build an enduring legacy. By the early 3290s, Denton Patreus was no longer just a senator or a military commander. He was one of the most influential financial figures in the empire, a man whose wealth and strategic foresight shaped the course of imperial policy. His economic empire, built on trade, production, and financial control, ensured that his power would last long after any single battle was won. The Patreus Doctrine. By the late 3280s, Denton Patreus had established himself as one of the most formidable figures within the empire. His power was not merely derived from his senatorial authority or military command, but from a doctrine that combined economic dominance, military expansion, and absolute control over imperial assets. His approach to governance, conflict, and diplomacy became known as the Patreus Doctrine, a strategy that shaped imperial policy and cemented his legacy. The doctrine was built on three core principles: military supremacy, economic enforcement, and strategic expansion. Unlike other senators who sought influence through political maneuvering alone, Patreus understood that true power required direct action. The empire, in his view, could not afford to show weakness. It had to expand, consolidate, and punish those who defied its rule. The first demonstration of this philosophy came in 3285, when Patreus launched a campaign against systems that had failed to honor their financial obligations to the empire. For decades, imperial loans had been issued to independent factions, often with little expectation of repayment. Patreus saw this as an unacceptable liability. Under his orders, forces loyal to him began enforcing debt collection with military precision. Systems that refused to comply were blockaded, their trade routes cut off until submission was inevitable. Some senators objected, claiming that such actions risked turning allies into enemies, but Patreus dismissed these concerns. The empire, he argued, had no need for allies who could not support themselves. Another key element of the Patreus Doctrine was the integration of military and economic assets into a single structure of control. In 3286, he pushed for increased private investment in warship production, ensuring that his shipyards remained independent of Senate bureaucracy. This allowed him to field fleets without waiting for official approval, giving him the ability to act swiftly when imperial interests were threatened. His flagship, the ENV Imperial Freedom, became the center of these operations, serving as both a military command post and a symbol of his doctrine in action. Strategic expansion was the final pillar of his approach. While some within the empire believed in measured diplomatic growth, Patreus favored direct annexation. In 3287, he orchestrated a series of military interventions in disputed border systems, bringing them under imperial control through force. His belief was simple: imperial rule was superior, and those who opposed it had no place in the future. Critics labeled him a warmonger, but within the military, he was seen as a leader willing to take the necessary steps to secure the empire's future. By 3289, the effects of the Patreus Doctrine were undeniable. Systems that had once resisted imperial influence now fell in line, either through economic pressure or military action. His financial empire continued to grow, funding new fleets and securing the resources needed for continued expansion. Within the Senate, his voice carried more weight than ever, as even his political rivals understood that his strategies had strengthened the empire. The EOTNC's Citizens Forum. By the early 3290s, Denton Patreus had firmly established himself as one of the most powerful figures within the empire. His military campaigns had secured imperial dominance in contested regions, his economic strategies had strengthened his financial empire, and his doctrine had reshaped the balance of power. However, maintaining control over a vast network of systems required more than just military force and economic leverage. It required the careful management of public perception, ensuring that his rule was not just feared but also legitimized in the eyes of the people. This led to the creation of the EOTNC's Citizens Forum, a political structure designed to consolidate support while maintaining the illusion of civic participation. Officially founded in 3292, the Citizens Forum was presented as a space for open discussion, where the people of EOTNCs and its surrounding territories could voice their concerns, propose reforms, and engage in the governance of their home system. In reality, it was a carefully controlled mechanism designed to reinforce Patreus's policies while giving the impression of public involvement. Participation was encouraged, but only within the boundaries set by Patreus and his advisors. The forum was structured into different tiers, with lower-level representatives elected by local communities. These individuals could bring forward proposals, but all major decisions had to pass through an appointed central council, whose members were handpicked by Patreus himself. This ensured that while the people believed they had a voice, ultimate authority remained in the hands of those loyal to Patreus's vision. From the beginning, the forum played a crucial role in strengthening Patreus's economic and military initiatives. Public meetings were held to discuss trade policies, resource allocation, and system security. Carefully orchestrated debates allowed Patreus's officials to present his policies as the logical solution to any concerns raised. Opposition, when it emerged, was quietly neutralized. Dissenters either found their influence diminished, their businesses subjected to financial scrutiny, or, in more extreme cases, they simply disappeared from public life. One of the most significant moments for the forum came in 3294, when Patreus sought public backing for an increased military presence in key border systems. The forum became the platform through which this expansion was justified, with discussions focusing on the need for security and stability. While true power remained centralized, the system provided enough flexibility to address minor grievances, preventing unrest from escalating into full-scale resistance. Over the years, the Citizens Forum became a key instrument in Patreus's administration. It allowed him to gauge the mood of his people, identify potential threats before they emerged, and reinforce the narrative that his rule was supported by the will of the citizens. While some within the empire dismissed it as mere political theater, its effectiveness could not be denied. By the late 3290s, the forum had expanded beyond Eotenses, with similar structures appearing in systems under Patreus's control. While each was tailored to local circumstances, the core principles remained the same: managed participation, controlled debate, and the reinforcement of imperial authority. Through this system, Patreus ensured that his power was not just imposed but accepted, giving his rule an air of legitimacy that few could challenge. Challenges and controversies. Denton Patreus's rise to power was not without struggle. While his military and economic strategies solidified his influence, they also invited opposition. His aggressive policies, strict debt enforcement, and expansionist ambitions earned both admiration and hostility. By the early 3290s, his rule was marked by challenges that tested his authority and forced him to navigate an increasingly complex political landscape. In 3285, his enforcement of financial obligations led to multiple conflicts. The situation escalated in 3287 when Kumo, heavily indebted to imperial institutions, resisted repayment. Patreus responded with a blockade, starving the system into submission. While effective, this drew criticism within the Senate, with some accusing him of using imperial military assets for personal gain. Despite the backlash, the blockade succeeded, reaffirming his authority. His relationship with the Senate remained tense. Though he had strong allies among the militarists, others viewed him as reckless. In 3290, a coalition of senators attempted to limit individual leaders' military power. Though the measure failed, it signaled growing opposition. Another challenge came in 3292 with anti-imperial factions in the Pegassi sector. Patreus's forces launched campaigns to bring the region under control, but resistance proved stronger than expected. Reports of prolonged skirmishes and heavy casualties damaged his image of invincibility. Critics blamed him for leading the empire into an unnecessary war. In response, he used the Eotenses Citizens Forum to control the narrative, while secretly negotiating with certain factions to prevent further losses. A more personal controversy emerged in 3294 when reports surfaced of secret dealings between Patreus and corporate interests outside the empire. Accusations claimed he secured contracts for loyal companies, bypassing Senate procedures. Though no charges were filed, the rumors damaged his standing among the imperial elite. Rather than deny the claims outright, he shifted focus to his military successes, ensuring the public remained focused on his contributions. By 3295, Patreus's position remained strong, but challenges grew more sophisticated. Senate opposition persisted, and interstellar politics became increasingly complex. Despite this, his doctrine remained unchanged: strength through action, control through power, and expansion through force. Each challenge reinforced his belief that the Empire's future could not rely on diplomacy alone, but required the will to act where others hesitated. Patreus's influence stretched far beyond his own time. His military expansions, while often controversial, had established the Empire as an undeniable force in the galaxy. The campaigns he led brought key systems under imperial control, strengthening the Empire's hold on vital resources and trade routes. Patreus's economic policies also left a lasting impact. By the late 3280s, he had redefined imperial financial practices. His aggressive enforcement of debt collection and the restructuring of the imperial economic system laid the foundation for a more centralized and controlled economy. His ability to consolidate power through economic means was revolutionary. While many senators had previously relied on political alliances to secure their position, Patreus demonstrated the true power of financial influence. His personal wealth grew substantially, allowing him to fund military operations and secure the loyalty of key factions. In 3293, he founded the Imperial Business League, a powerful conglomerate that united various corporate interests under a single umbrella. This league became instrumental in shaping the Empire's commercial strategy, directing resources and investments into key industries that strengthened Patreus's position. The Empire's economic engine was now under the firm control of a select few, with Patreus at the helm. The League not only expanded the Empire's commercial reach, but also gave Patreus unprecedented influence over the political and military machinery of the Empire, securing his legacy as a master of both economics and war. Yet it was not only his military and economic power that defined Patreus. His personal style of leadership, often characterized as both ruthless and pragmatic, left a significant imprint on the political landscape. His ability to navigate the intricacies of imperial politics, to silence opposition, and to create an image of unassailable strength and unity solidified his position as one of the most dominant figures in the Empire. While some critics painted him as a tyrant, others saw him as a visionary leader who understood the harsh realities of maintaining an empire. However, Patreus's legacy was not without its detractors. His expansionist policies and harsh enforcement of imperial rule led to significant unrest in some systems. Throughout the 3290s, there were growing calls for reform from those who believed that the empire needed to evolve into a more inclusive, less authoritarian state. Many felt that Patreus's focus on military might and economic consolidation had stifled creativity and independence. Still, his influence could not be easily ignored. Even as his opponents gained ground, they were forced to contend with the political and economic systems he had put in place. Patreus had restructured the very foundations of imperial power, making it difficult for anyone to challenge the status quo without confronting the legacy he had built. Ashling Duval was born in the year 3276, a child of privilege, expectation, and a dynasty that had ruled the empire for generations. She has spent her entire life at the center of imperial politics, both as a noble and as a public figure. Unlike many of her ancestors, whose power was secured through military might and strict adherence to tradition, Ashling has carved a different path. Her influence is not wielded through the fleet or the imperial senate, but through a carefully cultivated connection with the people. No other member of the imperial family has so effectively harnessed the power of public perception, making her both revered and reviled within the highest circles of power. For those who admire her, Ashling represents the future of the empire. She embodies a vision of progress, one that challenges the rigid structures of imperial society while still embracing its grandeur. Her campaigns against imperial slavery, her advocacy for the well-being of common citizens, and her ability to command the media have earned her a following unmatched by any other noble. To her supporters, she is a leader who understands that true power comes not just from lineage, but from the will of the people. But within the imperial court, she is seen in a very different light. The old guard, particularly the staunch traditionalists who believe in absolute hierarchy and unwavering obedience, view her as a disruptive force. Her opposition to imperial slavery alone has placed her at odds with some of the most powerful houses in the empire, many of whom have profited from the system for generations. To them, Ashling is a dangerous idealist, a woman who does not understand the delicate balance that has kept the empire strong for centuries. Her rise to prominence has been met with resistance, and despite her noble blood, she has often found herself treated as an outsider by the very people who should be her allies. Her life has been defined by contradictions. She is a noble, yet she presents herself as a champion of the people. She is a reformer, yet she operates within one of the most rigid and hierarchical societies in human space. She has immense influence, yet she is not the one who sits upon the imperial throne. Unlike Arissa Lavigny Duval, the reigning emperor, Ashling has never had direct control over the imperial navy or the mechanisms of state. Yet, despite this, she continues to shape the course of imperial policy, whether through her direct actions or the mere threat of what she represents. The assassination of Emperor Hengist Duval in 3301 marked a turning point in her life. Though she had never been formally named as a potential heir, the chaos that followed his death created an opportunity for those who wished to see her ascend to greater power. Many saw her as a rightful successor, a young and vibrant leader who could bring change to an empire burdened by tradition. But the Senate, ever cautious and bound by its own internal politics, ultimately backed Arissa Lavigny Duval. Ashling's chance at the throne slipped away, and with it, any official claim to rule. Yet she did not fade into obscurity. If anything, the years following Hengist Duval's assassination only strengthened her resolve. She turned her focus outward, away from the power struggles of the Imperial Senate, and toward the people who had supported her from the beginning. Through media campaigns, charity initiatives, and carefully orchestrated public appearances, she continued to build her influence. The Citizens Relief Trust, her initiative to provide former imperial slaves with freedom and economic opportunity, became one of the most well-known humanitarian programs in the empire. Though she lacked the authority to outlaw slavery outright, she wielded her popularity as a weapon, forcing the issue into the public consciousness in a way no other noble had dared to do. Her ability to balance tradition with modernity is what makes her unique. Unlike radical revolutionaries who seek to dismantle the imperial system entirely, Ashling does not call for an end to the empire. She calls for its evolution. She embraces its grandeur, its deep cultural roots, and its sense of duty and service, but she rejects the notion that the nobility must remain detached from those they rule. Her vision is one where the aristocracy serves not just itself, but the empire as a whole. It is a vision that both inspires and terrifies the ruling class, for it threatens the very foundations upon which their power rests. As the galaxy stands at a crossroads, Ashling's role continues to evolve. The renewed threat of the Thargoids, the shifting balance of power between the Federation, the Empire, and the Alliance, and the growing unrest within Imperial space all create an environment of uncertainty. Unlike her more politically entrenched relatives, Ashling was not raised with the clear path of succession in mind. The Empire's rigid hierarchy meant that only direct heirs, those positioned within the tightly controlled imperial court, could claim true power. Still, she carried the Duval name, and that alone ensured that she would never be able to live in obscurity. Her mother, Florence Lavigny, was not a woman of mere decorative nobility. She had a mind of her own and a vision for an empire that was more just, more accountable to its people, and less beholden to the entrenched aristocracy that had ruled for centuries. Though she was not among the most politically dominant members of the Duval family, her ideas and influence placed her in a precarious position within the imperial court. Some saw her as a dangerous idealist, others as a necessary voice in an otherwise rigid system. Regardless of how she was perceived, Florence's influence on Ashling was undeniable. The values she imparted would shape her daughter's worldview and, in time, turn Ashling into one of the most divisive figures in imperial history. Ashling was raised in the grand estates of Emerald, a world known for its luxury, opulence, and the sheer scale of its wealth. It was a place where nobles entertained themselves with elaborate feasts and artistic displays, where wealth and status meant everything, and where the Duval family held court with the most powerful families in the empire. From the moment she could walk, she was surrounded by expectation, carefully tutored in the ways of imperial diplomacy, etiquette, and political maneuvering. Even as a child, she understood that every action, every word, and every movement carried weight in the empire's complex social web. Despite this, Ashling was never one to simply accept tradition without question. Unlike many of her noble counterparts, who embraced the structured life expected of them, she had a natural curiosity and a desire to connect with those outside the gilded halls of nobility. While she was educated by the finest tutors in subjects such as imperial history, political strategy, and the philosophies of governance, she also developed an interest in the lives of the people beyond the estates. This trait, though seemingly harmless in childhood, would later put her at odds with the aristocracy that expected her to remain distant, to rule but never truly engage. The early years of Ashling's life were not without tragedy. The sudden and unexpected death of her mother cast a long shadow over her upbringing. The official accounts claimed it was an accident, but whispers of something more sinister lingered in the corners of the imperial court. Florence's outspoken views had made her enemies, and though nothing was ever proven, some believed that her death was not entirely natural. Whatever the truth, Ashling was left without the guiding presence of the woman who had shaped much of her early worldview. In the years that followed, she was raised primarily under the watchful eye of the Duval family's appointed guardians, individuals who sought to ensure that she grew into a noble fit for the empire. Yet, even under their guidance, Ashling remained different. She was not content to simply be a symbol of aristocratic grace. She wanted to be a force of change. From a young age, she demonstrated an ability to command attention, to inspire those around her, and to shape public perception in a way that few nobles ever could. By the time she entered her teenage years, it became clear that Ashling was not just another noble in the imperial hierarchy. While other members of the Duval family focused on military power, economic dominance, or political maneuvering, she developed a unique talent, an innate ability to connect with people on an emotional level. She understood the power of image, of carefully crafted words, and of public appeal. Whether instinctive or deliberate, she cultivated an identity that was distinct from the cold, detached rulers of the past. As she grew, so too did her influence. Even before she formally entered the political arena, she had already captured the attention of the media, who were fascinated by this young Duval, who seemed so unlike her predecessors. She embraced the attention rather than shying away from it, using it to shape her own narrative rather than allowing the imperial court to do it for her. By the time she reached adulthood, she had already been given a name by the people, the people's princess, a title that would define much of her early career. The aristocracy, however, remained divided on what to make of her. Some saw her as a mere entertainer, a woman too caught up in the spectacle of her own public image to be taken seriously. Others, however, saw something far more dangerous, a noble who did not adhere to the traditions of detachment and distance, one who could command the loyalty of the people in a way few before her ever had. Ashling's birth and early years were marked by contradictions. She was raised in luxury, yet displayed an unusual empathy for those outside the noble class. She was trained in imperial tradition, yet constantly pushed against its boundaries. She was born into a family of rulers, yet was never positioned as a direct heir to power. And yet, despite, or perhaps because of, these contradictions, she would become one of the most talked about figures in the empire's modern history. As she stepped onto the stage of imperial politics, one question lingered in the minds of those who watched her rise. Would she be the voice of a new empire, one that could evolve and adapt to the changing times? Or would she be yet another noble who, despite her grand ideals, would ultimately be consumed by the very system she sought to change? Only time would tell. From the moment Ashling Duval stepped into the public eye, she was unlike any noble who had come before her. In an empire defined by strict hierarchy, where rulers were expected to remain distant from their subjects, she broke convention. She did not simply embrace attention, she commanded it. The media followed her every move, citizens adored her, and before long, the title emerged that would define her: the People's Princess. It was not a title she had chosen, nor was it granted to her by the Imperial Senate. It was a name given by the people of the Empire, a reflection of her unique ability to connect with those far removed from the grand halls of power. Where the traditionalists of the Senate and nobility believed in governance from above, Ashling presented herself as someone who walked among the people, who saw them as more than just subjects. It was a dangerous precedent, and one that made her either an inspiration or a threat, depending on who was watching. Her rise to prominence was not immediate. In her younger years, she had been seen largely as a curiosity, a noble with an unusual flair for showmanship, one who spent more time cultivating public favor than engaging in the complexities of imperial politics. She leveraged the power of modern media in ways no noble had before, using interviews, public appearances, and high-profile charity work to craft an image of herself that was both glamorous and deeply personal. Her supporters saw her as a modern noble, one who understood the concerns of the people rather than simply ruling over them. Her critics saw her as a distraction, an aristocrat who had turned politics into a spectacle. By the early 3270s, she had become a household name across imperial space. Unlike her counterparts in the Imperial Senate, who often spoke in measured, calculated statements, Ashling was unafraid to express herself in ways that felt genuine and unscripted. She laughed, she spoke passionately, and she engaged with the people as if they were equals. It was this relatability that made her so beloved by the lower and middle classes of the empire, many of whom had spent their lives under the rule of nobles who had never once acknowledged their struggles. Her influence was most evident in the world of charity and social programs. While many nobles made token gestures of philanthropy, Ashling took it further, personally funding and overseeing initiatives that aimed to uplift the less fortunate within the empire. She supported educational programs, funded medical facilities, and, most notably, began advocating for the rehabilitation of imperial slaves. This stance, more than any other, solidified her as a divisive figure within the aristocracy. The practice of imperial slavery, though regulated, was deeply embedded in the empire's economy and culture. To speak against it, even subtly, was to challenge centuries of tradition. Despite the growing resistance from the more conservative factions of the Senate, she continued to push forward. In 3285, she founded the Citizens Relief Trust, an organization dedicated to assisting freed imperial slaves in integrating into society. The program provided education, employment opportunities, and financial support, ensuring that those who had once been bound to servitude had a real chance at a new life. Though she never openly called for the abolition of imperial slavery, the implications of her actions were clear. To many, she was laying the groundwork for something far greater, a shift in imperial values, one that would eventually force the question of whether the institution had any place in the future of the empire. Not everyone saw her actions as noble. To the aristocracy, particularly the older families who had built their wealth and power through generations of imperial tradition, she was reckless, an upstart noble who did not understand the delicate balance that held the empire together. There were whispers that she was naive, that she had been shielded from the true workings of power by the comfort of her wealth and privilege. Others were more blunt in their criticism, calling her a danger to the empire's stability. Even so, her popularity continued to grow. While the Senate debated policies behind closed doors, Ashling spoke directly to the people, and in doing so, she built a power base that no other noble had. She was not a senator, she was not an admiral, and she held no official command over imperial forces, yet her voice carried weight that could not be ignored. The contrast between her and the reigning emperor, Arissa Lavigny Duval, became increasingly stark, where Arissa ruled with calculated precision, ensuring that the Senate and military remained firmly in line with her vision of imperial strength. Ashling represented something more fluid, something less predictable. There were those who believed she should have been the one to take the throne after the assassination of Emperor Hengist Duval in 3301, that she would have ushered in a new era for the empire. But the Senate had backed Arissa, and with that decision, Ashling's political aspirations, at least for the throne, were effectively silenced. Still, she did not fade into the background. If anything, she became more influential in the years that followed. While Arissa focused on consolidating power and maintaining imperial stability, Ashling continued to cultivate her relationship with the people. She used her growing influence to shape discussions on issues that had long been ignored by the nobility. She remained active in the Citizens Relief Trust, expanded her humanitarian efforts, and continued to challenge the narrative that the empire was infallible. By the late 3300s, she had firmly established herself as one of the most powerful voices in the empire. Powerful not because of any official title or rank, but because of the sheer force of her influence. And yet, for all her popularity, she remained an outsider in the political machine of the empire. The Senate did not trust her. The older noble families resented her. Even the emperor, though not openly antagonistic toward her, viewed her as an unpredictable variable in an empire that thrived on order. Her story was still unfolding, but one thing was certain: Ashling Duval had changed the way the empire saw itself. She had shown that power was not only found in military fleets and political maneuvering, but in the hearts and minds of the people. She had made herself indispensable, not through force, but through belief. Whether that would be enough to truly shape the future of the empire, only time would tell. Ashling Duval's stance on imperial slavery is one of the most defining aspects of her public life. In an empire where tradition dictates every aspect of governance, where centuries-old customs are upheld with unwavering loyalty, her opposition to the practice has placed her at the center of one of the most controversial debates in modern imperial history. Though she has never outright called for the abolition of slavery, her actions and words have made it clear that she sees the institution as outdated, an archaic system that no longer aligns with the future she envisions for the empire. Imperial slavery, unlike the forced labor systems of the past, operates under a legal framework that claims to provide structure and protection to those within it. Those who enter into contracts of servitude do so with the understanding that their service is temporary, that they will eventually regain their freedom once their obligations are fulfilled. The practice has been a core part of imperial society for generations, with many noble houses relying on it as the foundation of their economic and political power. For the aristocracy, it is not just an institution, it is a way of life, a mechanism that has kept the empire stable and functioning for centuries. But to Ashling, it is a stain on the ideals the empire claims to uphold. From the early days of her public career, she made her position clear. The empire must evolve, and that evolution must include a reevaluation of the role slavery plays in society. She established the Citizens Relief Trust, an organization dedicated to assisting those who had completed their terms of servitude, helping them reintegrate into society with education, financial support, and employment opportunities. The initiative was unprecedented, as no other imperial noble had openly challenged the long-standing belief that once freed, former slaves should be left to fend for themselves. Her actions were met with immediate resistance from the aristocracy. The Imperial Slave Association, a powerful lobbying group with deep ties to many of the wealthiest families in the empire, condemned her efforts, accusing her of undermining the stability of imperial society. Some senators dismissed her as naive, a young noble who did not understand the complexities of the system she sought to change. Others, however, saw her as a genuine threat, one who, if left unchecked, could ignite discussions that many within the empire preferred to avoid. Despite the backlash, her popularity among the lower classes grew. For those who had lived their entire lives believing that servitude was the only path available to them, Ashling's words offered something previously unthinkable: hope. She spoke not as a distant ruler issuing decrees, but as someone who genuinely cared about their well-being. She traveled to imperial worlds where slavery was most prevalent, meeting with those who had completed their contracts and listening to their struggles. She did what no other noble would. She humanized them. The nobility responded by attempting to discredit her. Some accused her of failing to understand imperial tradition, of pushing Federation-like ideals onto an empire that had thrived for centuries under its own system. There were even rumors that some within the Senate had quietly worked to limit the reach of her relief programs, ensuring that former slaves had fewer opportunities to find stable employment outside of their previous contracts. But Ashling was not so easily deterred. If anything, the opposition she faced only strengthened her resolve. She knew that she could not change imperial law overnight, but she could change the way people thought about slavery. And so she turned to the one weapon she wielded better than anyone else in the empire: public perception. Using her media presence, she launched a campaign that highlighted the stories of former slaves who had found success outside the system. She showcased individuals who had risen from servitude to build their own businesses, contribute to science, and even serve in the Imperial Navy. Her goal was simple: to prove that those who had once been enslaved were not lesser, that they were just as capable and worthy of opportunity as anyone else. Her efforts did not go unnoticed. Public opinion on slavery had begun to shift. While the practice remained legal and deeply entrenched, discussions about its future had moved from the fringes to the forefront of imperial politics. Young nobles, inspired by Ashling's vision, began questioning whether the institution was truly necessary. Even some within the Senate, though hesitant to openly support her, acknowledged that reforms might one day be inevitable. Yet, for all her success in shaping public discourse, Ashling remained politically isolated. The Emperor, Arissa Lavigny Duval, maintained a careful neutrality on the issue, neither openly condemning nor supporting Ashling's initiatives. It was a calculated move. Arissa knew that to speak against slavery outright would risk alienating the powerful, noble families that upheld the practice, but to silence Ashling completely would risk backlash from the increasingly vocal movement she had created. The question remained: how far was Ashling willing to go? Would she one day push for full abolition, challenging the very foundation of imperial aristocracy? Or would she continue her gradual approach, hoping that time and public sentiment would eventually erode the practice without the need for direct confrontation? Her critics continued to dismiss her efforts as little more than grandstanding, yet the impact of her work was undeniable. The Citizens Relief Trust had grown into one of the most influential humanitarian organizations in the empire, providing thousands with the means to rebuild their lives. Former slaves who had once been forgotten were now being given a voice, and though the Senate had yet to take legislative action, the shift in public opinion was impossible to ignore. By the late 3300s, slavery remained legal, but it was no longer untouchable. What had once been an unquestioned institution was now the subject of debate, and that debate was largely due to Ashling Duval. Whether she would ultimately succeed in her mission remained to be seen. But one thing was clear: she had already changed the empire in ways no one had thought possible. Her battle was not just against an institution, it was against history, against tradition, against a way of life that had endured for generations. And yet, she fought on. Not with fleets, not with armies, but with words, with ideas, and with the unwavering belief that the empire could be something greater than it had ever been. The assassination of Emperor Hengist Duval in 3301 sent shockwaves through the empire. What should have been a carefully managed transition of power instead became a political battleground, with factions within the imperial court maneuvering to seize control. The power vacuum left in the wake of his death was not just a moment of uncertainty, it was a moment of opportunity. For Ashling Duval, it was a turning point that would define her place in imperial history. Though she had never been the clear heir to the throne, Ashling's popularity made her an undeniable force in the succession crisis that followed Hengist Duval's assassination. With no direct male heir in line, the question of who would take the throne became a matter of fierce debate. The Senate, historically tasked with overseeing transitions of power, found itself divided. Traditionalists backed Arissa Lavigny Duval, who was rumored to be Hengist's illegitimate daughter, while others argued for a different approach, one that considered the will of the people as it did bloodline. Unlike Arissa, who had built her influence through military alliances and political connections within the Senate, Ashling's power came from an entirely different source. She had the loyalty of the people, the admiration of the lower classes, and the attention of a media empire that had elevated her to a near mythical status. The nobility may not have taken her seriously, but they could not ignore her. For the first time in centuries, the succession of the imperial throne became a battle of ideology as much as it was a question of legitimacy. The question was simple but dangerous. Should the next emperor be chosen by lineage and the will of the Senate, or should the empire recognize the voice of its people? Ashling, ever the master of public perception, did not openly declare her intention to take the throne. She knew that such a move would be met with immediate resistance from the Senate and the more conservative branches of the imperial aristocracy. Instead, she allowed speculation to grow, giving carefully worded interviews where she spoke of the future of the empire, of the need for leadership that understood the challenges of a modern galaxy. To her supporters, the message was clear: she was ready to rule. Her detractors, however, were just as vocal. They claimed she was nothing more than a socialite, a noble who had built her image on spectacle rather than substance. Some senators even suggested that she lacked the experience necessary to lead, that her vision of a more compassionate empire was naive and would weaken its strength on the galactic stage. They saw Arissa as the more capable ruler, disciplined, strategic, and willing to wield the full might of the Imperial Navy when necessary. In the weeks following Hengist's death, the Senate convened to decide the fate of the empire. While Ashling had gathered significant support among the younger nobles and reformists, the old guard remained firmly aligned with Arissa. The military, too, leaned in Arissa's favor. Imperial admirals saw in her a leader who would uphold their strength and maintain the dominance of the fleet. Ashling, with her emphasis on diplomacy and social reform, was viewed as an unpredictable risk. The final decision came on October 5th, 3301. The Senate officially declared Arissa Lavigny Duval as emperor, solidifying her claim and effectively ending any chance Ashling had at ascending to the throne. The announcement was met with a mix of relief and frustration. Relief from those who feared instability, frustration from those who had hoped for true change. Ashling, ever the pragmatist, did not contest the decision. Publicly, she congratulated Arissa and pledged her loyalty to the empire, vowing to continue her work as a noble and advocate for the people. It was a carefully calculated move. She knew that open defiance would only weaken her position further. Instead, she chose to wait, to watch, and to continue building her influence beyond the halls of power. Yet, the struggle for the throne had changed her. In the years that followed, she became more than just a public figure. She became a symbol of what could have been. Even as Arissa consolidated power, Ashling's supporters continued to grow in number, particularly among the younger generation of Imperials who saw her as the future of the empire. Her absence from direct rule did not mean she was powerless. If anything, it made her more dangerous to the establishment. Without the burden of the throne, she was free to speak as she pleased, to push for reforms without the constraints of Senate approval. She continued to expand the Citizens Relief Trust, advocated for changes to the slavery system, and strengthened alliances with factions both within and beyond the empire. There were those who believed she was simply waiting for the right moment to rise again, that her ambitions had not been extinguished but merely delayed. Some whispered that she still had powerful allies within the nobility who believed that one day the empire would need a different kind of ruler. Others speculated that she was playing the long game, slowly reshaping public opinion until the Senate could no longer ignore the will of the people. Regardless of what the future held, the events of 3301 had cemented her as a permanent figure in imperial politics. She had come close to the throne, and though it had slipped through her fingers, she had emerged from the struggle stronger, more determined, and with a legacy that would not easily be forgotten. The empire had chosen its emperor, but Ashling Duval remained a force to be reckoned with. Ashling Duval's rise to prominence was not only shaped by her personal ideals and public image, but also by the relationships and political alliances she carefully cultivated over the years. In an empire where power is often determined by bloodlines, military support, and aristocratic loyalty, Ashling found herself navigating a delicate and often treacherous landscape. Her ability to form alliances, both within the empire and beyond, became one of her greatest strengths and one of her greatest liabilities. Among the imperial nobility, Ashling's position was always precarious. Unlike Arissa Lavigny Duval, who commanded unwavering support from the Senate and the Imperial Navy, Ashling was seen as an unpredictable variable. Many of the older noble houses viewed her as a dangerous reformist, someone who could disrupt the social and economic order they had benefited from for generations. At the same time, she was deeply admired by younger progressive nobles who saw in her the promise of a more just and dynamic empire. While these supporters lacked the entrenched power of the older aristocracy, their influence was growing, particularly as shifting public opinion placed greater pressure on the traditionalists. Her strongest alliances within the empire came from those who shared her vision for reform. Though the Senate was largely resistant to her ideas, there were a handful of senators who saw the need for change and supported her initiatives, particularly in regard to social welfare and labor rights. These senators, often from noble families with smaller holdings or less military influence, saw an opportunity in aligning with Ashling, if not for ideological reasons, then at least for the potential political capital it could bring them. One of the most critical figures in her network was Senator Lorcan Scordato, a well-known advocate for economic modernization. Scordato had long argued that the empire's rigid economic structures needed to adapt to remain competitive with the Federation and the growing influence of the Alliance. Their alliance was one of mutual benefit. Ashling provided a platform for Scordato's policies, while he lent her credibility among more traditional lawmakers. Beyond the Senate, Ashling also found allies in imperial commerce. Many business leaders, particularly those operating in sectors that did not rely on indentured labor, saw in her a chance to push for reforms that would create new economic opportunities. The imperial financial sector, long dominated by old wealth, had begun to shift in the late 3300s, with new investors and corporate leaders looking for ways to modernize trade and labor policies. These individuals became key supporters of Ashling's initiatives, helping fund projects like the Citizens Relief Trust and expanding social programs that aligned with her vision. But Ashling's alliances were not limited to the empire alone. Unlike many nobles who were hesitant to engage with external powers, she maintained diplomatic relationships with key figures in both the Federation and the Alliance. While she was careful never to appear too sympathetic to either superpower, an accusation that could be politically fatal, she understood the importance of dialogue in an increasingly interconnected galaxy. Within the Federation, she maintained an informal but notable relationship with select senators and business leaders who supported economic and humanitarian cooperation between the two superpowers. While she never openly challenged the Empire's stance on the Federation, she did advocate for easing certain trade restrictions, arguing that increased commerce could benefit imperial citizens. This position, though controversial, earned her respect in certain federal circles, where she was seen as a rare voice of pragmatism within the otherwise rigid imperial hierarchy. Her relationship with the Alliance was even more complex. The Alliance of Independent Systems had long positioned itself as a counterbalance to both the Federation and the Empire, promoting a model of governance based on cooperation rather than centralized control. Though Ashling was deeply loyal to the Empire, she saw the value in some of the Alliance's ideals, particularly its emphasis on regional autonomy and self-governance. She maintained open channels with Alliance representatives, particularly those involved in humanitarian efforts, and even supported limited collaborative projects focused on infrastructure development in disputed sectors. These external relationships, however, were a double-edged sword. Within the Empire, her willingness to engage with outsiders was viewed with suspicion. Hardline imperial loyalists accused her of being too soft, too willing to compromise with those who did not share the Empire's vision of order and stability. Some even whispered that her connections with Federation and Alliance officials were signs of disloyalty, though no formal accusations were ever made. Ashling also had to contend with the realities of imperial politics. While she had allies, she also had enemies, many of them powerful. The most significant opposition came from the House of Lavigny, the ruling family of Emperor Arissa Lavigny Duval. Though there was no direct hostility between Ashling and the Emperor, their visions for the empire were fundamentally different. Where Arissa emphasized strength, discipline, and military supremacy, Ashling focused on reform, diplomacy, and social progress. Their rivalry, though rarely discussed openly, was an unspoken reality in the corridors of power. Another source of opposition came from factions within the Imperial Navy. Many high-ranking admirals saw Ashling's emphasis on diplomacy as a weakness, believing that the Empire's strength lay in its ability to project power through its fleet. Though she was careful never to challenge the Navy directly, her reluctance to embrace aggressive expansionism put her at odds with the more militaristic factions within the Empire. Despite these challenges, Ashling continued to build relationships that allowed her to remain a significant force in imperial politics. She understood that power in the Empire was not just about titles or military strength, it was about influence, about the ability to shape the hearts and minds of its people. She did not need to sit on the throne to effect change. She needed only to remain relevant, to be a voice that could not be silenced. As the years passed and the galaxy grew more unstable, Ashling's network of alliances became more critical than ever. The rise of the Thargoid threat, the increasing tensions between the superpowers, and the internal struggles within the Empire all created a landscape where adaptability was key. She was not a warrior, nor was she a senator, but she was something perhaps even more dangerous, an idea, a vision of what the Empire could be. Whether that vision would one day come to fruition, or whether it would be crushed under the weight of tradition, remained to be seen. But one thing was certain, Ashling Duval had made her mark, and no one in the Empire could afford to ignore her. In the Empire, tradition governs everything. From the structure of nobility to the way power is wielded, centuries of carefully maintained customs dictate who rises, who falls, and who is expected to remain in the background. For women of the imperial aristocracy, this tradition has long placed them in a paradoxical position, highly visible, yet frequently sidelined, possessing influence yet often denied direct authority. Throughout the Empire's history, noble women have been expected to embody grace, refinement, and diplomacy, while leaving the matters of governance and military strategy to their male counterparts. Yet there have always been exceptions, figures who defied expectations and forced imperial society to reconsider the role of women in leadership. Ashling Duval stands as one of the most prominent of these figures, but she is far from the first. Imperial history is filled with powerful women who have shaped the course of human events, though many of them did so from behind the throne rather than upon it. The empresses of the past often wielded great influence through their consort roles, ensuring dynastic stability and serving as the architects of political marriages that shaped the balance of power. However, they rarely ruled in their own right, and even when they did, their authority was often contested. The empire's structure, built upon rigid hierarchy and the weight of tradition, made it difficult for women to be seen as rulers in their own right. The most significant shift in this dynamic came with Arissa Lavigny Duval's ascension to the throne in 3301. As the first officially recognized empress in centuries, Arissa's rise was both a moment of progress and a reinforcement of imperial conservatism. She took power not through revolution, but through careful maneuvering within the Senate and the support of the Imperial Navy. Her reign emphasized strength, discipline, and stability, qualities that had long been associated with male rulers. While she proved that a woman could sit upon the throne, she did so by adhering to many of the same expectations that had defined previous emperors. Ashling Duval's approach, by contrast, was entirely different. Where Arissa projected an image of command and strategic precision, Ashling embraced the power of public perception. She did not seek to command fleets or dictate military policy. Instead, she positioned herself as a leader who understood the people, a noble who could bridge the gap between the aristocracy and the common citizenry. She demonstrated that influence could be wielded not just through political authority, but through social engagement, media presence, and direct connection with the public. In doing so, she redefined what it meant to be a woman in imperial politics, showing that leadership could take forms beyond the traditional methods of governance. Her rise to prominence was not without resistance. Many within the imperial court dismissed her as little more than a figure of entertainment, a noblewoman who had leveraged charm and spectacle rather than true political acumen. Her critics argued that she lacked the discipline required to govern, that her reliance on public appeal made her a populist rather than a stateswoman. Yet, despite their objections, Ashling continued to grow in influence, proving that the expectations placed upon women in the empire were not as immovable as they once seemed. The role of women in imperial society is deeply intertwined with the broader question of tradition versus progress. While the nobility continues to uphold the belief that lineage and duty determine one's place in the hierarchy, there has been an undeniable shift in how power is perceived. Women of the aristocracy are no longer confined solely to ceremonial roles. They are senators, business leaders, and military officers. Ashling Duval's influence on imperial policy has been shaped not by military command or direct governance, but through her ability to leverage public opinion and economic initiatives to drive change. Unlike many of her noble counterparts, who see governance as a matter of reinforcing hierarchy, she has positioned herself as an advocate for a more inclusive and progressive approach to imperial rule. Her economic and social policies, while controversial among the aristocracy, have gained her a loyal following among the lower and middle classes, as well as among those who believe the empire must evolve to maintain its strength in an increasingly complex galaxy. At the heart of Ashling's vision is the belief that the empire cannot sustain itself solely through tradition. While she acknowledges the grandeur and discipline that have defined imperial society for centuries, she has argued that economic and social stagnation pose a greater threat to imperial supremacy than any external force. Her policies, therefore, have focused on modernization, economic diversification, and the creation of new opportunities for those who have historically been excluded from advancement. One of her most well-known initiatives is the Citizens Relief Trust, founded in 3285, which provides financial and educational support to former imperial slaves who have completed their contracts. While imperial slavery is often defended as a structured and regulated system that ensures economic stability, Ashling has been one of the few nobles to challenge the assumption that those who exit the system are fully prepared to reintegrate into society. The Citizens Relief Trust offers housing assistance, job training, and business grants to those seeking to establish independent livelihoods, ensuring that they do not simply trade one form of servitude for another. This initiative has had a profound economic impact, particularly in sectors where traditional labor structures have long dominated. By creating pathways for former slaves to become self-sufficient, Ashling has introduced a new dynamic into imperial markets, one where economic mobility is not limited to the noble class or the corporate elite. Predictably, this has led to resistance from those who benefit from the old system. The Imperial Slave Association and several high-ranking senators have attempted to discredit her programs, arguing that they disrupt the natural order of imperial labor. Yet, despite their efforts, her initiatives have only grown in scope, with more systems adopting similar models of reintegration. Beyond labor policy, Ashling has also championed economic reforms that promote trade diversification and innovation. While the empire has traditionally relied on its military strength and aristocratic monopolies to maintain control over commerce, she has advocated for greater investment in technology and infrastructure that can expand economic opportunities beyond the reach of the most powerful noble houses. This has included partnerships with independent trade guilds, investment in planetary development projects, and support for technological research aimed at making imperial industry more competitive on the galactic stage. In 3292, she proposed a series of economic incentives aimed at revitalizing struggling imperial colonies on the frontier. These incentives included tax reductions for businesses willing to invest in these regions, as well as grants for infrastructure projects that would improve trade and transportation networks. While the proposal was met with skepticism by the Senate, which viewed it as an unnecessary deviation from the empire's traditional economic policies, several independent systems embraced the model. leading to noticeable improvements in trade flow and resource distribution. Her policies have also extended into education and public welfare, areas that have historically been overlooked by the imperial aristocracy. Unlike the Federation, which maintains a standardized public education system, the Empire has long relied on private institutions run by noble families to shape the next generation of leaders. Ashling has pushed for reforms that would make education more accessible to those outside the aristocracy, arguing that a well-educated populace is essential for the Empire's long-term stability. One of the most ambitious projects she has supported is the expansion of imperial academies to allow for greater enrollment of non-noble students. While she has stopped short of calling for a complete overhaul of the education system, she has advocated for scholarships and financial aid programs that would allow individuals from lower social classes to access higher education. This, she believes, would not only improve economic mobility, but also cultivate a new generation of skilled professionals who could contribute to the Empire's strength in ways beyond traditional military or noble service. Her focus on social policies has also led to increased diplomatic engagement with external factions, particularly in areas related to trade and humanitarian efforts. Though she remains loyal to the Empire, she has maintained a pragmatic approach to interstellar relations, recognizing that economic cooperation with the Federation and the Alliance can benefit imperial citizens. While many senators have resisted this idea, viewing any engagement with foreign powers as a sign of weakness, Ashling has carefully navigated these relationships, positioning herself as a leader who understands the balance between tradition and progress. Despite her successes, Ashling's economic and social policies have not come without challenges. Her critics within the Senate and the aristocracy continue to view her initiatives as dangerous disruptions to the established order, arguing that her emphasis on reform weakens the very foundations of imperial society. The fact that she operates largely outside of formal governance structures has also made it difficult for her to push for large-scale legislative change. Instead, she has relied on grassroots movements, private funding, and the sheer force of public support to advance her vision. There are also concerns about the long-term implications of her policies. While she has undoubtedly improved economic opportunities for many, some fear that her push for greater social mobility could erode the power of the nobility, leading to unintended consequences for the Empire's hierarchical structure. Whether her reforms will be fully embraced or whether they will be met with increasing resistance in the years to come remains an open question. What is undeniable, however, is that Ashling Duval has fundamentally altered the way the Empire thinks about economic and social policy. She has shown that power does not have to come solely from military strength or aristocratic privilege, but from the ability to inspire change through action and vision. Whether she ultimately reshapes the Empire or remains a symbol of what could have been, her impact is already deeply felt across imperial space. Ashling Duval's relationship with the Alliance of Independent Systems has been one of careful diplomacy, subtle engagement, and quiet pragmatism. While her loyalty to the Empire has never been in question, she has long recognized that the Alliance represents a unique force in the galaxy, one that cannot be ignored, nor treated in the same way as the Federation. Unlike the structured bureaucracy of the Federation or the rigid hierarchy of the Empire, the Alliance thrives on cooperation and self-governance. To many within the imperial aristocracy, this makes it an unpredictable and unreliable entity, but to Ashling it also presents opportunities. Her engagement with the Alliance has largely stemmed from economic and humanitarian interests rather than military or territorial concerns. Unlike the Federation, which maintains a long-standing political rivalry with the Empire, the Alliance has often positioned itself as a neutral party, focused more on trade, security, and mutual defense than ideological conflict. Ashling has recognized this distinction and, over the years, has sought to foster diplomatic relationships that benefit both imperial citizens and the independent worlds under Alliance protection. One of her earliest interactions with the Alliance came in 3292, when she advocated for increased trade routes between imperial border systems and Alliance-controlled regions. At the time, many of the independent colonies in the Alliance relied on fragmented supply lines and fluctuating access to resources. By opening imperial trade corridors to alliance merchants, Ashling saw an opportunity to strengthen economic ties while also presenting the empire as a stable and cooperative partner, rather than an expansionist force seeking to absorb smaller systems. This proposal, however, was met with significant resistance from the Imperial Senate. Many senators viewed the alliance as little more than a collection of disorganized systems, a political entity that lacked the discipline necessary to be a reliable partner. There were fears that increased trade could lead to a dilution of imperial influence, or worse, that it could embolden independent movements within imperial space. Despite this, Ashling persisted, leveraging her public appeal to argue that economic cooperation would benefit the empire's long-term stability. By 332 and 93, her efforts bore fruit. Several imperial-aligned corporations began expanding their operations into alliance space, establishing trade agreements that provided much-needed resources to both sides. While these agreements were officially conducted at the corporate level, Ashling's influence behind the scenes was well understood. She had succeeded in opening new avenues of cooperation without directly challenging imperial doctrine. Beyond trade, Ashling has also played a role in fostering diplomatic discussions regarding humanitarian efforts. The alliance has long been known for its stance on individual freedoms and its willingness to provide refuge for those fleeing conflicts or oppressive regimes. While the empire has traditionally viewed such policies with skepticism, Ashling has taken a more nuanced approach. She has quietly supported initiatives that provide aid to displaced populations, including former imperial slaves who have sought asylum in alliance space. This stance has put her at odds with many within the imperial nobility, who view the alliance's policies on citizenship and migration as destabilizing. The fear among conservative senators is that by engaging too closely with the alliance on humanitarian issues, Ashling risks legitimizing a system that runs counter to imperial traditions. Despite this, she has continued to advocate for structured cooperation, arguing that the well-being of individuals should not be compromised by political posturing. In 3301, following the assassination of Emperor Hengist Duval, tensions between the Empire and the Federation escalated, leading to renewed discussions on territorial security. While the Empire focused on reinforcing its military presence along contested regions, Ashling took a different approach. She reached out to several alliance leaders, engaging in discussions about the potential for joint security operations in systems that faced increased piracy and external threats. These discussions were informal. She had no official authority to negotiate military agreements, but they sent a clear signal. Ashling understood that in an era of growing instability, cooperation with the alliance could provide strategic advantages that outright confrontation could not. By ensuring that Imperial and Alliance forces had clear lines of communication in volatile regions, she helped prevent unnecessary skirmishes and secured greater stability for trade routes that benefited both factions. The most delicate aspect of Ashling's relationship with the Alliance has been the ideological divide between their respective governments. The Empire values structure, tradition, and loyalty to the Duval dynasty, whereas the Alliance thrives on decentralized governance and local autonomy. Many within the Senate believe that the Alliance's model is fundamentally flawed, that its lack of central leadership makes it weak. Ashling, however, has shown an understanding of the Alliance's strengths, particularly its ability to adapt and its resilience in the face of external threats. Despite her diplomatic engagements, Ashling has been careful never to appear too closely aligned with the Alliance. She knows that outright support for an independent faction could be seen as a challenge to imperial authority, particularly in the eyes of Emperor Arissa Lavigny Duval. Her approach has been one of pragmatic engagement, working with the Alliance where mutual benefit exists while ensuring that her loyalty to the Empire remains unquestioned. One of the most telling moments in her relationship with the Alliance came in 3306, when discussions arose over potential military cooperation in the face of increasing Thargoid incursions. While the Empire and the Federation continued their posturing, the Alliance was actively coordinating defense efforts across multiple systems. Ashling publicly praised the alliance's efficiency in organizing resistance efforts, a move that was seen as both bold and controversial within the Empire. Though she did not call for direct military cooperation, her statement was enough to spark debate within the Senate about whether the Empire should reconsider its stance on collaborative defense initiatives. As of 3309, Ashling's relationship with the Alliance remains an evolving aspect of her political career. While she has not directly challenged the Empire's stance, she has positioned herself as one of the few Imperial figures willing to engage with the Alliance on equal terms. Whether this will lead to further cooperation or increased tensions within the Senate remains to be seen. Her ability to walk this delicate line, maintaining Imperial loyalty while fostering external partnerships, has set her apart from many of her contemporaries. To some, she is a visionary, recognizing that the future of the Empire depends on strategic alliances rather than isolation. To others, she is a dangerous idealist, one who risks undermining Imperial authority by legitimizing independent systems. Regardless of the perspectives on her actions, one thing is clear: Ashling Duval has proven that diplomacy and cooperation can be just as powerful as fleets and military force. She understands that the galaxy is changing, and she is determined to ensure that the Empire does not fall behind. Whether her approach will lead to lasting partnerships or further political isolation remains an open question, but her influence on the Empire's relationship with the Alliance is undeniable. Ashling Duval's relationship with the Federation has always been a delicate balancing act. As a noble of the Empire and a member of the Duval dynasty, she has remained loyal to Imperial ideals. Yet, unlike many of her contemporaries, she has never embraced outright hostility toward the Federation. While the two superpowers have spent centuries in competition, locked in an ideological struggle between Imperial order and federal democracy, Ashling has approached the Federation not as an enemy, but as a force that must be understood and, where possible, engaged with pragmatically. Her willingness to engage with the Federation has made her a divisive figure within Imperial politics. The more conservative factions of the Senate view her as dangerously soft on the Empire's oldest rival, accusing her of undermining Imperial strength by promoting dialogue rather than dominance. Yet, among younger generations of Imperials and those who see value in cooperation over conflict, she has garnered quiet support. Ashling's first significant diplomatic interaction with the Federation came in 1992, when she called for limited trade agreements that would allow select Imperial goods to be more freely exported into federal markets. At the time, tensions between the two superpowers were running high, with border skirmishes and trade restrictions fueling economic friction. Her proposal was met with immediate resistance from Imperial senators who saw any economic partnership with the Federation as a sign of weakness. However, she argued that controlled trade would allow Imperial industries to thrive while also exposing federal citizens to the superiority of Imperial craftsmanship and luxury goods. Despite opposition, the proposal gained traction among Imperial corporations that saw the potential for profit. Several independent trading groups quietly began expanding operations into federal space, taking advantage of back-channel negotiations that Ashling had helped initiate. While the agreements were never officially sanctioned by the Senate, they laid the groundwork for increased commercial interaction between the two powers, proving that economic cooperation was possible even in the face of political hostility. Beyond trade, Ashling has also engaged in diplomatic discussions related to humanitarian issues. In 32 and 96, following a series of federal colony collapses due to mismanaged terraforming efforts, she spoke publicly about the need for interstellar humanitarian aid. While the Empire has traditionally viewed the Federation's governance model as inefficient and unsustainable, Ashling took a different approach, arguing that when human lives were at stake, political rivalries should be set aside. Her stance drew criticism from many within the Empire, who saw it as an unnecessary attempt to involve Imperial resources in federal failures. However, it also gained her quiet admiration from certain federal senators and human rights organizations, who saw in her a rare voice of reason amid the entrenched hostility between the two superpowers. Though the empire did not officially send aid, several independent imperial charities, many with ties to Ashling, coordinated relief efforts, further strengthening the perception that she was an advocate for cross-superpower cooperation. While the empire moved quickly to consolidate power under Arissa Lavigny Duval, Ashling took a more measured approach, emphasizing the need for internal unity before engaging in external conflicts. During this period, she maintained informal communication channels with certain federal leaders, ensuring that tensions did not escalate into open conflict. Though she never directly negotiated on behalf of the empire, her willingness to engage in dialogue prevented what could have been a disastrous escalation. This earned her further suspicion from the more militaristic factions of the Imperial Senate, who accused her of being too willing to compromise with an enemy that had long sought to dismantle the empire's influence. Her views on the Federation have always been pragmatic rather than ideological. While she does not align with federal values, particularly its democratic system, which she views as chaotic and ineffective, she recognizes the strengths of its economic power and its technological advancements. She has often spoken about the need for the empire to learn from its rivals, not in order to imitate them, but to better understand how to counter them. One of the key points of contention between Ashling and the Federation has been the issue of imperial slavery. While the Federation has long condemned the practice, Ashling's opposition to it has created an unusual overlap in ideology. In 33305, she was publicly praised by certain federal advocacy groups for her work with the Citizens Relief Trust, which helps former imperial slaves reintegrate into society. This recognition, however, became a source of tension within the empire, with hardline senators arguing that any praise from the Federation was a sign that Ashling's policies were eroding imperial traditions. Despite her careful diplomacy, Ashling remains viewed with suspicion by federal leadership. While some within the Federation see her as a potential ally in future negotiations, others believe she is simply another imperial noble using soft diplomacy as a means to advance the empire's interests. They see her engagement as a calculated effort to expand imperial economic and cultural influence rather than a genuine desire for cooperation. By 3308, with the rise of the Thargoid threat and increasing instability across the galaxy, Ashling's approach to the Federation has taken on new significance. While the superpowers remain locked in their long-standing rivalry, there is growing recognition that cooperation, at least in limited strategic areas, may be necessary for survival. Ashling has positioned herself as one of the few imperial figures willing to engage in these discussions, advocating for joint defense initiatives and shared intelligence in combating the alien threat. Her ability to navigate the complexities of imperial-federal relations without outright alienating either side has made her a unique figure in the political landscape. To her supporters, she represents a new approach, one that acknowledges the realities of an interconnected galaxy while still upholding imperial strength. To her critics, she remains a dangerous idealist, one whose willingness to engage with the Federation risks undermining the Empire's long-standing dominance. Whether her approach will lead to greater diplomatic breakthroughs or further political isolation remains uncertain. What is clear, however, is that Ashling Duval has already reshaped the way the Empire interacts with its greatest rival. While she may never bridge the deep divide between the two superpowers, she has demonstrated that engagement, rather than blind hostility, can be a powerful tool in shaping the future of the galaxy. The future of Ashling Duval remains one of the most widely debated topics in imperial politics. Her rise to prominence has been defined by controversy, public admiration, and relentless political maneuvering. Unlike most nobles, whose influence is tied to direct power in the Senate or the military, Ashling's power has always stemmed from the people. She is the rare figure who can command loyalty without an army, shape policy without holding an official government seat, and influence the course of the Empire without sitting on the throne. Yet as the galaxy changes, the question remains, what comes next for the People's Princess? Despite her political setbacks, Ashling has continued to be a force in imperial affairs. In 33301, after the assassination of Emperor Hengist Duval, her supporters saw an opportunity for her to take the throne. However, the Senate ultimately backed Arissa Lavigny Duval, a decision that solidified the more traditionalist factions within the empire. Though Ashling publicly supported the new emperor, her ideological differences with Arissa have remained apparent. While Arissa has ruled with an emphasis on military strength and political consolidation, Ashling has positioned herself as a voice for reform and humanitarian progress. This divide has led many to speculate that Ashling may one day challenge for the throne again. One of the most pressing questions surrounding Ashling's future is whether she will remain an outsider in imperial politics or attempt to claim a more direct role in governance. Her influence has largely come from working outside the traditional structures of power, using public sentiment and media influence to shape imperial discourse. However, as time passes, some of her supporters argue that she must take a more active role within the imperial system if she truly wants to enact lasting change. Whether this means seeking a formal Senate position, aligning with a powerful noble house, or attempting to gain military support remains unclear. There are also growing concerns that her vision for the empire puts her at increasing odds with the traditionalist aristocracy. While she has built alliances with progressive factions, her opposition to imperial slavery, and her willingness to engage with external powers such as the Federation and the Alliance have made her a controversial figure. In 3305, when her Citizens Relief Trust gained recognition from federal human rights organizations, several prominent imperial senators used this as evidence that her policies were weakening imperial identity. Though she remains a Duval, there are those within the Senate who view her as a potential threat to the stability of the empire. Some believe that Ashling's future may lie beyond traditional politics entirely. Her ability to engage with the public on a personal level has made her one of the most recognizable figures in imperial history. Unlike previous nobles who have relied on military or political structures for influence, she has built a brand that transcends formal governance. There are whispers that she may use this influence to establish her own political faction within the empire, one that challenges the dominance of the Senate while still remaining loyal to the imperial throne. If this were to happen, it could lead to a fundamental shift in how power is structured in imperial society. There's also the question of how the Thargoid threat will shape Ashling's future. The war with the Thargoids, which has escalated significantly since 3306, has forced all major powers to reconsider their priorities. While the Empire is focused on maintaining military strength and securing its borders, Ashling has taken a more diplomatic approach, advocating for increased cooperation between superpowers to combat the alien menace. In 33308, she publicly praised the Alliance's efforts in organizing anti-Thargoid defense initiatives, a statement that further fueled tensions with Imperial hardliners who believe the Empire should remain independent in its response. Her stance on interstellar diplomacy could position her as a key figure in future negotiations between the Empire, the Federation, and the Alliance. While many within the Senate continue to resist the idea of cross-superpower cooperation, Ashling's influence could help shift public sentiment toward a more pragmatic approach. If she can successfully balance this without alienating the imperial core, she may find herself in a position to reshape the Empire's foreign policy. Another possibility for Ashling's future is a direct challenge to the Senate's authority. While she has traditionally worked within the framework of imperial governance, her growing frustration with the slow pace of change could push her toward more radical action. There have been murmurs that some of her supporters are calling for a direct confrontation with the old aristocracy, arguing that the empire must modernize or risk stagnation. While Ashling has never publicly supported such drastic measures, it is not beyond possibility that she could leverage her influence to challenge the existing power structures in ways no noble has done before. There is also the potential for an alliance with elements of the imperial military. Though she has not cultivated strong ties within the Navy like Arissa Lavigny Duval, there are reports that some officers, particularly those disillusioned with the Senate's rigid approach to governance, are sympathetic to her ideas. If she were to secure military backing, even in a limited capacity, it could provide her with the leverage needed to push for more significant reforms. Yet for all the speculation, Ashling remains an enigma. Unlike other political figures who operate within clear hierarchies and defined power structures, she exists in a space that is both powerful and unstable. She has built a movement that is difficult to control, one that thrives on public support rather than military might or political deals. This makes her both a formidable figure and a precarious one. Her influence is vast, but it relies on the continued will of the people. Arissa Lavigny Duval, born in 3243, was introduced to society as the daughter of Prince Aristide de Lavigny and his wife, Florence Lavigny. The Lavigny family, a prestigious noble house, held significant influence within the empire, owning estates on Capital in Akinar, on Topaz in Fassis, and in Kamadenu. From a young age, Arissa was immersed in the traditions and responsibilities that came with her noble lineage. Raised as the daughter of Prince Aristide de Lavigny and Florence Lavigny, Arissa's early life was steeped in the privileges and responsibilities of imperial nobility. However, the death of Prince Aristide unveiled a profound truth. Arissa was, in fact, the illegitimate daughter of Emperor Hengist Duval. After Prince Aristide's sudden death, Florence Lavigny continued to raise her daughter within the protective confines of their family estates, ensuring she received an education befitting her status. As Arissa matured, she began to take on roles within the imperial court, her poise and intellect marking her as a prominent figure among the nobility. Arissa's political career commenced with her tenure as a senator, where she quickly distinguished herself from her peers. Unlike many senators who distanced themselves from their constituents once in office, Arissa maintained a hands-on approach, personally addressing the concerns of those she represented. Her commitment to transparency and justice was further exemplified by her undercover endeavor as an imperial slave at House Lavigny on Akinar. This experience exposed her to the systemic corruption within imperial institutions, including bribery and fraudulent activities. While these revelations were disheartening, they reinforced her belief in the superiority of the imperial system over alternatives like the Federation, especially regarding the standard of living for the underprivileged. The true nature of her parentage remained concealed until a pivotal moment in 3300. It was then that Florence Lavigny and Emperor Hengist Duval announced their intention to marry. This union was not merely a consolidation of power between two noble houses, but also a revelation of a deeply held secret. Arissa was the biological daughter of Emperor Hengist Duval. Near the close of 3300, Hengist decreed that his only legitimate child, Harold, who is Ashling Duval's unmarried father, was not of sound mind and therefore unfit for rule, and in any case had no legitimate children himself. Following this announcement, Arissa Lavigny Duval declared that she was the illegitimate child of Hengist. The emperor supported this claim by announcing his forthcoming marriage to Arissa's mother, Florence Lavigny, and was expected to formally adopt Arissa and cement her claim to the throne. By legitimizing Arissa as his daughter through marriage to Florence, Emperor Hengist intended to position her as a direct heir to the imperial throne. This move was strategic, especially considering the complexities surrounding the line of succession at the time. However, the path to legitimacy and succession was fraught with challenges. On August 5, 3301, Emperor Hengist Duval was assassinated.
The fact that anyone would attack the emperor in his own palace, when for all intents and purposes he's already on his deathbed, is symptomatic of a very serious sickness within our society. Certain elements, criminal and otherwise, see the current situation as an opportunity to advance their own agendas. At a time when we should be standing together as one nation, one voice, instead we find ourselves fractured and alone. It doesn't need to be this way. Together we are stronger than those who wish to seek to tear us down. As proof of that, information provided by imperial citizens loyal to the ideals upon which our nation was founded has proven invaluable in the hunt for those who sought to strike against us. In particular, agents of the imperial court have uncovered 2 potential locations which may well hold the answers we seek. I call on any pilot who has ever dreamed of honoring the legacy of our great empire. Assist me in teaching the Emperor's wayward sons exactly what it means to truly be a member of the greatest nation in the galaxy.
The subsequent weeks saw intense deliberations within the Imperial Senate.
Without a clear line of succession, we have a solemn duty to decide who will rule the empire in these fractious times. It is clear that our beloved emperor wished for Senator Arissa Lavigny Duval to become heir, and so, when the time came, become emperor. That time has now come. But the law does not allow us to honor his wishes. Instead, we must follow the rules set out for us by centuries of law and tradition. The Senate has 1 month to determine who will be the 16th ruler to sit on the imperial throne. The candidate must be of royal blood or of royal marriage, and must have a clear majority backing of the Senate in the final count. The final tally will be taken on October the 5th. Personally, I would urge the senators present to consider the emperor's intentions carefully. I knew him well, and I know that everything he did was for the good of the empire.
On October 6, 3301, the Senate declared Arissa Lavigny Duval as the new emperor, a decision that was formalized with her coronation on October 18, 3301.
Everyone knows that my priority is the security of the empire. It is my duty as a senator to provide the best possible opportunities for the clients, patrons, citizens, and slaves who follow me. I take that duty seriously, as I do my oath as a senator to care for the empire as a whole. Part of that duty is to ensure that whoever sits at the apex of imperial society is the right person for the task at hand. They must know when change is needed, yet still observe the traditions that make the empire strong. They must be strong to ensure that we cannot be defeated, but they must also show mercy when the situation requires it. Many of my loyal followers have said that I would be a suitable candidate for emperor, and I am flattered and deeply honored that they hold me in such high regard. To them I say that I will be happy to work with whoever is declared emperor. Were it up to me, then the choice would be simple. My vote goes to my esteemed fellow senator, Arissa Lavigny Duval.
Her ascension marked a new chapter in imperial history, as she became the first woman to hold the imperial throne. This milestone was met with both acclaim and resistance. While many lauded her commitment to honor and anti-corruption, traditionalists questioned her legitimacy based on her gender and the circumstances of her birth. Arissa's claim to the throne was fortified by DNA evidence confirming her lineage as Hengist's daughter. Despite facing opposition from traditionalists who questioned her legitimacy due to her gender and the circumstances of her birth, Arissa's unwavering dedication to imperial values and her vision for a reformed empire garnered her substantial support.
Honored citizens of the Empire, my imperial brothers and sisters, I come before you today not as a princess or as a senator, but as a concerned daughter of this nation. In our father's long absence, certain undesirable elements have sought to usurp the right and just laws which govern our civilization. Through their dishonorable actions, they seek to unravel the delicate threads that bind us together as a great and unified society. The House of Duval will not allow the madness of the few to undo everything that we have struggled so long to achieve. I swear to you, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, the Emperor's protection will stand. You will not live in fear of hunger, of sickness, of weakness or shame. Enemies of the imperial court, beware. This is your one warning. You will not get another. This is a day I cannot compare to any other. The trust my fellow senators have shown in me makes me all the more determined to overcome the challenges we will surely face in the coming weeks and months. For too long, we have suffered from uncertainty in the wake of the emperor's death. I had the great fortune to talk with the late emperor in his final days, and to learn how he planned to strengthen the empire in these times of change. In the coming weeks, I will announce the formation of my government and my plans to tackle the threats facing the empire. But for now, I will enjoy this moment and express my gratitude to the empire and everyone, from slave to senator, for this opportunity to serve.
Upon her coronation, Emperor Arissa faced the immediate threat posed by Emperor's Dawn, an ultra-traditionalist faction responsible for her father's assassination. Demonstrating her resolve, she declared Emperor's Dawn enemies of the state and endorsed Senator Denton Patreus's military campaigns to dismantle the insurgent group.
Emperor's Dawn has gone to great lengths to present itself as being aligned with the Empire's values and ideals, but make no mistake, this organization is an enemy of the Empire. Senator Patreus has demonstrated sound judgment in his management of the campaign, and I have every faith in his ability to remove this threat to our civilization. The operation to destroy Emperor's Dawn will continue under his guidance.
The stability of her reign was disrupted in September 3306 when the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army, NMLA, launched a series of terrorist attacks on imperial starports, followed by the assassination of Prince Harold Duval on September 14th. These events sent shockwaves throughout the empire, prompting a state funeral for Prince Harold on September 24th, during which Emperor Arissa delivered a poignant eulogy for her half-brother. In the wake of these tragedies, she took decisive action to combat the NMLA threat, working closely with imperial security forces to prevent further attacks and restore a sense of security among imperial citizens. In 3307, intelligence reports indicated a credible threat to Emperor Arissa's life, leading her to accept the Senate's formal protection. She was relocated to a secure, undisclosed location to continue her duties remotely. However, it was later revealed that during this period, she had been abducted by the Lords of Restoration, a covert group with deep ties within the Senate and Imperial intelligence. In January 3307, a clandestine group of senators known as the Lords of Restoration orchestrated a coup that led to Emperor Arissa's abduction. This group, seeking to reshape the empire's governance, colluded with the private military firm Darkwater Inc. to detain the emperor. For over a year, her whereabouts remained unknown to the public, with the Senate issuing statements that she was in seclusion for her protection. The truth of her captivity came to light in February 3308, when a coordinated operation by the Imperial Guard and independent pilots successfully rescued her from confinement. This episode not only exposed vulnerabilities within the Empire's political apparatus, but also highlighted the lengths to which internal factions would go to challenge her rule. The Imperial Herald published a special report. The absence of the emperor from public life for over a year has prompted much speculation. The Senate claimed that she was being kept safe from assassination attempts by the NMLA and that they remained in contact with her. In truth, she was being held captive by the NMLA's secret benefactors. This group of imperial senators referred to themselves as the Lords of Restoration. They were revealed only after ACCT recruited independent pilots to help decipher the terrorists' dark comms network. Chancellor Blaine immediately ordered the Imperial Guard into battle against Darkwater soldiers. A ship fleeing from the Summerland system was intercepted, aboard which was a cryogenic pod containing the Emperor herself. She was swiftly returned to Capital and is currently under the care of the Imperial Palace medical team.
Citizens of the Empire, be assured that your Emperor is alive and well. I regret that my temporary seclusion has lasted for so long, but I have remained in contact with the Senate during this time. I was advised to depart from Capital when Imperial intelligence warned me about a legitimate NMLA assassination attempt, and of Marlinist sympathizers within the highest levels of our government. Once the work of this loyal agency is complete, I will continue my work in leading us toward a prosperous future.
The IISS has launched a security operation based on ACT's information. This reveals that groups within the Senate, Darkwater, and Imperial Intelligence formed a long-running conspiracy to fund and empower the NMLA. Senators Alberto Garrion, Carl Nerva, Ursula Torquatus, and several others have been placed under arrest. ACT has stated that it will provide additional information soon. The Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army, NMLA, posed another significant threat during her tenure. This extremist group, advocating for republicanism and the dismantling of imperial traditions, was responsible for a series of terrorist attacks, including the assassination of Prince Harold Duval in September 3306. The NMLA's actions sowed fear and discord throughout the empire, challenging the emperor's efforts to maintain unity and order. Emperor Arissa's legitimacy has also been a point of contention among traditionalist factions within the empire. As the first woman to ascend to the imperial throne, her gender has been a focal point for hardliners who adhere to patriarchal interpretations of imperial succession laws. Additionally, the circumstances of her birth, being the illegitimate daughter of Emperor Hengist Duval, have been leveraged by detractors to question her rightful claim. These elements have fueled ongoing debates and resistance from sectors of the nobility and political elite, necessitating continuous efforts by the emperor to assert her authority and validate her position. The emergence of isolationist groups, most notably Nova Imperium, further complicated the political landscape. Led by Imperator Mordanticus, Nova Imperium advocated for a return to traditional imperial values and a more insular stance, opposing alliances and external engagements.
It is incumbent upon me to reveal that Hengist Duval fathered not one but two illegitimate children in his younger days. A few years before meeting Florence Lavigny, he had a brief affair with a slave in the imperial household. When Hengist's father discovered this, the matter was hushed up and the slave dismissed. The slave's son went on to sire a child of his own, Hadrian Duval, grandson of Emperor Hengist Duval. Hadrian was unaware of this until we located him and genetically confirmed his lineage. Arissa Lavigny Duval is a weak emperor who must be removed. We call for Hadrian Duval to be recognized as the true heir to the throne. The empire has been weakened by collaborating with its enemies. Aegis drains our resources to protect foreign systems from the Thargoids, our security forces are stretched thin defending non-imperial systems, and Princess Duval sullies her honorable name by dallying with a federal libertine. Our people demand stronger leadership. We will achieve this by installing a new emperor, one who will restore the glory of the empire.
Their rise culminated in open conflict, challenging Emperor Arissa's policies and threatening the cohesion of the empire. The eventual defeat and capture of Mordanticus were pivotal in quelling this insurrection. The year 3307 marked a turning point in Imperial Federation relations. Emperor Arissa Lavigny Duval made the decisive move to sever official collaborations with both the Federation and the Alliance, limiting joint efforts to specific initiatives such as Aegis, the anti-Xeno organization. This decision underscored her dedication to preserving imperial sovereignty and preventing external influences from undermining the empire's autonomy. The cessation of these collaborations was a clear message to the Federation that the Empire would not tolerate any encroachment on its internal affairs. Despite the formal cessation of collaborations, the two superpowers continued to engage in indirect competition, particularly in the spheres of trade and territorial influence. Both the Empire and the Federation sought to expand their reach into independent systems, offering economic incentives and security assurances to sway local governments. This rivalry often led to proxy conflicts, with each side supporting opposing factions within contested regions. In 3308, the political landscape shifted with the emergence of the Marlinist colonies, a group of imperial citizens who sought asylum within the Federation after facing persecution for their republican beliefs. The Federation's decision to grant them sanctuary was perceived by Emperor Arissa as a direct challenge to imperial authority and an attempt to foment dissent within the empire. In response, she reinforced internal security measures and issued statements condemning any external interference in the empire's domestic matters.
Our people have given us a clear mandate: the colonies stand alone. In accordance with the key principles of Marlinism, we reject monarchy rule in favor of republican governance and direct representation. Most of us are still haunted by the trauma of becoming refugees in 3306, when millions of innocent Marlinists were accused of supporting terrorist acts. We fled from an empire that had become intolerant and abusive. This cannot be so easily forgotten. Nevertheless, we recognize that approximately a quarter of our population voted to accept the emperor's proposal. The ties to our homelands remain strong, and we still share much culture and history with the empire. But the will of the masses is evident. I offer my thanks to Her Majesty for extending this offer, and call upon her to recognize and respect the decision of the Marlinist colonies.
As the Thargoid incursions expanded beyond the Pleiades, the need for coordinated defense became imperative. In 3304, the Empire, Federation, and Alliance collaborated to establish Aegis, a cross-superpower organization dedicated to researching Thargoid technology and developing defensive strategies. Emperor Arissa authorized imperial resources and personnel to support Aegis, reflecting her commitment to a unified approach against the alien threat.
To surmise that these encounters constitute proof of the existence of non-human intelligence would be rash in the extreme. We cannot rule out the possibility that these ships could be experimental human spacecraft, or even the product of an intricate hoax. I urge all Imperial citizens to remain calm and not to leap to conclusions. The facts are these. The Thargoids have highly sophisticated starships, they have a relationship with the organic constructs, and they have the means to remotely disable human spacecraft. In some quarters, these facts have given rise to concern, but I urge you not to panic. The human race has surmounted countless challenges in the past and created a civilization that spans hundreds of star systems. Do not be too quick to discount the human race. I agree with Senator Patreus that supporting Azimuth's proposal remains our most practical course of action. However, alternative options for tackling the Thargoid threat are required.
However, the partnership within Aegis was not without internal debate. In January 3309, Princess Ashling Duval publicly appealed to Emperor Arissa to reconsider the Empire's involvement in the cross-superpower anti-Xeno initiative, expressing concerns over resource allocation and potential overreach. Despite such appeals, Emperor Arissa maintained her stance on collaboration, emphasizing the necessity of a united front to effectively counter the Thargoid menace. The Thargoid threat reached a critical point in 3308 with the discovery of massive Thargoid constructs, colloquially termed Titans, which posed an even greater danger to human-occupied systems. In response, Emperor Arissa intensified military readiness, directing the Imperial Navy to bolster defenses in key sectors and protect Imperial territories from potential incursions. An official pronouncement from the Imperial Palace stated, "Every subject of the Empire who was abducted by the Thargoids is receiving the highest possible quality of treatment and support. The Emperor has ordered that they will be given exemplary medical and psychological care for as long as they remain in medical isolation." A cornerstone of her economic strategy has been the aggressive expansion of the Empire's sphere of influence. By January 3311, the Empire's reach extended to 1,269 systems, a testament to her successful policies of territorial and economic growth. This expansion not only increased the Empire's resource base, but also opened new markets for imperial goods and services, strengthening the overall economy. Emperor Arissa's administration has also focused on enhancing security within imperial-controlled systems to create a stable environment conducive to economic activities. Increased security measures have made it safer for unarmed miners and merchants to operate, thereby boosting trade and commerce. Additionally, bounty hunters have benefited from higher payouts for bounty claims, incentivizing the maintenance of law and order. Archon Delaine was born in 3249 in a neglected sector of space where few would choose to reside without urgent necessity. The settlement that became his birthplace was little more than a disjointed collection of self-made dwellings and dimly lit corridors crawling with desperate souls. Resources were scarce, and disputes often turned violent even when stakes were low. In this environment, parents and elders did what they could to keep children sheltered, but survival took precedence over formal caretaking. From all accounts, Delaine's earliest years were shaped by chaos and secrecy. Some have speculated that his mother struggled with chronic illnesses, while his father, whose identity remains uncertain, was rumored to have had dealings with illicit smugglers. By 3254, a few of the more observant locals noted that the child with the harsh, knowing stare was now largely left to fend for himself. Despite a fragile support network of community members who refused to see a child starve, the boy soon became an oddity that few wanted to approach. In 3257, those same individuals who had tried to look after him noticed how self-reliant he had become. By the age of 8, he began evading station authorities who suspected him of petty theft. Yet, most who encountered the boy described him as focused rather than reckless. He seemed aware of every scrap of food, every means of securing his next meal, and every corner that might offer a few hours of safety from prying eyes. Though many children in that sector shared similar struggles, Delaine stood out for the way he calculated each move, rarely resorting to outright violence in those days, but never hesitating when force was required. By 3260, a small group of vagrants and fugitives residing in the same station claimed they had seen him engaging in minor smuggling. They told stories of the child slipping in and out of cramped vents, moving contraband or stolen supplies through hidden compartments, while others served as decoys. More outlandish rumors suggest that Delaine had begun bartering knowledge of station layouts to local criminals in exchange for basic rations, shelter, or personal protection. Some believe that the foundation for his future infamy took root here, in those clandestine exchanges, because he learned how valuable information could be when deployed at the right time to the right people. In 3264, the region saw an uptick in illegal activity as warring factions vied for access to the black markets that flourished in unregulated corridors. At 15 years old, Delaine found himself in the middle of skirmishes whose participants spanned every variety of misfit and outlaw. Witnesses recall that he never showed fear when confronted. One station steward insists that he saw Delaine stand his ground against a fully armed mercenary who tried to confiscate his wares. Though the confrontation was diffused, it forced local racketeers to acknowledge him as something more than a resourceful teenager. He had the nerve, and perhaps the cunning, to outmaneuver or stand up to individuals who dwarfed him in both stature and firepower. It is believed that between 3265 and 3266, Delaine managed to accumulate enough stolen goods and contraband to make modest but significant deals with lesser syndicates. This move elevated him from a mere local nuisance to a teenage broker of contraband. Those who once ridiculed him for his youth suddenly found themselves obligated to negotiate on his terms, especially when he could guarantee safe passage through corridors or warn of impending raids from rival groups. Although the details remain murky, one account places him at the heart of an operation that diverted valuable shipments of weaponry intended for a faction that had long terrorized the station's residents. The shipments mysteriously ended up in the hands of small-time smugglers, who promptly used the new firepower to challenge the local oppressors. No official record connects him to this incident, yet rumors of his involvement persist. By 3267, Delaine began recruiting peers, many of them orphaned or abandoned at a young age, to run errands and gather intelligence. In 3268, by all indicators, his group had begun to outgrow the confines of the station. Some members took up tasks on passing vessels, gleaning valuable intelligence on distant markets. Others established relationships with equally young but ambitious smugglers looking for protection. Delaine, then 19 years old, was said to be orchestrating all of this from the shadows, never placing too much confidence in one route or one set of contacts. While local authorities tried to weed out corruption, he remained multiple steps ahead, leveraging his expanding network to move with minimal detection. A handful of individuals claimed they saw him around this time carry a personal data pad containing station schematics and notes on trade routes, schematics so detailed that they could only have been acquired through well-placed bribes or the hacking of high-level security systems. In 3269, tragedies struck the region in the form of renewed conflicts between criminal factions. Overnight, entire sections of the station fell into chaos, with innocent residents caught in the crossfire. Delaine's most loyal companions rallied around him, ensuring that safe corridors remained open for those who pledged their allegiance. By the time these conflicts had calmed, the young man who once scavenged for scraps now recognized as a rising force who could broker both fear and relief. His name carried weight well beyond the station's claustrophobic tunnels, eventually reaching outposts in nearby systems. Archon Delaine's ascent to dominance began quietly in the turbulent zones of the Pegassi sector. In his early 20s, he was merely a name exchanged among smugglers and outlaws, a young marauder rumored to turn random attacks into carefully orchestrated operations. By 3294, a handful of ambushes on independent trade vessels were unofficially linked to him. Authorities and rival pirates, however, dismissed these events as isolated incidents, rather than evidence of an emerging threat. Over time, though, many traders realized that certain routes had grown perilous, with consistent raids and demands for bribes. Quiet speculation took hold, hinting that a single mind might be engineering these strikes, driven by more than just short-term plunder. By 3296, crime syndicates based in Pegassi stations noticed a pattern. Their warehouses were repeatedly hit with uncanny precision, and any data logs that could implicate the culprits vanished. Initially, they blamed one another for the thefts, but as the losses mounted, whispers of an unknown force circulated among seasoned operatives. Some were unwilling to believe a newcomer could pull the strings so effectively, but by 3297, rumors of a calculated hand behind the attacks gained traction. The idea that a young pirate might be staging large-scale heists beneath the radar sounded absurd. Yet the steady rise in missing shipments painted a stark picture. Early in 3298, entire docking platforms fell under sudden takeover, with dock workers caught off guard but otherwise left unhurt. Witnesses murmured of an imposing figure who claimed he would soon rule the sector, leaving cryptic messages for station administrators, warning them to either cooperate or suffer the consequences. Whether Archon Delaine was behind these threats or not, the style of intimidation matched his alleged methods, calculated violence paired with an offer of safety for those who complied. By mid-3298, smaller merchants whispered about so-called protection fees, paid discreetly in goods or credits to avoid more lethal outcomes. The tolls hinted at a larger scheme, with profits funneled to someone shaping the region's underground economy. The year 3299 brought sharper conflict. A legendary event, often called the Blood Scar Incident, cemented Archon Delaine's growing reputation. A coalition of exiled criminals, sure they could overthrow this new menace, launched an ambitious assault on a system they believed he controlled. Instead of a disorganized gang, they discovered advanced weaponry and stealth teams that systematically dismantled their forces. Only a few survivors escaped to spread the story. People guessed Delaine had gained access to top-tier arms, though exactly how remained a mystery. Regardless, he proved he could repel large-scale attacks and inflict devastating losses on rival factions. By 3300, sectors far beyond his home turf felt a shift. Stations that once remained neutral found themselves conceding to the demands of a warlord who demonstrated both keen judgment and relentless force. Some who resisted quickly learned that Delaine's pirate network, known as the Kumo crew, resembled a disciplined military structure more than a ragtag swarm. Within the Kumo ranks, lieutenants enforced his rules, ensuring loot and tribute flowed consistently. Station administrators began weighing their options. Yielding to Delaine might be distasteful, but it often came with a twisted promise of order in regions overrun by dangerous free agents. His name grew synonymous with fear, though many admitted that under his dominance, random violence somewhat lessened. In 3301, having operated largely from the shadows, Delaine proclaimed himself the rightful overlord of an expanse of pirate activity. He demanded recognition across systems that had little familiarity with him, effectively drawing a line: submit or be swept aside. Skeptics mocked the idea of a pirate claiming dominion over whole star systems. Yet, outposts toppled quickly, prompting law enforcement and military bodies to label him a credible threat. Attempts to uproot his operations met with repeated failure. In some cases, authorities retreated to avoid sustaining heavier losses. By 3302, trade networks faced a stark reality. Safe passage often hinged on negotiations with Kumo intermediaries. Merchants, large and small, opted to compromise rather than risk everything. Some formed covert deals, exchanging contraband or information for an easier journey, while others simply paid steep bribes. Local militias continued to claim Delaine's forces used top-grade surveillance and infiltration tactics honed through battle-tested experience. Talk of his achievements spread, reinforcing his myth throughout frontier settlements. By 3303, Archon Delaine had solidified his reign as a potent blend of coercion and structure. Critics denounced him as a scourge on lawful commerce, a tyrant who squeezed entire populations to fuel his ambitions. Yet others, particularly those who had contended with smaller but brutally erratic pirate groups, found that under Delaine's rule they could bargain for a tenuous peace by paying tribute. Those unwilling to bow lived in constant dread of an unannounced Kumo incursion. Even the label Pirate King began circulating, conjuring an image of a tyrant whose reach was nearly impossible to escape. By late 3303, major powers had grown wary, suspecting that Delaine's empire might continue to expand if left unchecked. Diplomatic efforts to undermine him sometimes stalled, as his unpredictable tactics and tight-knit crew made infiltration difficult. Meanwhile, bounty hunters, enticed by the massive payoffs promised for his capture, rarely returned victorious. In mere years, he transformed from an unrecognized raider into the figurehead of piracy throughout Pegassi and beyond. Stations once dismissed as far-flung outposts now became pivotal battlegrounds in a contest between state forces and a formidable pirate kingdom. There is a theory that the Kumo crew took shape long before anyone recognized it as a structured faction, emerging from the chaos of the Pegassi sector under the guiding hand of Archon Delaine. During the mid-3290s, disparate bands of raiders and smugglers roamed the region, each one operating on shifting alliances that could dissolve at the slightest hint of profit or personal gain. In this environment, it was typical for fledgling syndicates to unite for a single raid, then fragment without warning. Yet something changed around 3297, when word began to spread of a charismatic and ruthless figure who demanded not just a piece of the spoils, but complete loyalty. At that time, Delaine's name was whispered in the corridors of neglected outposts, accompanied by second-hand accounts of his precise strikes and the way he persuaded smaller crews to pledge their allegiance. Sometimes the persuasion came in the form of bribes, top-quality contraband, advanced weapons, or safe passage through lawless corridors. In other cases, entire gangs were forced to capitulate after being outmaneuvered, their leaders publicly humiliated or quietly eliminated. By 3298, many had grown accustomed to the notion that if a criminal outfit wanted to survive, it had to accept Delaine's terms and submit to the standards of behavior he imposed on his subordinates. Early references to the name Kumo crew showed up around the same period, though not all who used the term agreed on what it meant. Some believed Kumo hinted at a web of interconnected cells, each linked by a common cause, but operating independently to avoid detection. Others claimed it alluded to a menacing symbol or insignia that surfaced in the aftermath of raids, left as a silent warning to those who might consider fighting back. Whatever the original inspiration, the name stuck, and whispers about the crew began circulating in smuggler dens and black market hubs well beyond Pegassi's borders. Individuals identifying themselves as Kumo lieutenants started appearing in remote stations, offering local gangs the chance to join their growing enterprise. They painted a picture of a structured network that provided reliable access to weaponry, trade routes, and vital resources. The trade-off was absolute loyalty. Independent operators who refused to cooperate found themselves unable to sell their plunder in Kumo-controlled territories. Worse yet, rumors abounded of merchant vessels ambushed shortly after deals fell through, suggesting that the crew held an extensive intelligence network capable of monitoring transactions across multiple systems. In 3300, the Kumo crew solidified its reputation by orchestrating a series of coordinated raids that spanned several star systems over a mere matter of weeks. Each attack displayed an uncanny understanding of local security measures, with infiltration squads sabotaging station defenses and strike forces arriving precisely on schedule. The crew seized valuable shipments, including advanced weaponry and high-grade narcotics. Observers noted that these raids involved a level of planning not commonly associated with pirate syndicates, leading some to claim that a new era of organized piracy had begun. By the end of that year, it was clear that the crew owed its success to the leadership of Archon Delaine, whose strategic thinking made these feats possible. The following year, in 3301, those who had once laughed off the Kumo crew as a coalition of overconfident marauders found themselves reassessing the threat. Delaine publicly declared that he and his followers intended to unify the criminal underworld in the sector. This announcement sparked a wave of anxiety among established outfits that had previously viewed him as a distant concern. A few tried to mount challenges, but their efforts dissolved in the face of the crew's relentless assaults. Each victory enlarged the Kumo ranks, giving Delaine access to more fighters, more ships, and more influence in distant corners of the galaxy. While the Kumo crew's brutality became legendary, the group also developed a reputation for reliability in their dealings. Their word, once given, was rarely broken. Ambassadors from fringe world governments quietly negotiated terms for shipping lanes, and unscrupulous traders willingly paid the price for Kumo protection, which often proved preferable to random raids by less predictable pirates. The crew acted almost like a shadow government in some regions, leveraging fear but also providing a rudimentary form of stability. For station administrators who had endured years of unchecked chaos, the high tribute demanded by Kumo enforcers felt like a necessary evil, a means of securing peace. Diplomatic channels buzzed with speculation over how to contain or dismantle Delaine's organization, but no consensus emerged. Meanwhile, the crew's name spread to every corner of Pegassi and beyond. Settlements that had never experienced a pirate incursion soon found themselves penning emergency trade agreements with Kumo representatives to avoid a sudden and devastating siege. Archon Delaine, once an unknown upstart, now oversaw a vast web of affiliates, each one loyal to him for reasons that ranged from naked fear to genuine admiration. By then, the Kumo crew had evolved into a force that transcended simple piracy. It regulated smuggling routes, influenced black market prices, and used extortion as a tool of governance. Delaine's infamous brand of leadership attracted renegades looking for direction and credibility, even as it drew the ire of traditional powers seeking to restore official control. Whether seen as a marauding empire or a unified network of outcasts, the crew left few systems unchanged. In years to come, analysts would debate whether the Kumo phenomenon stemmed from Delaine's personal genius or from a deeper hunger for order among those who thrived on the edges of lawful society. Archon Delaine's reach expanded far beyond the early skirmishes and opportunistic raids that first earned him a following. Though his Kumo crew was initially dismissed as nothing more than a dangerous gang, the success of their coordinated strikes across multiple systems signaled a larger plan at work. Rumors circulated about entire starports ceding control rather than risk devastating conflict. People began to speak of a shadowy network capable of sustaining widespread rule, not merely roving piracy. It was around this time that many observers realized Archon Delaine was no longer content with raiding. He was building a pirate empire. Some date the true genesis of his empire to early 3301, when the Kumo crew tightened its grip on the Harma system. Until then, Harma had been just one more contested region in the Pegassi sector, but Delaine's forces moved swiftly to expel weaker rivals and placate or eliminate local leaders who resisted his authority. His takeover there is often cited as the first instance in which an entire system essentially fell under the jurisdiction of a pirate organization. Station administrators, faced with the stark choice of subjugation or annihilation, found themselves negotiating with Kumo representatives to continue vital trade. In a matter of weeks, Harma became a hub for black market commerce, fueling Delaine's ambitions to replicate this model elsewhere. An emblem of his power materialized in the form of Kumo City, the rebranded starport that acted as a nerve center for the crew's operations. Traders paid steep fees to ensure safe passage, and those who failed to comply faced immediate repercussions. The profit generated from these fees allowed the crew to expand its fleet with advanced vessels capable of mounting large-scale assaults. Formerly outmatched pirates and disorganized outlaws were not the only ones feeling the pressure. Well-established factions in neighboring systems realized they had to choose between forging uneasy truces or facing Kumo firepower. Delaine's empire-building efforts focused on establishing an infrastructure of fear combined with limited clemency for those who bent the knee. He introduced a rudimentary tribute system in which local interests paid either in goods or valuable information. In return, they received a measure of stability, spared from random raids that had plagued the Pegassi sector for years. Some even claimed the Kumo presence reduced interference from petty criminal groups, as all unsanctioned piracy was met with brutal punishment. People who lived in these areas spoke of a creeping acceptance, as if the new pirate overlords at least brought consistency, however heavy the cost. Several more systems, some of them previously stable, reported that Kumo enforcers had taken control of local resource extraction sites. A portion of the harvest from these installations now fed directly into the crew's logistical chain, enabling them to distribute contraband across wider regions of space. Distrustful of local authorities, many miners found they could at least rely on Kumo protection against raiders unaffiliated with the crew, so long as they paid their dues. Talk of an emerging pirate empire no longer seemed like hyperbole. Delaine and his lieutenants had cultivated a system of governance that used intimidation, profit-sharing, and strategic alliances to ensure loyalty. By 3303, Delaine's name invoked caution in distant starports that had never witnessed his forces firsthand. Diplomats from established powers tried to rally local militias and security fleets to challenge his dominance, but internal rivalries and resource constraints often splintered these efforts. Whenever a credible threat arose, the Kumo crew managed to intercept supply lines or bribe key officials. Some in the intelligence community insisted that Delaine must have a sophisticated network of informants. Events seemed to confirm this. Any plan to strike at a major Kumo stronghold often leaked in time for the crew to mount a robust defense or launch a preemptive attack. In an attempt to slow the Empire's momentum, bounty hunters were encouraged to target Kumo ships, and even bounties on Delaine himself rose to staggering levels. Few hunters ever returned. The Kumo fleet had honed advanced tactics from electronic warfare that blinded scanners to infiltration squads that could commandeer stations from within. Over time, the notion of challenging Archon Delaine became a risky endeavor, undertaken only by those with nothing to lose or enough skill to believe they might outwit the pirate forces. Meanwhile, the fees continued to pour into the Harma system and beyond, solidifying the Empire's economy. By late 3303, the scope of Delaine's reign was undeniable. Indeed, stories surfaced of systems where the standard of living had ironically improved under Kumo administration, so long as people complied with the tribute. Archon Delaine's rise to prominence was marked by many factors: ruthless expansion, adept strategic thinking, and the shrewd use of political maneuvering. Yet none of these attributes was as pervasive or transformative as his calculated reliance on fear. Beginning in the late 3290s, the Kumo crew under Delaine's command systematically leveraged intimidation, turning what might have been chaotic raiding campaigns into a sweeping force of subjugation. By 3300, entire communities had learned that compliance was far safer than resistance when confronting the Pirate King's demands. Over the years, fear evolved from a mere battlefield tactic into the cornerstone of Delaine's power structure. After seizing control of a starport or settlement, the crew made a point of parading captured opponents through public corridors. Residents forced to witness these displays realized that outright defiance would trigger merciless reprisals. The brutality served a dual purpose. It crushed any immediate will to fight, and it planted the seeds of dread that would persist even after the crew moved on. In some systems, the threat of a return visit was enough to keep administrators and security forces in line, ensuring a steady flow of tribute and compliance. Fear had become so effective as a tool that Delaine began incorporating it into diplomatic maneuvers, if they could be called that. Commanders loyal to him would appear without warning in the control towers of disputed stations, presenting ultimatums that offered no middle ground: pledge allegiance to the Kumo crew, or watch your assets burn. While raw violence was certainly part of Delaine's arsenal, many station leaders found the psychological pressure alone overwhelming. They had heard stories of entire colonies left devastated in a matter of hours, and the Kumo networks thrived on amplifying those stories, ensuring no one was unaware of the grim fate that awaited dissenters. In turn, local officials who capitulated often did so quietly, hoping to retain some measure of autonomy while dodging the worst of the crew's wrath. Observers noted that a shift began to occur around 3302, when the crew's growth started to resemble that of an actual government more than a gang. In many star systems, fear effectively replaced formal governance structures. Station councils, once confident in their alliances or protective fleets, found themselves operating under a new set of rules they barely understood but dared not defy. A small payment of credits or resources could buy a degree of stability, ensuring the Kumo warships would pass a settlement by. Yet the slightest miscalculations, such as underreporting a resource haul or trying to curry favor with rival factions, could spark a violent retribution. In this way, Delaine turned the concept of protection into a currency all its own, one that no local authority could afford to disregard. Meanwhile, Delaine's propaganda machine, quiet but unmistakable, went to work spreading tales of unstoppable raids, cold-blooded executions, and advanced weaponry capable of shredding standard security defenses. Although not every rumor was accurate, each amplified the sense of dread, and few dared to question their authenticity. By 3303, the Kumo crew had become synonymous with relentless expansion, and its leader's reputation for vengeance preceded him wherever he set his sights. A station might surrender on the mere possibility that it was Delaine's next target, hastily offering up tribute in the hopes of avoiding destruction. Those who demanded proof of the rumors usually regretted their skepticism, if they survived. Critics labeled Delaine a master manipulator who weaponized fear in a way few warlords had managed before. They argued that his power was as much a product of perception as it was of military might. Even in cases where the crew's forces might have been evenly matched by local defenders, station leaders, or independent security groups often refused to muster real resistance. The risk seemed too great and doubt too crippling. Should they fail, the Kumo retaliation would be unthinkable. That hesitation, fueled by stories of unbridled brutality, granted Delaine a near-mythic advantage in every battle he waged. Some within the crew claimed that Delaine himself understood the delicate balance between fear and practicality. Tales circulated about how he would, on occasion, show clemency or allow trade routes to remain open under strict conditions. These fleeting mercies served to keep local economies functioning just enough for him to extract resources, and they also furthered his image as someone who would reward compliance. That duality, fearsome conqueror tempered by sporadic grace, kept his adversaries off balance, uncertain whether they faced guaranteed obliteration or an opportunity to negotiate. Delaine's subordinates had established a constellation of outposts spanning multiple systems, each operating under a hierarchy enforced by intimidation. Kumo emissaries would arrive unannounced to collect debts, inspect cargo, or demand the turnover of suspected traders. Opposition was minimal because the consequences of refusal had been demonstrated time and again. Observers noted that, unlike looser criminal alliances, the Kumo crew seemed rooted in shared convictions, even if those convictions often translated into brutal raids and merciless extortion. Station dwellers at the fringes of the crew's territory spoke of a sequence of initiation rituals designed to test a recruit's loyalty and fortitude. Some heard whispers about a ceremonial brand scorched onto the arm symbolizing a commitment that superseded personal gain. Others claimed a prospective member had to endure a form of controlled deprivation, perhaps being locked in unlit corridors of a seized station, followed by a day-long vigil where they were expected to recite portions of the creed. At the heart of the Kumo creed appeared to be a belief in unrestrained ambition. Recruits were told that strength and cunning, when wielded without remorse, created the surest path to dominance. Followers claimed that a cosmic order supported those who carved out a place for themselves by any means necessary. Yet brute force alone was not enough to preserve unity within the crew. Over time, Delaine's lieutenants appeared to understand that loyalty needed consistent reinforcement. By 3301, a semi-formal structure had evolved in many Kumo enclaves. Recruits were grouped under senior members who oversaw their training and discipline, while monthly gatherings allowed local cells to exchange news, request reinforcements, and consult a shared code of conduct. Although station administrators and bounty hunters tended to see these events as little more than gatherings of criminals, insider reports suggested they held significant ceremonial value. In some instances, new members stood before a circle of peers, pledging an oath to place crew interests above personal relationships or alliances with other factions. Faith in Delaine's ultimate authority underscored all these activities. The crew tolerated individual ambition, but any attempt to undermine Kumo operations could lead to harsh punishments, possibly a warning beating or even execution in extreme cases. In some outposts, older crew members claimed these punishments were necessary purges, ensuring the group retained its focus on collective strength. Silence about internal decisions was also expected, reinforcing a culture where betrayals were rare, and when they did occur, they were dealt with decisively. These guidelines, though brutal, fostered a form of collective pride. Entire stations under Kumo influence began to display the crew's insignia in plain sight, treating it almost like a badge of honor. Even some civilians in these areas found themselves drawn to the crew's mystique, tempted by the promise of power or protection if they could pass the rite of initiation. Tales of daring acts committed in Delaine's name circulated widely, reminding everyone that the Kumo Creed was more than hollow talk. In the early phases of Archon Delaine's expansion, it seemed that only local gangs and minor crime syndicates stood in his way. However, his growing empire began to clash with far more formidable adversaries. Once the Kumo crew advanced beyond the Pegasi sector, they found themselves contending not just with other outlaws, but with a variety of powerful factions claiming dominion over lucrative territories. Each group brought its own agenda and armaments, generating a network of rivalries that propelled Delaine from a regional menace into a force contested by major powers and criminal empires alike. A pivotal moment occurred in 3302, when rumors circulated that a coalition of pirates had formed to challenge Delaine's control of the black market along key trade routes. These disgruntled captains chafed at his demands for tribute, believing that his hegemonic approach would ultimately starve them of their share of the spoils. Instead of negotiating, the Kumo crew swiftly launched a series of preemptive strikes. Vessel after vessel belonging to the coalition was ambushed, forcing the survivors into hiding. Around that same period, an influential corporate syndicate from a neighboring region attempted to curb the Kumo expansion by funding mercenaries. While the syndicate officially denied any involvement, well-placed contacts reported shipments of high-grade weaponry moving into contested zones where Kumo ships were known to operate. Delaine's crews soon encountered organized squadrons equipped with advanced shielding and specialized assault craft. Though the Kumo crew sustained notable losses in a few brutal skirmishes, the scales tipped once the crew adapted its infiltration methods to disable the mercenaries' logistical support. The once secret pipeline of corporate-funded arms had dried up as the syndicate realized the cost of this conflict was spiraling and no decisive victory was forthcoming. Conflict also simmered within the Kumo ranks. Several lieutenants who had grown influential began to challenge each other's right to claim newly conquered stations. Disputes over control of tribute routes and black market profits led to escalating tensions. For a brief stretch, it seemed possible that these feuds would undermine the unity of the crew, giving external rivals a chance to strike. However, Delaine moved quickly to impose discipline, calling a high-level gathering rumored to have ended in multiple executions. Veterans of the crew emerged from that meeting visibly shaken but resolute, indicating that Delaine had once again consolidated power by rooting out potential factions before they could seriously destabilize his empire. Another flashpoint emerged when a formidable group of exiled warlords, ex-members of a disbanded military force, attempted to seize border stations in systems the Kumo crew had earmarked for expansion. Emboldened by advanced military experience and leftover technology, they underestimated the crew's capacity for strategic retaliation. Kumo infiltration units had effectively disrupted the warlords' command structure, turning many of their mercenaries against them with promises of black market riches. The surviving warlords were forced to retreat, eventually fading from the region. The incident underscored Delaine's knack for leveraging both brute force and subterfuge, ensuring that no single front could withstand the breadth of his methods. Aside from overt threats, the Kumo Empire grappled with more subtle forms of rivalry. Certain local governments started forging hidden accords to funnel limited resources and intelligence to anti-Kumo forces. In 3304, a string of sabotage attempts targeted the crew's supply lines in an effort to expose vulnerabilities or at least drive up operating costs. By some accounts, Kumo shipments vanished under suspicious circumstances, and a few outposts reported sabotage to crucial life support systems. Although no group claimed responsibility, internal memos hinted at coordinated activity by multiple parties that distrusted Delaine's growing influence. Still, each attempt only fed into the Kumo propaganda machine, which depicted an empire hounded by cowards who refused open battle. By year's end, any momentum this hidden alliance gained had petered out, with the Kumo crew tightening its security measures and intensifying its intelligence operations. Where lesser syndicates had once capitulated, a few bold pirates believed there was still room to maneuver without bowing to Delaine's brand of rule. Reports from 3305 suggest that an uneasy truce held in several contested systems, with rival pirates agreeing not to interfere with Kumo commerce so long as they could continue their own operations unchallenged. Observers believed these truces were fragile, as Delaine rarely allowed shared sovereignty. If he was biding his time, waiting for a moment to erase these competing groups, they were living on borrowed days. Throughout this era, Delaine's approach to power struggles remained remarkably consistent. He allowed no illusions that one could engage with the Kumo crew on equal terms without facing the possibility of annihilation. Politicians, syndicates, and warlords who tried to exploit internal rifts or external pressure points discovered that Delaine had already accounted for such ploys. Assassinations of certain officials, sudden turncoats within Allied forces, and well-timed strikes on supply depots all pointed to a leader who wielded intimidation and resourcefulness as equal instruments of warfare. Archon Delaine's expansion was not driven solely by brute force or territorial ambition. Beneath every raid and act of intimidation lay a deliberate strategy to reshape trade lanes and harness economic power. Observers in the Pegassi sector noticed that the Kumo crew had begun focusing on more than random plunder. Cargo scans grew systematic, contraband distribution became more centralized, and the black market hubs that once functioned as ad hoc bazaars were suddenly subject to fees and regulations, though no official authority had ever sanctioned such oversight. In that sense, Delaine proved that piracy could be governed like a business, balancing fear with the promise of controlled commerce. Soon after the takeover of the Harma system in 3301, rumors circulated that Delaine had placed trustworthy lieutenants in charge of monitoring inbound and outbound goods. Ships carrying weapons, narcotics, or other high-value cargo were stopped at designated checkpoints, where Kumo enforcers assessed the worth of each shipment. A portion was seized outright, but not always. If the captain provided a suitable payment or signed on to Kumo protection contracts, the vessel often continued unharmed, having essentially bought into a protection racket that was quickly evolving into a trade empire. Although station officials dared not call it a lawful system, the arrangement introduced a semblance of predictability. Merchants who complied with Kumo regulations enjoyed safer passage than they might have under the fractured piracy that once defined the sector. The Kumo crew had co-opted several key outposts in surrounding systems, establishing unofficial trade boards that listed available contraband, potential smuggling routes, and the fees required to traverse Kumo-controlled space. These boards, though never advertised openly, operated in plain sight if one knew where to look. A would-be smuggler could approach a local Kumo agent, pay the posted tariff, and then receive navigational data that reduced the risk of encountering patrolling warships. Payments rose with the perceived value of the cargo, but so did the likelihood of a successful delivery. In effect, Delaine had created a quasi-governmental framework through which illicit commerce could flourish, benefiting from the might of the Kumo fleets. Delaine's subordinates started setting prices for black market goods in the region. They devised what amounted to a standardized rate for narcotics, rare metals, and stolen weaponry, ensuring that traders who aligned with the Kumo crew could sell their wares at predetermined values. By controlling both supply routes and market pricing, the crew gained leverage over smaller pirate gangs and even law-abiding merchants who dabbled in the shadows to maximize profit. Some local administrators quietly lamented that their once remote stations were now subsumed in what they called the Kumo economy. But most recognized that direct defiance came with a steep penalty. Other factions tried to wrest control of these profitable markets. Some resorted to sabotage, destroying Kumo convoys or undermining local supply depots. Delaine responded by dispatching swift retaliatory strikes, targeting rival outposts that relied heavily on contraband-based income. Within months, many of these factions capitulated, agreeing to pay tribute rather than lose the income streams that sustained their own operations. In this way, the lines between friend and foe blurred. Those who once opposed Delaine found themselves funneling a portion of their profits back to the Kumo treasury to remain in business. As the Kumo Empire expanded, it did not abandon the use of piracy, but refined its approach. Raids became more tactical, aimed at crippling specific supply chains or forcing a recalcitrant system to see reason. The crew's naval assets, bolstered by the tribute pouring in, could deploy advanced scanning technologies to pinpoint high-value cargo. With that knowledge, Kumo forces could strike with precision, capturing exact items they needed to keep the wheels of their operation turning. Observers noted that rather than hoarding all the spoils, Delaine often redistributed resources to loyal stations, ensuring they had the means to thrive under the Kumo banner. In doing so, he bought an enduring allegiance from local players, who found prosperity under the pirates' rule more appealing than impoverished defiance. By 3304, traders passing through Pegasi began to speak of Kumo toll stations almost as if they were legitimate customs checkpoints. While official governments far beyond the frontier called these actions blatant extortion, many independent haulers found that paying a predictable toll was less ruinous than grappling with random ambushes. For every public condemnation that called Delaine a tyrant, there were captains who quietly admitted that the Kumo system, however ruthless, offered a certain stability. That stability, in turn, attracted more smuggling vessels eager to exploit the relative safety of traveling under Delaine's watch. Ironically, the increased traffic only strengthened the Kumo Empire, as fresh fees and bribes flowed into its coffers. By 3305, the crew had diversified its control by influencing not only smuggling lanes, but also a network of allied merchants, fences, and middlemen. Some even contended that Delaine's associates had infiltrated legitimate corporate structures, smuggling contraband under the cover of regular trade routes. Shipyards under Kumo influence reportedly used advanced engineering to retrofit vessels for greater cargo capacity and stealth. The result was a robust pipeline of goods that traversed multiple star systems, governed by unwritten rules that both criminals and opportunistic traders found profitable to follow. The interplay of expansion, trade, and piracy reached a kind of equilibrium by 3306. Official powers still denounced Delaine as a marauder, but they struggled to suppress a criminal network that provided tangible benefits to many of its participants. Extortion, smuggling, and black market dealings continued unabated. Yet, these illicit activities now bore the hallmarks of a structured economy. Several border worlds even saw modest rises in population, as individuals from bankrupt colonies took their chances under Kumo guardianship. For all the suffering he inflicted, Archon Delaine demonstrated that piracy, when orchestrated with enough foresight and calculation, could evolve into a thriving economic model that reshaped entire regions of space. Although Archon Delaine maintained a fearsome reputation, the challenges he faced were not limited to external powers or rival pirate lords. From the beginning, his dominion was tested by trouble brewing within his own ranks, as lieutenants sought to rise above their station or sidestep the intense discipline that held the Kumo crew together. Whispers spread of internal betrayals, ambitious enforcers conspiring to carve out their own fiefdoms with contraband routes and selective alliances. Some of these dissidents believed they could function autonomously, amassing wealth without fully submitting to Delaine's iron rule. Yet, whenever news of such treachery reached him, Delaine acted decisively. More than once, entire squads of turncoats vanished overnight, reinforcing the idea that disloyalty brought swift consequences. Kumo intelligence operatives had uncovered at least 2 separate spy rings embedded in distant enclaves. One ring consisted of exiles from a defunct pirate clan, collecting data on Delaine's shipping lanes for an as-yet unidentified patron. Another ring proved more sophisticated, using falsified credentials and coded transmissions to funnel location data on Kumo convoys to unknown parties. Delaine's response was twofold. He tightened security protocols, employing thorough background checks on prospective recruits and rotating station assignments more frequently. At the same time, he expanded his own espionage network, directing loyalists to infiltrate the ranks of every potential rival. Even so, the infiltration attempts underscored a critical vulnerability in his empire, relied too heavily on subjugated systems, and their inhabitants might eventually bristle under the pressure, risk offering opportunities for outsiders to exploit. A few disenchanted Kumo members also sought to undermine Delaine by selling information to bounty hunters and black market cartels. Evidence emerged that a high-ranking agent had leaked the schedules of major Kumo convoys, resulting in a series of ambushes that inflicted heavy losses. Retribution was swift and public. The double agent's trial and execution, though informal, were broadcast to intimidate anyone else contemplating betrayal. But the incident caused speculation that if one agent could orchestrate such damage, there might be others lurking in the shadows. Rather than suppressing the rumor, Delaine leveraged it to instill fear within his own ranks, reminding them that vigilance was not optional if they wished to share in the spoils of the Kumo Empire. Beyond these overt threats, the slow grind of resource competition continued to create tensions with established factions. Some had grown weary of paying off the Kumo crew to safeguard their trade. Others prepared stealth missions to disrupt Kumo facilities, hoping to weaken Delaine's networks. Although none claimed open responsibility for these operations, each successful act of sabotage chipped away at the Kumo aura of invincibility. By 3307, a clearer pattern had emerged. Rivals targeted vulnerable outposts and newly conquered territory, testing Delaine's ability to hold on to acquisitions. At the same time, the potential for mutiny within the crew remained a concern. Any sign of weakness in Delaine's leadership might embolden ambitious subordinates, setting the stage for an internal coup. Ultimately, the hazards facing Archon Delaine came from every direction. Ambitious subordinates, rival pirates seeking a foothold, and distant powers eager to see a pirate warlord dethroned. Yet each challenge was also an opportunity for him to demonstrate the iron resolve that had built his empire. Although the conflict never truly ceased, these tests of power ensured that Delaine's realm adapted, sometimes violently, to a galaxy where no quarter was given unless extracted by force. Time after time, his capacity to absorb losses, pinpoint betrayals, and retaliate with chilling efficiency affirmed his position atop a precarious pyramid of outlaws. Rumors suggested Delaine had transcended normal human limits. Merchants who encountered him claimed he had hardly aged, sparking conjecture about genetic enhancements or illicit regenerative treatments. Stranger rumors linked him to unearthly rituals that granted longevity in exchange for grim sacrifices. More practical voices pointed to high-end medical procedures, though the possibility of dark pacts continued to circulate in underworld circles. Conspiracy theorists suspected that Delaine struck covert pacts with officials in supposedly lawful systems. Word spread that entire administrations let his smuggling vessels pass unchallenged for a portion of their cargo. Accusations of official collusion were strenuously denied. Yet journalists trying to investigate found themselves stonewalled or vanished altogether, hinting that Delaine's influence reached deeper than expected. A persistent rumor emerged that Delaine used multiple identities to negotiate with prestigious trading barons. Allegedly, he disguised himself so effectively that no one realized they were brokering deals with the infamous warlord. Merchants who publicly condemned piracy reportedly profited from hush-hush arrangements with Delaine's hidden network. As always, concrete evidence was scarce. Still, the notion that he could operate within elite circles added a fresh layer of mystique.